Hey up, it's Steve from that old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to a new feature I'm doing that was suggested to me by my good friend Grace, who you may know from my live streams. He's got his own channel, subscribe to him, got some great content on there. But he had the bright idea of me doing top fives of films from years past. I recently did my top five of 2023, so I thought I will do a top five films. It might end up being more than five on some of them, I don't know, but the top five films of the years I have been alive. So we're going to start in the 60s, because I'm very, very old. So that's what we're going to do, starting from today. We're going to do it, I'm not going to do them daily, I'll do them every so often. So it'll go on a while, will this series, fingers crossed. So we start off, first off, with the year 1967, which is the year I was born. Obviously, I don't remember these films on release, because I was a baby. But they're not in any particular order, by the way, these. They're just a top five. My favourite films of this year. Not necessarily the best films of the year, but my favourite ones that I've seen of this year. So first off, we've got The Dirty Dozen. A classic war film. Also, it's a throwing like anti-heroes, bad guys, becoming good guys. But not all of them do. But it's a great film about these, army prisoners that are trained to do essentially a suicide mission. Got Lee Marvin, Telly Savalas, Charles Bronson, and many others. It's a great film and well worth a watch. Next up, we've got You Only Live Twice, a classic James Bond film, one of my favourites, probably because it's set in space. It's the famous one, well, they're all famous, but it's the one famously with the volcano lair, hollowed out volcano, where they're launching rockets from, is Ernst Stavro Blofeld. So that's that one with Sean Connery. His last Bond film before he would return for Diamonds Are Forever, but his last film of his first run as James Bond, and it's amazing. I love it. So there we go. You Only Live Twice. Next up, The Jungle Book. This is from Disney. It's the last animated feature overseen by Walt Disney himself, who would pass away this very year. It's a great film with great music. What can be said? It's The Jungle Book, innit? What can be said? Bare Necessities, King of the Swingers, it's all that stuff thrown in. It's a great family film, The Jungle Book. Next up is The Mummy Shroud. This is a Hammer film. We've got two Hammer films from the last two selections. The Mummy Shroud, highly enjoyable Hammer horror where a mummy's running amok and killing people. That's basically it, innit? So there we go. It's well worth a look. It's great stuff. And finally, one of my favourite films of all time. It was the first of my Friday Night Appointment with Fear series, Quatermass and the Pit, from Hammer again, based on the BBC serial from 1958. Finally got made into a film in 1967. The only Hammer Quatermass film in colour, which is cool. And it's a great film. It improves some of the things of the serial, the BBC serial, but I think the BBC serial, is overall superior. But the fact that this is in colour and, it's I like the design of the cylinder. It looks more like a speedboat in this than a cylinder. In the serial it looked like a cylinder. But it's cool. If you don't know what it's about the digging a railway extension or whatever, underground railway extension. And they come across basically an alien spaceship from Mars, and weird things start happening, and people are seeing ghosts. We don't see any ghosts in it, but people are seeing ghosts, or what they think are ghosts. And then they find the bodies of the aliens inside, and it turns out that the ship itself is kind of alive, and all hell breaks loose at the end, and it's brilliant. And it's kind of followed up by the Quatermass series, which came in 1979, kind of followed up by that, because that society kind of goes to pot at the end of this film, and it's amazing. I love it. So there we go. That's my top five from 1967. The Dirty Dozen, You Only Live Twice, The Jungle Book, Quatermass and the Pit, and The Mummy Shroud. So give them a look. They're all great films in my opinion. Hey, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the second episode of my new feature. My top 5 favourite films from the years that I have been alive. So last time we did 1967, which was the year I was born. So obviously we're going to do 1968, as displayed by, you can just make it out, can't you? The image there, 1968. That is the famous Earthrise image taken by Apollo 8. I think it was Apollo 8 as they went round the moon in 1968. Anywho, right, so we're going to do my top 5 favourite movies of this year. Obviously, as I said before, I don't actually remember them being at the cinema because I was just like 1 year old. But obviously seen them since. It's not necessarily the best films of the year, but, you know, I would argue that they are. But they're my favourite films of this year. And they're not in any particular order. They're just the top 5, but they're not in like, it's not a countdown or anything like that. So, right. So the first one is Planet of the Apes, starring Charlton Heston. A super classic film, in my opinion. There's a few films that I think are special. Superman the movie, 2001, the original Star Wars, stuff, films like that. And Planet of the Apes is one of them. It's a special film. It stands out above the other Planet of the Apes films, even though it's not my favourite of the Planet of the Apes films. I think it is the best. My favourite is Beneath the Planet of the Apes, which we'll get to in a couple of years. But anywho, so there we go, Planet of the Apes, starring Charlton Heston. Amazing film. Like I said, I'll not spoil it. If you've not seen it, I'll not spoil it. But he ends up going to space, coming back, crash land on Earth. Apes are running about, controlling the place. Humans are mute, and they've slipped back somehow. You know the rest, and you know everybody surely knows how it ends, but I'll not spoil it. So there we go. So that's Planet of the Apes. Next up is 2001: A Space Odyssey, the classic science fiction movie from Stanley Kubrick, written by Arthur C. Clarke. It's amazing. It's an amazing film. No idea what's going on in it. Nobody has. I don't think even Stanley Kubrick knew what was going on, or Arthur C. Clarke for that matter. Pardon me. It's about a monolith that's left by presumably alien beings. We presume they're aliens. We don't really know. But we see them way back at the dawn of man. There's a section at the beginning called the dawn of man. And weirdly enough, the next Oscars, the Planet of the Apes films got a special Oscar for special makeup effects. I think it was the first time it had been done. I think it was the first time there was a special makeup effects Oscar given, and they were given for the ape makeup in Planet of the Apes. But in my opinion, the ape makeup, or the ape man makeup that we see in 2001: A Space Odyssey, is immeasurably superior because it's got the mouths move and everything. You know, it's amazing. But we see it from the dawn of man, as man emerges, from Africa, as essentially an ape man, and then learns to use tools and start killing each other. And then we cut to 2001. Where we learn that there's a monolith, because the ape men find a monolith, and that's what sparks off their intelligence, I suppose you could say. And then they find one on the moon, and then that's sending a signal out to Jupiter, and then so a spaceship is sent to Jupiter. Actually, the ship were actually already going to Jupiter, or the mission was already planned. But then it's kind of rejigged to investigate this monolith. But nobody knows about it, apart from the science crew who are in suspended animation. So there's just the 2 pilots and the ship's computer. Everything goes awry, and the rest is history. The amazing, what they call it, space warp, what they call it, into infinity, or whatever they call it. Beyond the infinite, I think it's called, the last bit where the astronaut is going through. I'm doing this. He's going through like this weird, colourful light show. But anyway, and everybody knows how that ends as well. So there we go. 2001: A Space Odyssey, not to be missed. Oddly, just by the way, about 2001, I went to see it in 1978 on the 10th anniversary when I was 11 years old. I went to see it, and I was only a kid, but I still loved it then. And as I said, I didn't know what was going on, and I still don't know what's going on. I just like the visuals and the music. I'd love to hear there were an actual score written, I think, by Jerry Goldsmith, and that never made it into the film. Stanley Kubrick decided to use the music of Strauss and all that, didn't he, instead? Anyway, I went to see it at the cinema, and it was an amazing experience. It had an intermission and everything. It was cool. So there we go. So that's 2001, A Space Odyssey. Next up, a Hammer film. The Devil Rides Out. In America, it was called The Devil's Bride. Apparently because The Devil Rides Out, people in America might have thought it were a Western. But based on the Dennis Wheatley book, starring Christopher Lee as a good guy, and he plays an amazing good guy. We've seen him as a good guy in other films as well. But this might be one of the earliest appearances as a goodie. But it's an amazing film. The effects don't really stand up, but it's a really cool atmospheric film about, devil worship and all this stuff's going on. Monsters are appearing, demons and stuff like that. It's great. It's a great film, and it's exciting as well. It's got car chases and all sorts, but it's set in the 1920s, so car chases with the old, bangers. But it's a great film. Give it a whirl. The Devil Rides Out. Next up, Ice Station Zebra, or Zebra, however you want to pronounce it. This is another one of those films that I think special. It's just like a notch above your regular, action, espionage sort of, spy thriller. It's an amazing film, I think it is anyway. Starring Rock Hudson as a submarine commander who's got to transport Patrick McGowan's shifty spy character to the Arctic to find a satellite that's soft landed in the Arctic, to retrieve, film from it, because it's been flying over secret areas. But of course, the Russians, or Soviets, should I say, are trying to get there first, and it's all cool and amazing. Edge of your seat stuff. See, I'm getting on the edge of my seat now. It's just thinking about it. It's edge of the seat stuff. It's really good, really, really good. So there we go. Ice Station Zebra. Next up, finally, a war film, Where Eagles Dare, starring Richard Burton and Clint Eastwood, and the gorgeous Ingrid Pitt, and some others. Obviously, there's a few other people in it, but they're the main ones that we're thinking about. Well, I am. An amazing war film, and a whodunit, espionage, and all that. It's even got a helicopter in it. I don't know if helicopters are around in whenever it's set, 1944 or whatever, 1943. But it's about an elite team that have got to go in and rescue a general, who isn't really a general, apparently. He's an actor pretending to be a general. Got to go in and rescue him because he's been captured by the Germans, and he's kept in he's been held in a castle, Schloss Adler or something they call it. I think that's what they call it. And so obviously it's up on the mountain, and that's why it's called Where Eagles Dare, because they've got to get into this castle and rescue him and get back out again. And that's it. It's great stuff. Richard Burton in top form. Broadsword to Danny Boy and all that. It's a great war film with a great score and great action, and Clint Eastwood's great in it. He doesn't say a lot as usual, but he's just there eating up the screen because there's an amazing screen presence. So there we go. So that's it for 1968. My top five films: Planet of the Apes, 2001: A Space Odyssey, The Devil Rides Out, aka The Devil's Bride, Ice Station Zebra, whatever, and Where Eagles Dare. So there we go. So I look forward to seeing what 1969 has in store for us. Hey, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to part 3 of my new feature, the top 5 films for each year that I have been alive. So we've got a lot to get through. We've done 1967, 1968, and now we're up to 1969, the year man landed on the moon, if you believe that sort of thing. I do. It's real. That's Buzz Aldrin on the moon. By the way, there's no photos of Neil Armstrong on the moon. Do you know why? Because Buzz Aldrin's crap at taking photos, and Neil Armstrong ended up taking them all. Anyway, that's the story. Anyway, right, so my top 5 films of 1969. My top 5 favourite films, not necessarily the best films, but as I always say, I would argue the fact. But these are my top 5. It's not a countdown, so they're not in any order. They're just a list of 5 films. It's not a countdown. So there we go. So let's get on with it, shall we? So the first one is The Italian Job. Classic, heist caper using minis, cars to steal. I think they were stealing a load of gold, weren't they, from a bank in Italy, using minis to get the gold out. And then they end up on a bus. I'll not spoil the end of it. Michael Caine and a cast of Benny Hill, of all people, and a cast of many. Noel Coward as well is in it. It's a great film, and it's the classic line, "You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off." That one, isn't it? So there we go. Next up is True Grit, a western from 1969. A great film starring John Wayne and Kim Darby and Glenn Campbell. Won John Wayne an Oscar for Best Actor. I think it also won for... No, it didn't. It was nominated for Best Song, but it didn't win. Great music from Elmer Bernstein, as is to be expected. But it's, a great film. It is a great film. It's funny, it's dramatic, it's action-packed, it's got everything. It's a great film, so there we go. So that's True Grit. Right, next up is The Valley of Gwangi, a Ray Harryhausen film. Well, not a Ray Harryhausen film, but he did the effects for it. So there we say a Ray Harryhausen film, even though lots of other people are connected with it. But it's Ray Harryhausen that does the amazing stop-motion effects. This one is another western, sort of. Starring James Franciscus and Gila Golan, I think that's how you pronounce the name, and many others. And obviously a dinosaur called Gwangi. It's about cowboys. They find what's called the Forbidden Valley. They actually find a little horse, an Eohippus, a prehistoric horse that's tiny. And that leads them to the Forbidden Valley, where there's dinosaurs and stuff, and Gwangi, which I think is supposed to be an Allosaurus. They capture him, bring him back to civilization, and obviously it all goes awry. It's an amazing film, and quite a sad ending, to be completely honest. But it is an amazing film. One of my favourites, I've got to say, of all time. So there we go. So that's The Valley of Gwangi. Next up, a Bond film. Yay! We all love a Bond film, don't we? And this one, is this divisive? I don't know. It's generally, among Bond fans, this is high up there. It's the only film starring George Lazenby, the only Bond film starring George Lazenby as James Bond, 007. Famously, he was dubbed for some of his part, for some of his role, where he was impersonating a British aristocrat. But he was famously dubbed because I don't think he could quite get the voice right, an affectation. But it's a great film, and it's the one where he gets married in it. Spoilers, James Bond gets married in it to Diana Rigg. We all know how that ended. It's a great film. It is a great film. Telly Savalas. I don't like Telly Savalas. I'm sorry. That spoils it for me. I'm not a Telly Savalas fan. I know he's in one of my previous years in The Dirty Dozen, but I didn't even like him in that. I don't like Telly Savalas for some reason. I don't know why. He just annoys me. And he annoys me as Blofeld in this film. I don't like the way he holds cigarettes. It annoys me. It gets on my nerves. But anyway, it's a great film, apart from Telly Savalas. That's On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And finally, a war film, The Battle of Britain. Michael Caine again. And a cast of thousands reenacting sort of the famous time in 1940 when Britain was under siege from German air forces and bombers and all this, and during the Blitz and all that, and all we had to defend ourselves were brave men that jumped in Spitfires and Hurricanes and soared through the air with the greatest of ease, and a lot of them didn't come back. And it's an amazing film with some great flying sequences. A great film. So there we go. So that's my list for 1969. A decent year. We had a Bond film, we got a dinosaur film, we got a war film, we got a couple of westerns, and a heist movie. What more could you ask for? So we'll go through them one more time. So The Italian Job, then we had True Grit, and then The Valley of Gwangi, then On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and finally The Battle of Britain. So there we go. That was my list for 1969, the year that man landed on the moon. Yes, he did. Well, two did. So we'll look forward to seeing what 1970 comes up with. I'll give you a clue. We got a horror. A tale from a classic detective, more dinosaurs, and all that stuff. That's just the clue I'm giving you for 1970. But that's it for 1969. Hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next part of my new series, Top 5 Movies for every year that I've been alive. We're up to 1970, a year that I struggled, technically, to find a top 5, even though this is the first one where I have an honourable mention. But take that how you want to, I don't know, but I did struggle. As in, some of the films, or I think all of the films, apart from two, sorry. It's been quite a while since I've seen them. But anyway, so let's get on with the list. These films, they're my favourite films of this year, but not necessarily the best films of this year. So off we go. Right, so first up, and it's not a countdown, like the first one isn't the worst or the best. It's just a list. Right, so the first one, first up. Taste the Blood of Dracula, a Hammer film, the first of 3 Hammer films in this list. I think it's 3. Just let me double check. Yes, the first of 3. Yes, the first of 3 Hammer films. Taste the Blood of Dracula, directed by Peter Sasdy, starring Christopher Lee as the Count. I think by this time we were getting a bit fed up playing Count Dracula. But he kept going back. They kept talking him into it. I think they essentially blackmailed Christopher Lee into playing Dracula in all these films that he didn't really want to appear in. They kept saying, but all these people will be out of work if you don't come and play Dracula again for us. So tugging on his heartstrings, he kept coming back to play Dracula, even though he didn't particularly like doing it. Anyway, it stars Christopher Lee, Linda Hayden, Jeffrey Keane, Peter Sallis, and others. It's about a group of old, rich men, maybe kind of inspired by the Hellfire Club, where that were like a group of wealthy elites who used to get up to all sorts of shenanigans. This is that sort of thing. It's like rich men, bored rich men, who want to do like dangerous things. Not like bungee jumping, not that sort of dangerous, but anyway, they acquire, apparently, the blood of Dracula, and they go through some rituals and stuff and drink it, and somehow this brings Dracula back to life. And so he starts preying on the families of these men and all that stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And give it a whirl, But it's not the best of the Dracula films, in my opinion, but they're all fun. I love the Hammer films. My favourite ones are yet to come. They'll be included further on in the list. Right. So next up is another Dracula film from Hammer, the one that follows on from Taste the Blood of Dracula, which came out, I think, in April 1970. I could be wrong. Let me double check. May of 1970. I was close. This one came out. This is Scars of Dracula, directed by Roy Ward Baker. This came out in November 1970. Stars Christopher Lee again, Patrick Troughton, who we may know from Doctor Who and other stuff. Dennis Waterman, who we may know from The Sweeney and Minder, who are a popular British actor. Jenny Hanley, who became an actress. She was a dancer, and she became an actress, but she's most famous, I think, for being on British kids shows. I can't remember which one it was now. Was it Blue Peter or was it Magpie? No, it was Magpie. She was on Magpie. Who was on Blue Peter then that I'm thinking of? I don't know. But she did a kids TV show called Magpie. She's most famous for that. Anyway, it's a traditional Dracula story in a European village with a castle overlooking it, and the ending. Dennis Waterman plays the young hero. Jenny Hanley plays the virginal victim of Dracula, of his desires and all that. And it has a great ending. Spoilers. Where Dracula's thrown over some battlements or whatever and is impaled on a huge cross. And it's cool, and there we go. So that's Scars of Dracula. It's a lot of fun. Give it a whirl. Right, so next up is The next Hammer film, not a horror film this time. Next one is When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth, the sequel to 1 Million Years BC, directed by Val Guest, the science fiction B-movie horror legend. He's done everything as Val Guest. Stars Victoria Vetri, Robin Horden, Patrick Allen and Imogen Hassel. It's pretty much the same story essentially as 1 Million Years BC, with Victoria Vetri playing the Raquel Welch role. She was going to be sacrificed to the gods, and but she escapes and ends up befriending a dinosaur that looks a little bit like the dinosaur from The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Is it a Redosaurus? I don't know, but she ends up befriending that, and she has adventures along the way, and she's very nice to look at. The effects in this were not done by Ray Harryhausen, which were the case for 1 Million Years BC. This one they were done by Jim Danforth, but you wouldn't know. They're amazing. They're still amazing effects, and it's a lot of fun. I think there's a cheeky bit of nudity in it, in some cuts of the film, even though it had like a U certificate, or G, wouldn't it, for America? I think they sneaked a bit of nudity in. From what I've heard, I've never noticed it, so it must be quick. I've never noticed it, but unless in the versions I've seen, it's not there. But I don't know. Just thought I'd throw that one in there. So anyways, that's When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth. A lot of fun, great fun. Next up, my favourite of the I'm talking about. My favourite of the Planet of the Apes films. We've got Battle for the Planet of the Apes to come, I think. Maybe, I don't know. My favourite of the Planet of the Apes films, not necessarily the best of the Planet of the Apes films. That's including the new lot, which I really enjoyed, which are amazing technical feats. The new Planet of the Apes films, but talking about essentially the original batch. The first one's still the best, the Charlton Heston one from 1968. But this one's my favourite, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, directed by Ted Post, starring James Franciscus, Kim Hunter, Maurice Evans, Linda Harrison, and a brief appearance from Charlton Heston. It's like at the beginning, and it pops up again at the end. Spoilers. No Roddy McDowall in this one. We've got David Watson as Cornelius. Roddy McDowall was busy directing his own film at the time, so he was unavailable. You wouldn't know. He's not in it that much anyway. But it's a lot of fun. James Franciscus plays Brent, as part of another team of astronauts who end up travelling to the future. And he's looking for Taylor and the other crew. If he doesn't find Taylor, he finds Nova, finds Taylor later, and adventures ensue, and he finds a group of mutants in the Forbidden Zone who have psychic powers and are worshipping a doomsday bomb. It's mental, and a very downbeat ending. But that wasn't the end of the Apes films. It's my favourite one. It's a lot of fun. Beneath the Planet of the Apes. Next up, and finally, The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, the Billy Wilder film, starring Robert Stevens, Christopher Lee, Colin Blakely, and many, many more. It's about it's a Sherlock Holmes, obviously. It's about like spies. I think they're Russian spies. I could be right. They're Russian or German. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen this film. But making their way into England, or Britain, should I say, through Loch Ness, using a submarine disguised as the Loch Ness Monster, and using little people disguised as children to operate it, or whatever. It's a lot of fun. It's classed as a comedy. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember that I did enjoy it, so that's why it's in my list. 1970 was a tough year to find a favourites, for me anyway, to find a favourites list. But it's been a while since I've seen this, so I'm going to have to look it up and give it another watch and see if I do enjoy it as much as I thought I did first time around. It had a pretty hefty budget for the time, $10 million. I can't imagine it made that back. But anyway, it's a lot of fun. from what I remember. Right, so now we've got, for the first time in the series, an honourable mention. And I think, to be honest, I should have swapped this for Private Life of Sherlock Holmes. Because, it's a fun film. It's called Trog, a British sci-fi horror film directed by Freddie Francis. It's not a Hammer film, but it could be, given half a chance. It's not far off that feel. It's essentially about they discovered a caveman in some caves in England who somehow survived to present day. They call him like a missing link. They call him Trog because that's short for troglodyte. It means like a cave dweller. For his face, it looks like an ape man. For his face, they use the same like makeup effects that they used in 2001, A Space Odyssey, for the ape men in that. And it's fun. Like I say, obviously it all goes wrong and he escapes and he kills people and stuff like that. And it all, a very sad ending. But it stars Joan Crawford. In a role that you think, what the hell is Joan Crawford doing in a film like this? But she's there, starring in the film. So I've got Michael Gough and Bernard Kay, directed by Freddie Francis. I might have said that already. It's a lot of fun. It's, as I said, I was torn between including this in the main list and Private Life of Sherlock Holmes as the honourable mention. They're interchangeable. Maybe these are joint number 5. Not that it's a countdown, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so we'll leave it there. So that was Trog, the honourable mention. Right, so we'll just go through his list one more time. First up, Taste the Blood of Dracula, followed by Scars of Dracula, and then When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, and the honourable mention for this year, Trog. So we'll leave it there. So, what's 1971 got to come? Let's have a check, shall we, on my list here. We've got a horror film, a great British horror film in my opinion, which we've covered in Appointment with Fear, so that's a clue. Another Planet of the Apes film, and 3 classics, well they're all classics in my opinion, but 3 genuine classics as well. So there we go. Hey, it's Steve from that old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next part of my feature, my top 5 favourite movies from every year that I've been alive, or whatever I'm calling it, something like that. I'm doing a list of the top 5 films from every year that I've been alive. So we started in 1967, because that's when I was born. We're now up to 1971, as you can see from there. So this is my favourite 5 films of this year, 1971. Obviously, I don't remember them first time round. I was 4, but I do have vague memories from around this time. This is when getting into my young childhood now. I started having vague memories of things I'd seen on TV, and not generally horror films, but we do have some horror films. Anyway, first up, by the way, they're not in any order. It's just a list of 5 films, not in order. My 5 favourite films of this year. So first up, we've got Blood on Satan's Claw. This is an English, what they call like a folk horror film, directed by Piers Haggard, stars Patrick Wymark and Linda Hayden, and it's a very disturbing film. It's about these young people in this village in the I don't know, it's the 16th century, so 18th century, in this village in the 18th century, and they find a skull in a field that's still got like juicy bits on. It turns out it's something to do with the devil, and things start happening in the film. People start dying, kids start growing hair on their bodies because they're trying to basically the devil's trying to regrow himself, essentially. And it's a really amazing film, done by Tygon British Films. It doesn't have a Hammer feel to it. It's kind of gritty. Hammer kind of had this glamorous view of horror, didn't it? Whereas this is kind of not gritty, but realistic and, like I say, quite disturbing in places. But anyway, so there we go. That's the Blood on Satan's Claw. Next up, Escape from the Planet of the Apes. This is the next film, the third film in the original Apes movies. Remember at the end of Beneath the Planet of the Apes, the world got blown up by the Doomsday Bomb. But they decided to do another one anyway, and somehow Cornelius, Zira, and another ape called Dr. Milo, who they'd not met previously, managed somehow to get into, I think, Taylor's ship. They managed to get Taylor's, ship that had crashed, and somehow managed to get it up into space again, or whatever. And somehow, it doesn't explain it, it doesn't matter, travel back in time, back to 1973, hijinks ensue. Like I said, it's a really good film. It has a really quite a downbeat ending. But obviously, talking apes is a novelty. But there's one chap, a scientist. I think he's like the president's science advisor. It turns out to be a real baddie. But it stars Roddy McDowall as returns as Cornelius, Kim Hunter as Zira, who does the line when they're in like a court and they offer her a banana. She won't eat a banana that they're sticking in her face, and she says, "Why won't she eat the banana?" And she just goes, "Because I loathe bananas." And the courtroom erupts. Anyway, Bradford Dillman, Natalie Trundy, who appears again. She was in Beneath the Planet of the Apes, playing one of the mutants, but she's playing a different character in this, and she will pop up in the next film as an ape. But and Ricardo Montalban and Sal Mineo, who I believe died quite tragically. Sal Mineo, if I'm thinking right, he got murdered. Anyway, like I said, it's quite a downbeat. I know they're not like comedies, are they, the Apes films? But this one does have a sense of melancholy to it, and it doesn't have a happy ending. I'll not spoil it. It doesn't have a happy ending, but it has an ending that will lead on to the next film. So there we go. So that's Escape from the Planet of the Apes. Right. Next up on the list is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I think everybody in the world's seen this. This is the musical, directed by Mel Stewart and starring Gene Wilder and a cast of a gazillion. And it's a fun film, but it does have the disturbing boat tunnel ride where you see a chicken's head get chopped off. I think that's edited in some versions. But like I say, it's a very enjoyable film, based on the Roald Dahl book, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And what can be said about it? It's got some nice songs in it. It's got some great location scenery. It wasn't filmed in the USA. It was filmed, or England. It was filmed in Germany, I think. And so you've got this, German architecture in the town and stuff, and it makes it a little bit different, to what you're expecting. And it's an enjoyable family film, apart from the tunnel ride. So there we go. Oh, and the chocolate waterfall and river just looks like diarrhea. It's terrible. But apart from that, it's a great film. Right, next up is Duel, D-U-E-L, Duel. I think it's the first feature film by Steven Spielberg. Originally a TV movie, like the movie of the week sort of thing that they used to have in America. They still do them, but it got a theatrical release internationally. But it's the classic film of Dennis Weaver as a businessman or whatever, an exec. I don't know what he is, but he's driving either to or from work. He's driving anyway through rural California, and he just meets the ire of a truck driver who just chases him and terrorizes him for the rest of the film, until the climactic scene. It's an amazing film. It's got some great driving scenes and some good stunts, and for a film that is just essentially one man against a truck driver who you never see apart from maybe his boots and stuff. You may see him, I don't know, but some people say he's in the diner. There's a scene where he gets into a diner and he's wanting to phone for help and stuff, and the truck's parked outside, and there's people say he could be in the diner somewhere, but you know, it's never proven. But it's an amazing film. That's directed by Steven Spielberg, based on a short story by Richard Matheson, and the screenplay was written by Richard Matheson as well. And it's well worth a look. It's, like I said, the first feature film by Steven Spielberg. I think he would go on after this to do his first theatrical, solely theatrical film, which was Sugarland Express, which I've not seen, so I don't know if it's any good or not. But then he would go on to do Jaws, Close Encounters, all the other films, and become the legend that he is today. So that's Duel. Right, and finally, a Bond film. Yay! Diamonds Are Forever. This is the film that reintroduced us to Sean Connery as James Bond. They offered him a bucket load of money and I think like a 3-film deal or something like that, of which I think only 1 film was made, to get him to return, because it didn't work out with George Lazenby, even though the film were, on Her Majesty's Secret Service were a great film, but it didn't work out, so they got Sean Connery back one last time to play James Bond. Obviously, he would return in the 80s in Never Say Never Again, but that's not an official James Bond film. It's just a rehash of Thunderball, isn't it, when all's said and done? Excuse me. But it's a fun Bond film. It's not the best. It's got a great theme by Shirley Bassey. It's directed by Guy Hamilton. Obviously, it stars Sean Connery, Jill St. John, Charles Gray, who plays Blofeld in this. Remember, in the previous one, it was Telly Savalas. In the one before, it was Donald Pleasance. In this one, it's Charles Gray, who we'd seen in You Only Live Twice, playing a good guy who gets murdered. But in this one, he's playing Blofeld, who does a bit of drag in it. Lana Wood, Jimmy Dean, and Bruce Cabot, who you may know from King Kong. There we go. That's it. It's a lot of fun. But not the best. But it is a decent Bond film. Right, so that's it. That was my list for 1971, my top 5 films. Let's just recap them one last time. First up was The Blood on Satan's Claw. Second was Escape from the Planet of the Apes. Then we had Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Then Duel. And finally, Diamonds Are Forever. So there we go. So that was my list for 1971. What's coming up in 1972? Let's have a look. Let's have a look what we got. Now they've got 3 horror films, a sci-fi. So 3 horror films and 2 sci-fis. Cool stuff. Hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and we're back for the next in my series that I have called something along the lines of my favourite movies for each year that I have been alive, or something like that. So we started in 1967, the year I was born. We're up to 1972. So this is the 5 films, my 5 favourite films of this year. Not necessarily the best films of this year, but they're my 5 favourite films. Mostly horror, oddly enough. 3 horror films and 2 sci-fis. I'm a nerd, geek, whatever you want to call me. Right, so we'll start. We're off and running. The first up in my list. They're not in any order, by the way. They're not in any order. It's not a countdown. It's just the top 5. Take them in any order you want to. So first up is Horror Express, also known as Panic on the Trans-Siberian. It's a Spanish-British horror film starring Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, as both as goodies, and Alberto de Mendoza. Lots of Spanish people in this film, but it's set in Russia, as one might be expected. and it's set on a train, and it's a huge amount of fun. And apparently it's a loose adaptation of John W. Campbell's Who Goes There, the book which inspired Thing from Another World and John Carpenter's The Thing. So it's a loose adaptation of that, not set at the North Pole or the South Pole. It's set in Siberia on a train, and it features Christopher Lee is an anthropologist who's found what he thinks is the missing link, frozen in ice, body of a caveman essentially. And then all shenanigans start happening. We see the caveman has a glowing red eye, and then people start dying. The brains are smoothed out, and it goes all science fiction-y halfway through when we learn the true nature of this creature. And it's a huge amount of fun, despite Telly Savalas being in. Yes, he pops up again. It's Telly Savalas. I don't like Telly. I've never liked Telly Savalas. Didn't even like Kojak. I've never liked Telly Savalas. I don't like him in the films I see him in. But he keeps popping up in my favourite films, and it's annoying. But never mind. So there we go. So that's Horror Express. Give it a whirl. Next up on the list is another horror film, Tales from the Crypt. Not the new versions. This is the original, based on the comics still, on the EC comics. This is a British horror film directed by Freddie Francis from Amicus Productions. The horror, like Hammer's main rival in the 70s, who did a lot of portmanteau films, anthology films, and this is one of them. It's a great film with 5 great little stories starring Joan Collins, Ian Hendry, Robin Phillips, Richard Green and Nigel Patrick. It's got and Ralph Richardson as the Crypt Keeper. And it's got 5 great little stories. One with a murderous Santa, one with somebody coming as zombies and stuff. What else is there? I can't remember. I've forgotten. Oh, God. One with a chap. The Monkey's Paw. The Monkey's Paw story. And others. It's like I say, it's worth a. It's a jolly good anthology. One of the better ones. Not my favourite of the anthologies, which I think we're coming to. My favourite of the Amicus anthologies, but it's well worth a look. So there we go. That's Tales from the Crypt. Right, next up, going sci-fi now. We're going sci-fi now. Silent Running, one of the greatest sci-fi films ever made, in my opinion. The directorial debut of Douglas Trumbull, the special effects whiz, who worked on like 2001 and this, obviously, and Close Encounters and loads of other stuff. Blade Runner, all them, he's done loads of films, starring Bruce Dern, a few other fellas that you don't care about, and 3 droids. I don't know if they call them droids. I think what they call them now. I can't remember what they call them now. Drones. They call them drones, don't they? And Bruce Dern, the Bruce Dern character, Freeman Lowell, gives them names. He calls them Huey, Dewey and Louie, and you feel more for these robots than any other character in the film, including Bruce Dern. It's a film about the last remaining forests from Earth have been sent into space for some reason, to preserve them, I suppose. But then they get called back to Earth, and they're ordered to detach the domes that the forests are in and destroy and blow them up. And Bruce Dern's character, Freeman Lowell, refuses this order and kills his crewmates and sets off into deep space with the forests. And it's an amazing film. That's all I can say. It is an amazing film, and you'll be crying by the end, probably. I usually am. So there we go. So that's Silent Running. Next up, the Planet of the Apes films in the series. This is Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, probably the darkest, the most violent of the Planet of the Apes films. It's set in the near future of 1972. Stars, directed by J. Lee Thompson. Stars Roddy McDowall, who comes back as, not as Cornelius this time, because remember he got killed in the previous film. Spoilers. He comes back as Cornelius and Zira's son, Caesar. So that's Roddy McDowall. Ricardo Montalban is in it. Natalie Trundy, playing a different character. In this one, she plays a chimpanzee. In the previous film, Escape from Planet of the Apes, she played a human. a doctor, I think, if I remember correctly. And then the one before that, she played one of the mutants in Beneath the Planet of the Apes. So she keeps popping up. And it's about apes. Apparently, dogs and cats have died out in some plague. And instead of finding another animal, people decided to domesticate apes, chimps, and gorillas and orangutans, and instead of domesticating, turning them just into pets, they turned them into slaves, essentially, and servants and stuff. And it's all about that, and how there's evil humans, and this particularly evil human wants to, wipe out Caesar and all that, and it's about the ape uprising and how the humans are overthrown eventually. We don't quite see that, but that's the upshot of the ending. And it's worth a watch. And I say it's quite violent. Lots of gunplay and beatings, all that sort of things. But it is a worthy entry, and it is. I don't know if you can call it fun. It's probably the least fun of the Planet of the Apes films, but it's well worth a look. So that's Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. Right, next up, finally, my second favourite of the Hammer Dracula films. This is a controversial take, because a lot of people don't like these two. The next one, I think, is next year, or the year after, whenever, I can't remember. But anyway, Dracula AD 1972. A lot of people don't like this film because it's set in contemporary times, although it begins back in Victorian times, 100 years earlier. It stars Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing as Dracula and Van Helsing. But this is like Peter Cushing plays a descendant of the Van Helsing that fights Dracula in the in the 19th century. And the yummy Stephanie Beacham, sorry, I can't help, she just is, and the equally yummy Carolyn Munro. Who else is in it? Christopher Neame plays a cool baddie called Johnny Alucard. It's great stuff. And various other people for Dracula to feast on. It's a lot of fun. I really like it. I really like this one. But I like the sequel even better, oddly enough. But a lot of people don't like this and its sequel. It's the only really of the Hammer Draculas that is like a film with a direct sequel. They're all loosely connected. But this one has a direct sequel with some of the characters from this film turning up. Well, most of the characters in this film turning up in the sequel. But in one particular instance being played by a different person. But never mind. But anyway, that's Dracula AD 1972. A huge amount of fun. I love this film. But a lot of people don't. But I do. So there we go. So that's my list. Let's go through it one more time. So first up, we've got Horror Express. That was followed by Tales from the Crypt. Then we had Silent Running. Then Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. And finally, Dracula AD 1972. That's my list, my top 5 favourite films of 1972. Not necessarily the best films of 1972. I'm sure there are others. Did The Godfather come out in 72? I think it did. But that wouldn't be on my list because it's not one of my favourite films, although I do, acknowledge its greatness, but it's not one of my faves. So there we go. So we'll leave it there. So what's coming up in 1973? Let's have a look. Got another favourite of my horror films. One that I'm not going to tell you the names, but one of them is I usually watch as a double bill with the Horror Express because they're kind of similar. But there's that one. Another horror film. Some say the scariest film ever made. A James Bond film. The last of the classic Apes films. I'm sure you know what that one is. And a classic sci-fi theme park movie. So, some clues there for 1973. Anyway, we'll leave it there. So, hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next in my series, my top 5 favourite films from every year I've been alive. Don't that title just roll off the tongue? I'll think of something else. I don't know, but it's that anyway. My top 5 films of every year I've been alive, or since I've been born. Whatever. We started in 1967. We're up to 1973, as you can see there, with lovely 1973 wallpaper. I'm sure we all remember that, if you're of a certain age. But let's get on with it, shall we? So, let's start. By the way, remember, these are my favourite films of the year. Not necessarily the best films of the year, but they're my favourite ones. So just bear that in mind. So, I'm sure maybe you'll put some more in the comments of great films that came out in 1973. And I won't argue, these are just my favourite ones. But there were many great films out in 73. Right, let's begin. Okay, first up is The Creeping Flesh. A great horror film, which I've said before, I think I said in 1972. I said I usually watch this with a double feature with Horror Express, because they're kind of similar stories. They're both like sci-fi horror-ish, I suppose you could say. Both starring Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee. This one's directed by Freddie Francis. It's not a Hammer or an Amicus, although it has that feel. I think it's a forgotten British... I can't remember. Tygon British Films, that's it. It's a Tygon British film production. But it feels like a Hammer film. As I said, starring Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee as brothers in this one, but kind of rivals as well. Peter Cushing is an archaeologist. In Horror Express it was Christopher Lee that was the archaeologist. In this one, Peter Cushing's the archaeologist, and he finds this giant skeleton. I think he'd been to somewhere like the Himalayas or somewhere like that. He'd been somewhere abroad and he finds this giant skeleton, brings it back to England. We learn that his family's fallen on hard times. His wife died in childbirth, so he raised his daughter. You can't say he raised his daughter alone, because he had millions of servants, but all of them have gone now, apart from one or two, because they've been running out of money. His daughter's all grown up. And his wife were a bit of a floozy. She was like a dancer, like Folies Bergère style thing. It's set in the late 19th century, early 20th century. Horses and carriages. That's what that's the time period we're set in. It's very Victorian. Anyway, this skeleton he finds, it comes with a warning from the locals about it being their rain god, and you've never to get it wet. And he does. He spills some water on its finger, and its finger starts growing flesh back on it. Hence the title, The Creeping Flesh. So there we go. And then horror ensues, and we learn that the blood of this creature has pure evil in it, and it if you get it in your blood, it will take you over and make you pure evil. And unfortunately, this happens to somebody in the film, and it's all very sad, and it's got a twist ending, which you can see coming a mile away. But it's a lot of fun. Both Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing are great in it, and as is the young lady who plays his daughter, Lorna Helbron. It's a lot of fun. It's a great horror film from the early 70s. So give it a whirl. So there we go. So that's The Creeping Flesh. Next up, sticking with horror, some say the greatest horror film ever made. I won't argue. It's up there. Talking, of course, about The Exorcist. William Friedkin's The Exorcist, based on the screenplay and book by William Peter Blatty, starring Linda Blair, and many others I've forgotten. Max von Sydow, of course, Ellen Burstyn, Lee J. Cobb, Jason Miller, and many more. What needs to be said about it? Classic film. Absolutely terrifying, I think it is anyway. Particularly the flash images, the face of Pazuzu. Still to this day terrifies me. I can't look at it. It absolutely, every time I see it, it makes my heart skip a beat. It's that scary. It fills me with dread. It's awful. Even to this day, it does. And some people, they put it in their bloody Facebook profile images and stuff like that. And they think, don't do it. You're scaring me to death. But anyway, it's like I say, it's a horror film set in contemporary times, about a young girl who just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Linda Blair, Regan McNeil, She uses. It's suggested that she's used a Ouija board, and that's opened up, a doorway where a demon has come in and possessed her. That's the suggestion. The demon Pazuzu. I don't think it's named in this. It's named in Exorcist 2. The less said about that, the better. But I don't think either of the sequels. I haven't seen the latest one. Neither of them hold a candle to the first one. People rave about Exorcist 3. I'm not a big fan of Exorcist 3. I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of William Peter Blatty. Full stop. There's something about the man. But anyway. But The Exorcist is astonishingly good. We all know it. She gets possessed. She injures herself. She doesn't change into a demon. People think she's changed into a demon. They did that with Exorcist. I forgot the one that was based on Dominion. The one that made two versions of the film. Exorcist. Is it The Beginning or something? I've forgotten what they call it. The Rennie Harlin one. Where they made her up basically to look just like Regan McNeil, as though that's the face of the demon, but it's not. She's injured herself with scratching, and that's why she looks all manky and stuff, doesn't she? Manky. That's a Yorkshire word. But anyway, it's amazing. Pea soup flying everywhere. It's great stuff. So there we go. That's The Exorcist. I think we've all seen it, haven't we? Next up, we're going sci-fi and Michael Crichton. Westworld. The original futuristic theme park gone wrong before Jurassic Park, which was also written by Michael Crichton. They should have called it Jurassic Park World, shouldn't they? And it had been the sequel to Westworld and Future World, which were a sequel to this, which also had a TV sequel, which were more Future World, a Future World sequel, which was Beyond Westworld. Remember that one? That didn't last long, did it? Anyway, Westworld is the classic original from 1973, written and directed by Michael Crichton, starring Yul Brynner, of course. Why am I blanking on names? Yul Brynner, Richard Benjamin, and James Brolin, and the cast of thousands. Well, maybe not thousands. Who'll go to a futuristic theme park, amusement park that's based on the Wild West. There are other worlds, there's medieval world and Roman world. I think that there might just be those three in this one, where all the people, all the actors in the theme park are robots. The realistic looking robots, apart from the hands. Apparently they couldn't get the hands quite right. Just like AI today. See, Michael Crichton was a genius. He predicted the future. Anyway, so they go and live out all the fantasies, and they can shoot people, but they're not really shooting people. They're shooting robots. And Yul Brynner plays the gunslinger. There's obviously a baddie, he's all in black, and is there to basically get shot over and over again. He provokes you in a saloon, so you have a shootout with him and kill him, and feel good that you're not actually killing a person. It's like a video game brought to life, before video games were a thing. But obviously it all goes wrong, and there's some sort of malfunction. And the robots go wild and start killing the guests and all that. And Richard Benjamin ends up having to go mano a mano against Yul Brynner. Because, spoilers, James Brolin gets shot and he's like by Yul Brynner. And the gunslinger. And he's like, I'm shot. And then Richard Benjamin has to run away and escape as the gunslinger's hunting him down. And it's great stuff. With cool effects for the time. Effects that we've seen, afterwards in stuff like $6 Million Man and other humanoid robot TV series and movies. But it's great stuff. Well worth a watch. It's a lot of fun. Right. So, what's next? Next up, sticking with sci-fi. It's the genre I love. Horror and sci-fi are my two favourite genres. Next up is Battle for the Planet of the Apes, the last of the classic Apes movies. Directed by J. Lee Thompson, starring Roddy McDowall, Claude Akins, Natalie Trundy again. She's been in every one since the second. Since Beneath the Planet of the Apes, and Natalie Trundy playing people and apes. And Lou Ayres, Paul Williams, and John Huston in like a cameo as an ape with terrible makeup, but it's like a narrator. But it's set after the events of sometime, don't know how long, sometime after the events of Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, where some sort of nuclear wars happened and humanity's been decimated, and now they're living in little pockets with the apes, who are essentially the rulers now. But there are mutant humans living in the what's left of the cities, and it's all about that. It's all about that. And I think the gorillas, Claude Akins plays, I can't remember his name, General Aldo, who he wants to subjugate all the humans, and he wants to destroy all the mutant humans who he sees as a threat. But anyway, it boils down to ape shall not kill ape. That's what it boils down to. And of course, ape kills ape at one point. So it all goes to poo. But then the mutant humans attack, and then we get the battle for the Planet of the Apes. And then at some point after, the humans regress, don't they? And we get what's going to happen in Planet of the Apes. But it's not the best of the Apes films. It's probably the least of the Apes films, to be completely honest. It didn't have a big budget. What was the budget? $1.7 million. Not a lot. But it did okay at the box office. It easily made its money back. And but after this came the TV series Planet of the Apes, which wasn't bad. And the cartoon as well. There were a short-lived cartoon, wasn't there? Which I can't remember the title of. Is it Return to the Planet of the Apes or something like that? I can't remember. I could be wrong. I've seen it. But they're in that one, the apes are more technologically sophisticated, the flying planes and stuff like that. That were a lot of fun. But anyway, this was the last of the Apes movies. And, it's okay. But it's, it goes out on a bit of a down. On a bit of a low point. But never mind. It's still fun. And I still love it, which is why it's in my top 5 favourite films of this year. So there we go. Right, so finally, obviously you've been waiting for this one. Everybody's shouting at me saying, what about James Bond? Yes, James Bond's here in Live and Let Die, the film that gave us Roger Moore as James Bond 007, directed by Guy Hamilton, obviously starring Roger Moore, written by Tom Mankiewicz, starring obviously Roger Moore, Yaphet Kotto, Jane Seymour. It's a lot of fun. It's of its time. It was made at the height of the blaxploitation films such as Shaft and stuff like that. So it's it's about drugs and all that, and Mr. Big and all this stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's where it gets closest in the classic Bond films to proper swearing. They get close to it. They get close to it in this. But, and it's got a great title theme by Paul McCartney and Wings, Live and Let Die. It's great stuff, and it's got the classic boat chase. We first see Sheriff Pepper, Sheriff J.W. Pepper. What are you, some kind of doomsday machine, boy? Great character. Oh, they brought back again in Man with the Golden Gun. It's a huge amount of fun. It is a huge amount of fun. So there we go. Some might say it's racist, but in today's eyes, yes, I can see that. But it was of its time, and it's still a huge amount of fun, and it's not deliberately racist, in my opinion. People get too upset too easily these days, don't they? So anyway, that's it. Live and Let Die. A great James Bond film. Not the best. And one that gets closest to supernatural things going on with Baron Samedi, played by Geoffrey Lewis. Is that right? That right? Geoffrey Lewis. I'm going to have to check. The late Geoffrey Lewis. I'm probably getting it wrong. Geoffrey Holder. Where did they get Geoffrey Lewis from? Geoffrey Lewis is the Every Which Way But Loose actor, Salem's Lot. That's Geoffrey Lewis, isn't it? Geoffrey Holder as Baron Samedi. Is he a supernatural being? He seems to be. The ending is left, ambiguous. But anyway, so there we go. Give it a whirl. If you haven't seen Live and Let Die, where have you been for the last 50 years? 51 years, blimey, showing me age. Right, so we'll leave it there. So we'll go through the list one more time. First up was The Creeping Flesh. Then we had The Exorcist. That was followed by Westworld. And then we had Battle for the Planet of the Apes. And finally, Live and Let Die. They're not in any order. It's just a list. It's not a countdown or anything like that. It's just my 5 favourite films of 1973. So we'll leave it there. Hey, it's Steve from Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to part 8 of my series, my top 5 favourite films for each year since I've been born, or that I've been alive. I still haven't worked out the title for it, and we're up to part 8. Whatever. Right, so we're up to 1974, as you can see there. We started in 1967, the year I was born. Great films such as, and then as we've gone through, we've got films like Planet of the Apes and 2001 and all films like that. But up to 1974, these are my top 5 favourite films of that year. Not necessarily the best films of that year, though I would argue that they are, because they're my favourites. But we've eschewed in years past, like 1972 or whatever, we've eschewed films such as The Godfather, which, yes, I say, is a great film, but it's not one of my favourite films. So there we go. So that's what I mean when I say they may not necessarily be the best films of that year, but they are my favourite ones that I'll watch over and over again. Right, so they're not in any order. This is not a list or a countdown. It is a list. It's not a countdown. So they're not in any particular order. Number 1's not my favourite, or number 5's not my least favourite. They're just, in a random order. Right, so we shall begin, shall we? So first up on my list, not a countdown, is The Satanic Rites of Dracula, a Hammer film. And it's a direct sequel to Dracula AD 1972. And these two Dracula films from Hammer are my 2 favourites, which is a bit of a dodgy choice. A lot of people don't like these 2 films. I don't know why. I love them. I think they're amazing. And this one, The Satanic Rites of Dracula, it's like an episode of like The Professionals or The Avengers or something that's got that feel to it. It's very modern. And it's got like a secret agent stuff going on and all things like that. And government departments are investigating, this occult sect and taking, photographs of high-ranking people going into this occult sect. So it's probably like a play on like the Hellfire Club, but put into modern times. But we learn that Dracula is the leader of this sect, and they try and take a picture of him, but they don't. But anyway, it's a great film, directed by Alan Gibson, starring obviously Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, reprising their roles as Count Dracula and Van Helsing. I can't remember his first name. Is the same Van Helsing, Lorimer, that's it, Lorimer Van Helsing, is the same Van Helsing that were in Dracula AD 1972, a descendant of the original Van Helsing from the old days, and just happens to look exactly like him. One unfortunate thing in this is, although most of the same cast that appeared in the first one, not most of the cast, I mean, people that appeared in the first one reprised their roles in this one, except for Van Helsing's granddaughter Jessica. In Dracula AD 1972, she was played by the lovely Stephanie Beacham, and in this one she's played by the lovely Joanna Lumley. But she's lovely, but she's no Stephanie Beacham when all's said and done. But so there we go. Anyway, it's a great film. I really like it. As I said, it plays like a secret agent film or a James Bond or something like that, without the exotic locales. It's a Hammer film after all. But it's great stuff. I really like it. So give it a whirl. Satanic Rites of Dracula and Dracula AD 1972. So that's that one. Right, moving on. James Bond next. The Man with a Golden Gun, the second Bond film for Roger Moore. This was directed by Guy Hamilton. Is this might be the last one directed by Guy Hamilton? Yes, it is. And it's a lot of fun. It's not the greatest of the Bond films. Again, Christopher Lee's in it as the Bond villain Scaramanga, who famously has 3 nipples. Why? Is it just like an identifying thing so that they know it's him? Probably. But they could have thought of something else, couldn't they? Like, a birthmark or a tattoo. Why give him 3 nipples? Don't know. But it's not uncommon. I've got one as well. I'm not showing you. Anyway, right. So, where were we? Directed by Guy Hamilton. Obviously produced by Harry Saltzman and Albert R. Broccoli. Starring Roger Moore, Christopher Lee, Britt Eklund and Maud Adams, who would reappear in Octopussy as a different character. And it's a lot of fun. James Bond's going after Scaramanga, who is like an assassin, and apparently he wants to kill James Bond. James Bond's got a price on his head, so he's got to get him before he gets Bond, so to speak. And obviously it's Bond, so there's exotic locations, Thailand, Hong Kong, etc., Macau. And it's a lot of fun. It's not the best, but it's still great. I don't like the scene where they're in like the waxworks thing, and it's obvious that the people, obviously people are cheaper to just make stand still than create waxworks of them, and so I don't like that. But it's still a lot of fun. It's a great film, and it's got a laser beam in it, which is what you want in a James Bond film. Although it's technically not a laser beam, but it looks like one. It's the sun, the power of the sun. So there we go. So give that one a whirl if you haven't already. Surely you have. Everybody's seen every James Bond film, surely. Right, so let's move on. Next one, another horror. Not a Hammer film this time, an Amicus one. One of their anthology horrors or portmanteaus, whatever you want to call them. This one is From Beyond the Grave, directed by Kevin Connor, who we'll see in a little bit. He gets 2 credits in this list. And it's my favourite of the Amicus anthology films. It's great. Stars Peter Cushing, yeah. Who else has got it in? Donald Pleasance, Ian Bannon, Diana Dawes, David Warner, Ian Ogilvy, Leslie Ann Down, Ian Carmichael, and who else? And many others. And it's a great film. It's got 5 stories. David Warner plays a man. Peter Cushing owns an antique store or a second-hand shop or whatever you want to call it. Objet d'art. But it's called Temptations, and each item, they could have made a TV series about this. I'm surprised they didn't. Each item has a story behind it, and if you're not honest with with Peter Cushing's character, he's never given a name, but he does a great Yorkshire accent. If you're not honest with him, or if you try and rip him off, you will, there are consequences. So that happens with the first one, the gate crasher with David Warner. He gets a mirror, which turns out to be haunted. So obviously that doesn't go well. There's another one called An Act of Kindness, starring Ian Bannon and Donald Pleasance and Angela Pleasance and Diana Dawes, about a man who, I think, does he steal it or does he not? I think he steals a medal from the shop. And obviously that goes awry for him as well. Then there's The Elemental, which I really like, and I just wish we got to see The Elemental in it. It's about a fella that gets like a demon attached to him, and Margaret Leighton plays the clairvoyant that's tasked to remove this demon from him, and it's a lot of fun. Is that segment? But I just wish a bit of Ray Harryhausen stop motion or something like that, so we could see The Elemental, but it's described to us. And the last one is called The Door, with Ian Ogilvy and Leslie Ann Down. And this chap, Ian Ogilvy, I'll not spoil it, but he buys a door from the shop and puts it in his house as like a cupboard door to a closet. When he opens it, when the clock strikes midnight, if you open it exactly the stroke of midnight, it leads to another room in like a haunted area or whatever. And that was a lot of fun as well. So there we go. I've spoken too much about this film, but I do really like it. It's one of my favourites. We've covered it on Friday Night Appointment with Fear way back when, one of the early ones. It is a lot of fun. So there we go. That is From Beyond the Grave. So right, let's move on. Another film I've covered in Magnificent Mondays this time, quite recently, The Golden Voyage of Sinbad. Speaking of Ray Harryhausen, he obviously did the visual effects for this film, the stop motion animation. Directed by Gordon Hessler, starring John Philip Law as Sinbad, Caroline Munro, and Tom Baker. Just before he got his job as the Doctor in Doctor Who, and it was this film that convinced BBC executives that he was the man for the Doctor Who job. So there we go. So Sinbad in this one comes across like an amulet, and the evil Tom Baker character, Koura, he wants it because he's got to find a treasure with it, which will give him eternal life and all this other stuff. And so they're in a cat and mouse chase to find these parts of this amulet, put them together. And obviously there's monsters, and Caroline Munro showing off her ample wares quite a lot, which is fine. And it's a lot of fun, that's it. And it's probably the best, in my opinion, the most, not my favourite. Seventh Voyage of Sinbad's my favourite of the Ray Harryhausen Sinbad films. But this one was probably the best made of them, in terms of, number of monsters and the way that, very imaginatively done and stuff like that. Particularly Carly, the multi-armed statue that comes to life. That's great. So there we go. That's The Golden Voyage of Sinbad. Give it a whirl and go and watch Magnificent Mondays from a few weeks ago, where we covered it. Right, finally, another piece of fantasy, and this time another one directed by Kevin Connor, The Land That Time Forgot. Excuse me. This is one of the earliest films I can remember going to the pictures, the cinema, the theatre, whatever you want to call it, to see. How old will I have been? 7 years old. I remember my mum taking me. Oh, my mam. That's how we say it round here. My mam. My mam took me to see this, and I think it was a double feature. There were this and the first film, the B movie, or whatever you want to call it, that was on with it, was Island at the Top of the World, which I wasn't very keen on as a 7-year-old. But I've seen it since. I think it's on Disney Plus. I've seen it since. That is a really good film, if you watch it as an adult or an older kid, I suppose. But anyway, we're talking about The Land That Time Forgot, which is a great film, directed by, as I said, by Kevin Connor, written by Michael Moorcock, unfortunate name, but, a classic sci-fi writer, and James Cawthorne, based upon the novel by Edgar Rice Burroughs, starring, of course, Doug McClure, John McHenry, Susan Penhaligon, Keith Barron, and Anthony Ainley, before he became the Master. So what it's about is a ship. It's set in 1918. A ship. Is it 1918 or was it before then? Based on that, it's set during the First World War. So it's obviously, it could be 1918 because that's when it ended, didn't it? But it's set during the First World War, and a ship is sunk by a German U-boat, and the U-boat picks up survivors, including Doug McClure and Susan Penhaligon, and they end up travelling to this mysterious island of Caprona. In the submarine, and they find there's dinosaurs there and cavemen and stuff like that, and it's a lot of fun. They're not stop motion dinosaurs, unfortunately. There's no Ray Harryhausen 1 million years BC going on here. They're all puppets and stuff. I think done by Roger Deakin. I could be wrong. So let me check. Does it say here in the I could be wrong. I probably am, and it's not saying. Yes, Roger Deakin, who did the Chestburster and stuff in Alien, and also did Warlords of Atlantis, another Magnificent Monday film. And it's a lot of fun. Obviously, the creatures don't look as great as like they would do if they were a Ray Harryhausen film, but it is a lot of fun. It's wunderbar, to quote a line from the film. It was followed by, I think, 2 sequels. There were The People That Time Forgot, which is fine, but that stars Patrick Wayne. He did that the same year as he did Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. And then there was, I think, The Creatures That Time Forgot, which I think might not be a direct sequel. I think they're just cashing in on the name. And I don't think there's any monsters or anything in that one. It's not very good. It's not very good. But The Land That Time Forgot and The People That Time Forgot are worth a watch. So there we go. So give it a whirl. Right, so we'll leave it there. So we'll go over the list one last time. First up was Satanic Rites of Dracula. That was followed by The Man with the Golden Gun. Then we had From Beyond the Grave. Then The Golden Voyage of Sinbad. And finally, we had The Land That Time Forgot. A great selection, in my opinion. We've got a bit of horror and a James Bond film and some fantasy. What more could you want in a list from 1974? But before we go, let's have a look and see what 1975 might bring us. Let's have a look. What we got in 1975. Obviously, there's a certain shark film. There's a big kaiju monster. A bit of Sean Connery, but not being James Bond. We've got a spooky Australian ghost story. And then we've got a futuristic thriller. So that's what we've got coming in 1975. Hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next part in my series. My favourite films from each year that I have been alive. Since I can never remember. I'm going to have to write it down, aren't I? I'm going to have to think of a title and write it down because I can never remember. Favourite films for each year that I've been alive, or since I was born, for each year. That. Whatever. We're on 1975. Bit of a clue there to one of the films that is in this list. One of the greatest films ever made, in my opinion, and easily at the top of this list. My lists aren't generally countdowns or, whatever, with number one being the best or whatever. But in this case, it easily is. It easily is. Right, so before we start, like and subscribe, share the videos, drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already. This will also go up onto Rumble, and I think that's it. But so there we go. As usual, I'll say, like I've just said, my lists are not a countdown. They're just a list of my favourite films from this particular year. Not necessarily the best films from this particular year, apart from that one. But there we go. And this year, I've got an honorary mention, or what's the phrase? Something like that. Honourable mention. So we've got 6 to look at today. A top 5 and then another one. Just to make it more confusing. Right, so first off, let's just start and get the shark in the room out of the way. The first one, obviously, is Jaws. Classic film. One of the few films I think that is better than the book it's based on, because I've read the book. The book's fine, but I think the film's better. I think most people would agree on that. I bet Peter Benchley would agree on that. So there we go. So it's Jaws, directed by Steven Spielberg, starring Roy Scheider, Richard Dreyfuss, Robert Shaw, and many, many more. We all know the story. A shark stakes a claim onto a New England town called Amity. Not Amityville. I'm guessing it's supposed to be based on that because they talk about them being islanders. They talk about Amity Island, but I think they talk about Long Island where Amityville is. But whatever. And the shark stakes a claim in the waters off the island, the town of Amity, and starts eating people. The mayor doesn't want to know. He thinks, it's all overblown. He tries to sweep it under the rug. 4th of July is coming up, the busiest time of the year. It's going to be like a smorgasbord. So the police chief calls in help in the form of Richard Dreyfuss, who's a shark expert. And they go out on a boat called the Orca with Robert Shaw as a crusty old fisherman. And, magnificence ensues. Everybody's seen this film, surely. They must have. It's a brilliant film. Mostly because the shark didn't work. That's I think they did a documentary about it called that, The Shark's Not Working. And it just heightened the tension because they couldn't get the shark to work. So basically most of the film you see of the shark is just its fin. And then when they did get the shark to work near the end, it's not great looking, is it? It's all said and done. But, it's still one of the greatest films of all time. And some say it's the first blockbuster. I don't really agree with that. I think King Kong was the first blockbuster, the 1933 original. But This was the first $100 million film. I remember that being a big thing at the time. And they thought it'd be, one of the most successful films for a long time. And then 2 years later, another little film called Star Wars came along and blew it out of the water. But there we go. That's Jaws, the first up. The greatest film, one of the greatest films ever made. Steven Spielberg's second theatrical feature after Sugarland Express. But there we go. And he did amazing. And it almost, I think he almost quit, didn't he, in the middle of this film? I think because it was so hard to make and there were so many problems with it. I think he almost quit in the middle of the film. I think he disappeared for a few days. Nobody knew where he was. But he was basically holing up in his hotel room or motel room or wherever he was staying. Because he didn't want to go. We all know that feeling. Sometimes we never want to go to work, do we? We've all been there. But anyway, so there we go. So that's Jaws. Amazing film. Right, moving on. We're moving across the other side of the world now to Japan. With one that you might think, what's this doing in here? I don't know. It just is. I just love this film. Terror of Mechagodzilla. One of the original Godzilla films from Toho Studios. Directed by Ishiro Honda. It's your bog standard Godzilla film. You've got Godzilla or Gojira, whatever you want to call him, or her, whatever it is. You've also got Titanosaurus, and you've got Mechagodzilla, and it's a lot of fun. It's monsters going around destroying towns and stuff like that, and fighting each other. I think this one is it. This one, I think it's this one. I must admit, I haven't seen it for a few years. That's quite gruesome when Godzilla's getting injured. There's all blood spraying out of him and all that stuff. But it's a huge amount of fun. It is a huge amount of fun. It's the sequel to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. I think they did another one after this. I could be wrong, but there we go. So there we go. Terror of Mechagodzilla. I remember seeing it when I was younger. I think Channel 4 in the UK, they did a Godzilla season where they showed lots of the old Toho Godzilla films. And I caught it then, and I thought it was amazing. I saw the others as well, but for some reason the Terror of Mechagodzilla stuck out. Maybe because there's a big giant robot Godzilla in it, but but there we go. That's it, Terror of Mechagodzilla. Right, next up. Something that could be described as a bit of an epic. It's a John Huston film starring Sean Connery and Michael Caine. You all know what I'm going to say next. It's The Man Who Would Be King. A classic adventure yarn based on a Rudyard Kipling novella. It's also got Christopher Plummer in, who's not in it much. He plays Rudyard Kipling. Got Sean Connery and Michael Caine as two ex-British Army soldiers. They're not officers. I think Sean Connery might be a sergeant. Again, I've not seen this film for a long time. And they decide to go off on an adventure looking for riches, and they end up in somewhere in it was like Afghanistan, somewhere in the wilds of mid-Asia, Kafiristan it's called, the place where they end up. And Sean Connery, they go into this area, a bit like the Magnificent Seven, I suppose, where this area is plagued by bandits or invading armies, and Sean Connery and Michael Caine use their British Army experience to organise these people in this city to ward off or fight off the invading forces. And Sean Connery's character, Danny Dravot, is that how you pronounce it, Dravot? Gets hit with an arrow, and he survives because it actually goes into a pouch or something. It doesn't kill him, and they think he's a god, and they make him the king, and it all goes to his head, and so the fallout and stuff like that. There's Daniel and Peachy, who's the Michael Caine character, and it's an amazing film. It's like I say, it's epic. It's an epic film, which might be expected from a film directed by John Huston. Had a budget of $8 million. Didn't do amazing at the box office, but it's like a classic film now. I think it's classed as a classic film that everybody seems to like. It's up there with Zulu and films like that, classic period action war films. But there we go. So that's it. Anyway, The Man Who Would Be King. Right. So next up, Spooky shenanigans in Australia now. From The Picnic at Hanging Rock, from Peter Weir, one of his earlier films. I think, before this he did The Cars That Ate Paris, which I've never got round to watching. I'm going to have to get round to watching that, The Cars That Ate Paris. Paris is a small town in Australia, not Paris, France. But anyway, it's... a lot of people think this is based on a true story, and to be honest, I thought it was based on a true story for a long time. But it's not. It's a fictional tale, like a ghost story, about like a girls' school class that goes out into the Australian outback, or whatever you want to. Not really outback, because it's quite nice. It's not the desert or anything like that. But the countryside, we'll call it, the Australian countryside, for a picnic at a place called Hanging Rock. And a couple of the girls disappear. All weird stuff goes on. It's the 70s after all. So there's got weird imagery and stuff like that. But people just fall asleep, or there's like some weird force controlling them. And two of the girls vanish. And then obviously there's an investigation. They don't know what's happened. You know, it's kind of a ghost story, and people have visions and stuff like that. But it's done in such a way that it's just fascinating from beginning to end. Not exactly action-packed. As I said, it's kind of weird. But it's just a fascinating, gripping film. So there we go. So that's Picnic at Hanging Rock. Next up, and finally, for my top 5, we've got my honourable mention to come. But next up is Rollerball, the 1975 version, obviously, starring James Caan, John Houseman, Maud Adams, and Ralph Richardson, directed by Norman Jewison. It's a sci-fi thriller, satire, whatever you want to call it, along the lines you might think of, like The Running Man or something like that, where the future is sometimes for a certain few, for the elite, it's kind of a wonder. It's like Soylent Green as well. It's one of those sort of films where for a privileged few, it's a wonderful existence, but for the masses, they're kept in line by violent televised sports. Nowadays, it's like wrestling and stuff like that, isn't it? And in The Running Man, it was The Running Man show. In this one, it's Rollerball, which is like a cross between like roller derby or roller derby, whatever you want to call it. And it's like basketball or whatever. I guess this kind of inspired the 2000 AD story, The Harlem Heroes, which were a similar sort of tale, except they flew about with jetpacks rather than use motorcycles. But it's all about James Caan as Jonathan E, or Johnny E, or whatever they called him. And he doesn't want anything to do with the sport anymore. It's getting too violent. People are dying and stuff like that. But, the people love it, and they love him. And it's all about that. It goes into a final match, and like I say, people are dying left, right, and centre, and all that stuff. I won't spoil it how it ends. Obviously, being the 70s, kind of downbeat, I suppose, but it's an entertaining film with some great, sports scenes with the motorbikes and all that. I've not seen the remake. The remake came out in like 2002, didn't it? I've not seen that, so I don't know if that's any good or not. I don't know. Probably not, but there we go. So that's Rollerball. Right, and by the way, it's adapted from a short story called Rollerball Murder, by the way. Thanks, Wikipedia. And finally, my honourable mention for this year. People are probably screaming, why hasn't he mentioned Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Well, my honourable mention is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Not my favourite Monty Python film. I think Life of Brian is my favourite Monty Python film. But this was a lot of fun. It's obviously a comedic take on the Arthurian legend, where King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table go searching for the Holy Grail. And, it's silly because it's Monty Python. They don't even have horses. I think they couldn't afford horses or something like that. There was something in the film that they couldn't do. They couldn't get horses, or they couldn't afford them, or they couldn't afford the insurance, or something like that. Or none of them could ride horses. I don't know. So they just used coconuts. And they're just clopping along with coconuts. But anyway, we all know the story. He goes searching for the Holy Grail. There's a killer rabbit. He has a fight with a black knight. It's just a scratch and all that, you know, the one. And stuff like the knights who say, nee, that one. It's got loads of stuff in it. It's a lot of fun, you know. I urinate in your general... No, I fart in your general direction. Stuff like that. That fella in that one. It's just fun. It's Monty Python. It's not to be taken seriously. So there we go. I forgot it was directed by Terry Gilliam, Terry Jones, starring the usual gang, you know, Graham Chapman, John Cleese, Terry Gilliam, Eric Idle, Terry Jones, Michael Palin, you know, the usual Python gang. So there we go. So that's my top 6 of 1975. We'll go through them again. Before we go, first up we had Jaws, then we had Terror of Mechagodzilla, then The Man Who Would Be King, Picnic at Hanging Rock, and then Rollerball, and my honourable mention for 1975 was Monty Python and the Holy Grail. So there we go. So that's my list for 1975. Hope you agree with it, and if you've got your own list, put it in the comments down below. Say whether you agree or disagree with my list. They're just my personal favourites for that year. And I've got to admit, most of them I've not seen for a long time, apart from Jaws, obviously. But everybody watches Jaws at least once a year, in my opinion. There we go. Right, what's 1976 got to offer us coming up? It's another year with an honourable mention. We've got a war film. We've got two horror films, a sports movie. You might guess. A bit of Doug McClure and a sci-fi. So there we go. So that's what 1976 has in store for us. A bit of a clue there. Hey up, it's Steve from the old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next part of my series. My favourite films from each year since I was born. Or whatever. I still can't think of a snappy title. Anyway, we're up to 1976. I was 9 years old in this year. And I've picked 5 films and an honourable mention. So, there we go. As usual, these are my 5 favourite films and an honourable mention of the year. Not necessarily the best films, although one of the films, actually, maybe there's more than one. Several of these films are Oscar winners, and one of them did win for Best Picture. You may guess from that what that movie is. Anyway, so there we go. But before we continue, don't forget, like and subscribe, share the videos, drop a comment, hit the notification bell, slap that super thanks and send some money whistling in my direction if you enjoy these videos that I do. If you don't, whatever. That's fine as well. Right, so let's get on with these films, shall we? Let's get on with them. So off we go. First up, we've got a war film. The Eagle Has Landed. Directed by John Sturges, starring Michael Caine, like an all-star cast. Michael Caine, Donald Sutherland, Robert Duvall. I forgot his name now. Treat Williams, I think. Yes, Treat Williams. Larry Hagman. Jenny Agutter, Donald Pleasance, Anthony Quayle, Gene Marsh, Judy Geeson, John Standing. Oh, the list goes on. It's an amazing film based on a book by Jack Higgins about a plot to kidnap Winston Churchill from a sleepy English village. Essentially, some German special forces infiltrate this village in England during World War II, and disguised, I think, as Polish soldiers. I think I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've watched it. And they're going to kidnap Churchill and try and force, a British surrender and all that stuff. And obviously, hijinks ensue. And it's an amazing film, some great action and some, little comedy moments. More bloody foreigners and stuff like that. It's a great film. It is a great film. Donald Sutherland excels as a charming bad guy. He's a bad guy, but you kind of feel sympathy for him. I don't know how. I don't know. You just do. It's just the way he plays it. He's a baddie, but for some reason he's a charming baddie. But anyway, and so is Michael Caine in a way. He's a German officer. Michael Caine as a German. And you also, you feel for him as well, and for the good guys as well. So anyway, so it's a really good film. So give that a whirl. Right, moving on. Next up, The Omen. This won an Oscar for Best Score, I do believe. Yes, it won for Best Original Score by Jerry Goldsmith. I don't know if that's the only one Jerry ever won. I think it might have been, but I could be wrong. But anyway, The Omen from Richard Donner. Richard Donner's, I don't think it was his first film, but an early film from Richard Donner. This is what he says, this is the one that got him Superman. But a great horror film, a classic horror film starring Gregory Peck, Lee Remick, David Warner, Patrick Troughton, Billy Whitelaw, as the two innocent people who end up being the parents of the Antichrist, Damien. And topically enough, there's a new film coming out called The First Omen, which I'm not sure is going to be any good, but we'll see. We'll see. I think they're messing about with the lore and the canon a little bit. But anyway, so like I said, it's a great film, a great horror film with some great deaths in it, and a classic death by, for two classic deaths in my opinion, for two great characters in the film. As Gregory Peck plays the United States ambassador to Great Britain. He learns his son is the Antichrist. He's going to bring about the end of the world and all that. So it's his task to essentially kill his own son, and all the stuff that ensues. It's a great film, one of my favourite horror films, and I'm sure one that will do eventually in Friday Night Appointment with Fear. So there we go. So that's The Omen. Next up is the big Oscar winner from this year, Rocky, written by and starring Sylvester Stallone, directed by John G. Avildsen, also starring Talia Shire, Carl Weathers, Burgess Meredith, and Burt Young. It's a great sports movie. I think Rocky. Sylvester Stallone, I think, wrote it quite quickly. He was down to his last few books, so this is how the story goes. And he sold the film, and he stuck to his guns. They didn't want him to star in it, did the studio, but he stuck to his guns, and he said, this is a film that I'm going to star in. And the rest is history. It won for Best Picture. I think it won for Best Screenplay. Hang on, let's check. And Best Editing. It won 3 Oscars in a row, essentially. Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Film Editing. Sorry, it was nominated for Best Screenplay. It got 10 nominations in all, and it won 3. So, who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thunk it? People think of Sylvester Stallone as this lumbering idiot. He's a clever chap. He is very clever. And it's a great film, with great music from Bill Conti, great fight scenes, and a great ending that, spoilers, Rocky doesn't win in the end. Just to let you know that. I don't think he loses either. People say that Rocky loses in this. Is it a draw? I'm sure it's a draw. So, Apollo Creed retains his title. Right, so let's move on. Next up, we're in Doug McClure territory. Yay! With At the Earth's Core, directed by Kevin Connor, starring Doug McClure, Peter Cushing, Carolyn Munro. A great sci-fi, fantasy, action flick with rubbish effects, but I love them. Based on Edgar Rice Burroughs' book. Doug McClure and Peter Cushing. I've always thought Doug McClure in this plays the same character as the character in Warlords of Atlantis. He doesn't, but in my head canon he does. Because he's this not an inventor, but like an engineer that builds all this cool stuff. And in this one he's built a drilling device called the Mole. I think it's called the Mole. And the want to go... Peter Cushing has designed it, Doug McClure's built it. And they're going to tunnel through a mountain. Something goes wrong, they end up... They're not at the Earth's core, they're in the outer core or something like that, under the mantle. They end up in a land called, I can't remember, let me check, Pellucida. They end up in a land called Pellucida, where people live and monsters live, and for some reason these pterodactyls, which I think are Rhamphorhynchus pterodactyls, are in control because they're telepathic, and it's just men in pterodactyl suits. It looks rubbish, all the monsters look rubbish, but it's still amazing. I still love it. So there we go. It's a great film. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. Who else is in it? Who else is in it that we know? Robert Gillespie is in it. There we go. Right. Anyway, so there we go. So that's At the Earth's Core. Great fun. Right. Finally, in my top 5. Remember, we've got an honourable mention to go. We've got Logan's Run. Directed by Michael Anderson and starring Michael York, Jenny Agutter, Richard Jordan, Roscoe Lee Brown. So I don't like his character in this, but anyway. Farrah Fawcett briefly. Peter Ustinov. Basically being Peter Ustinov. Did I say Richard Jordan? Did I miss him out? Whatever. Say him again. A classic sci-fi that won an Oscar, or special Oscar. It might be the first one, I don't know. For special visual effects. I have no idea why, because they're not that good in this. But it still won. There's some great matte paintings in it, but the model work, it's not great. Better than I could do, but, it's not great. Anyway. As I said, it stars Michael York, Jenny Agutter as Logan 5, and Jessica 7. Is it Jessica 7? I think it is. No. Jessica, I can't remember now. Let me check. It might be Jessica 6. Francis 7 is Richard Jordan. They've all got names, first names and numbers, because they all live. It's set in a future where people live in domed cities, and they live an idyllic life, but only until they're 30. I think in the original book it was like 21, but they upped it to 30 for the film. Jessica 6, yes, sorry. Jenny Agutter plays Jessica 6. And they go they have these crystals in the palms of their hands, and when they turn red, I think it's turned red, it's time for last day, and they go to this thing called carousel, and essentially they all get killed in explosive ways. It's all very psychedelic, and the people are told that they'll be reborn in the next generation of citizens of the Dome City. But obviously this is a lie, and then you get people that don't believe it, and they want to escape to Sanctuary, a place, mythical place called Sanctuary. And Logan and Francis are what's called Sandmen. I have no idea why they call them Sandmen. Maybe it's because they put people to sleep, like Mr. Sandman. I don't know. But they're the ones that capture and terminate runners. So that's called Logan's Run. People who are trying to escape the Dome City. That's their job. And Logan is sent on a mission to find Sanctuary, and to make it look as though he wants to escape. His crystal is changed, so it looks like he's on last day. So he escapes with Jessica 6. He really does want to escape now, because he thinks it were all a lie, and he ends up coming across Roscoe Lee Brown as Box. Terrible. It is terrible. It's that a weird thing that's just there in the film. But anyway, they get out. That's where they meet Peter Ustinov, who lives outside. He's the only person for some reason. I don't know how he's survived so long by himself. I don't know. But him and his cat. And that's it. It's a great film. It's a great film. It's a lot of fun. It's of its age. It's of its time. Despite its Oscar for Best Special Visual Effects, it's not that good. They are not that good. It birthed a short-lived TV series, which, in my opinion, might have been better than the film. I loved that TV series with all different actors playing the same characters. You saw more of the outside, and I think the effects were better because his gun, he fires this gun that has flames that come out of it. But in the series, they had different settings, and it could be a ray gun as well, and stun and stuff like that. So it were a lot of fun with the series. I liked Logan's Run, the TV series. Anyway, so there we go. So that's Logan's Run. Give it a whirl. I know I always say that, but it's true. I think this was the first VHS tape I ever owned. It was a Christmas present. So there we go. And I've still got it down there somewhere. Right, finally, my honourable mention for this year, for 1976, is Carrie. Classic horror film based on, I think, the first book by Stephen King. Obviously, it's the first adaptation of a Stephen King book, the first of many. Directed by Brian De Palma. As I said, based on the book by Stephen King. Starring Sissy Spacek, Piper Laurie, Amy Irving, Nancy Allen, William Catt, PJ Souls, and John Travolta in an early role. And it's a great horror film. It's a bit of a slow burn, and I think the ending is overrated. People go on about the ending. It's like a shock ending. A jump scare, I suppose you could say. It's never scared me. I don't know how people rave about it. It's not even like a fast thing that happens. It just happens. But anyway, I'll not spoil it. Anyway, let's say it's a great film. Carrie is a young 16-year-old girl at high school. Her mother, Piper Laurie, is like a religious zealot. She's a bit kooky. And Carrie, she blossoms into womanhood, we'll say. And she falls in love with her classmate, William Catt, and but she's always picked on and bullied because she's timid and shy. Played brilliantly. I don't know if did this win any awards? Let me check. It should have done. No, it was nominated for 2 Academy Awards. Best Actress, Sissy Spacek. I think she should have won it. And Best Supporting Actress from Piper Laurie, which were well deserved. I think Sissy Spacek should have won this year. But anyway. Where were we? Anyway. She gets picked on by the other school friends, Nancy Allen and PJ Souls and all that. And things then start happening, like light bulbs explode and stuff like that. Things start happening around Carrie. And then we learn that she's got telekinesis, and it ends in the famously gory and explosive finale in at the prom, where a prank goes awry, and Carrie becomes a vengeful angel, going around doing her thing. I'll not spoil it if you've not seen it. Surely everybody's seen Carrie and know what the ending is, but I'll not spoil it. It had a budget of 1.8 million only, and had a box office of 33.8. So it did really well, and I think it should have won more accolades than it did. It had a remake in recent years that were okay. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't a terrible remake, but you can't beat the original. So there we go. So that's my honourable mention. So give that one a whirl as well, as I always say. Right. So that's it. That's my list for 1976. We'll go through it one more time. Right. So first up, we had The Eagle Has Landed. That was followed by The Omen. Then we had Rocky. Then At the Earth's Core. Logan's Run. And then my honourable mention for 1976 is Carrie. So there we go. So that's it. That's my top 5 and an honourable mention. Favourite films from each year that I've been born, I've been alive, whatever, 1976. There we go. That's it. So we'll leave it there. So What does 1977 offer? I bet you can't guess, can you? Let's have a look at hang on, where are we? Let's have a look. 1977. Oddly enough, I don't have an honourable mention for this year. It is strange, isn't it? But anyway, 1978, I've got lots of honourable mentions, but not for 1977. So we've got the obvious, the obvious film from 1977 about some sort of battle in outer space. You might guess. We've got a James Bond film, we've got a Steven Spielberg film, we've got a war film, we've got a Ray Harryhausen film. So there we go. Amazing. I'm going to have to look at this year again. I must have some honourable mentions for 1977. Surely. Hey up, it's Steve, and welcome to the next part in my series. I can never remember it. My top 5 favourite movies for each year since I was born, or for each year that I've been alive, or whatever. Take your pick. We'll work it out one of these days. Maybe by the time we get to 2024, I'll have it figured out. Don't count on it. So anyway, here we go. My top 5 films. These are my 5 favourite films. I do have some. I did find some. At the end of 1976, it says I had no honourable mentions for 1977. I look back and had a think. And there are some, obviously. So there we go. So this is my favourite films from 1977, not necessarily the best films from 1977. You can guess which one figures. It is the number one, isn't it, for this year? You can guess. So let's get on. As I said, not my not the best films. They're my favourite films. It's not a list. They're not in any particular order, and we do have some honourable mentions at the end. So let's get on with it. The first film, obviously, is Star Wars. Not Episode 4, A New Hope, and all this nonsense. It was just called Star Wars in 1977. Was it 1980? 80? I don't know. When was it? When it became A New Hope? But 81. When the when after whatchamacallit, Empire Strikes Back came out in 1980, and then they started releasing them as a double feature. Because I went to see Star Wars and A New Hope as a double feature, and I think that was when they started renaming it A New Hope and changed the opening crawl and all that. But I could be wrong. Right, so the first one is Star Wars. Everybody knows this film. 99.9% of the world has probably seen this film for a while. Well, until E.T. came out, it was the highest grossing movie of all time. Written and directed by George Lucas. Whatever happened to him, eh? Produced by Gary Kurtz, who was sorely missed after Empire Strikes Back. It was sorely missed after that. Starring Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Peter Cushing, Sir Alec Guinness, Peter Mayhew, Kenny Baker. There was Kenny Baker in there, didn't there, as R2D2, but quite often he wasn't even in there, was he? He was in there when R2 had to do that, or maybe turn the head a bit. But most of the time, when they were moving about, it was a remote controlled one, wasn't it? But anyway, that's by the by. And many, many others. Dave Prowse as the body of Darth Vader, and James Earl Jones as the voice. We all know it. Luke Skywalker. Farm boy on Tatooine, gets drawn into intergalactic rebellion, goes up against the Empire's new battle station, the Death Star, joins the rebels, have a big fight, everything's lovely, has a happy ending, and there we go. It's an amazing film. It's still one of the greatest films of all time, easily in my top 5 of all time, easily. What more can we say? The amazing music of John Williams as well, which probably made the film more than anything. But so there we go. So number one is number one in my opinion for this list. This list. It's not a countdown. It's just a list. But this is the best, in my opinion. Star Wars. Right. Next up, The Spy Who Loved Me, James Bond film. The 10th James Bond film in the series, starring Roger Moore, the third one starring Roger Moore, directed by Lewis Gilbert, starring Roger Moore, Barbara Bach, Kurt Jurgens, featuring the lovely Caroline Munro, Richard Keel as Jaws, one of the few baddies who would reappear in the next James Bond film. It's not happened very often, but anyway, if you go back and watch me Magnificent Monday's Christmas special, I did Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker as a double bill. It's a great film. It's my favourite James Bond film. I think it was the first one I saw at the cinema, which is probably why it was my favourite. It's kind of like a remake of You Only Live Twice, whereas in that they had a rocket going up and capturing spaceships, American and Soviet spaceships. That's how we did it. But in this one, it's a ship, a big oil tanker type ship that's gobbling up nuclear submarines, and Kurt Jürgens plays Karl Stromberg, who wants to start a nuclear war and begin a new civilization under the sea, and James Bond and Agent Triple X have got a team up, which is why it's called the Spy Who Loved Me. A British and a Soviet spies got a team up and foil the bad guy and save the world, and it's amazing. And it is great stuff. The first of the Bond films that were just solely produced by Albert R. Broccoli, because Harry Saltzman got into financial difficulties, I think with a restaurant or something weird like that. And he had to sell his stake in James Bond, in Eon Productions, to cover his debts and stuff like that. So Cubby bought him out. So there we go. So that's The Spy Who Loved Me. Brilliant film. Love that one. Next up, another one that's easily in my top 5 greatest films of all time. It's Close Encounters of the Third Kind from Steven Spielberg. Written and directed by Steven Spielberg. It's the film about UFOs. Close Encounters of the Third Kind describes encountering aliens. Close Encounter of the First Kind is when you see a UFO. Close Encounter of the Second Time, when the UFO leaves physical marks, like landing, scorch marks, landing, stuff like that. It leaves behind physical evidence. And Close Encounter of the Third Kind is when you meet the occupants of the UFO. So there we go. Starring Richard Dreyfuss, Melinda Dillon, Terry Garr, Bob Balaban, Carrie Guffey, the young kid, Francoise Truffaut, They Belong Here, Mozambique. That's a meme from the film. And many, many more. It is an astonishing film, in my opinion, with astonishing special effects that still hold up to this day, by Douglas Trumbull. They are amazing. The UFOs in this are amazing. All lights and everything. Very Blade Runner-y, because they did a similar thing with Blade Runner a few years later. Similar style of doing the special effects in smoke rooms and stuff to make them look hazy with the lights and stuff like that. That's how they look in this. It's great. Richard Dreyfuss plays Roy Neary, who sees UFOs in a very dramatic style. It's not just, oh, look, a light in the sky. They're like flying about and doing stuff. It's like, do they try and abduct him? I don't know. But he's in his truck, and all these lights come, and were they going to take him away, but they couldn't because he was in his car? I don't know. But he sees these UFOs, and chases them, and all. Chases them. And after that, he's obsessed. He starts getting images in his mind of a landmark, which we learned is known as Devil's Tower. It's in Wyoming, a real place. It's in my bucket list of places to go. I never will, but I'd love to go there. Devil's Tower, a volcanic plug, apparently. But some people say it's an ancient petrified tree stump. No, it's a volcanic plug. Gets an urge to go there, and when he goes there, we find that there's a secret base that's being built, and they're ready to greet the aliens that come, and all that stuff happens, and it's amazing. Go and watch it. It's a brilliant film. There's various versions. There's obviously the theatrical version, and then there was the special edition where, in addition to extra scenes that Steven Spielberg wanted to add in, he actually took some scenes out as well. But he also the producers said he had to include shots of the inside of the alien spaceship, the mothership. So he did that under duress. But it was fine. And then there's the collector's edition, in which it's basically a mishmash of both. There's some scenes that he took out, he put back in. He's took away the ending bit showing the inside of the spaceship, and it's still an amazing film. So go and watch it. So there we go. That's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Right, next up, we're heading into World War II, A Bridge Too Far. Directed by Richard Attenborough and written by William Goldman. A great war film. Almost one of the last great, what could be one of the last great war films of the era. I know since then we've had like Saving Private Ryan and stuff like that. We've had lots since, but this was like the last epic war film of the, I don't know, traditional era, I suppose you could say. But anyway, it's based on, probably loosely based, I don't know, I'm not a historian, but based on true events, Operation Market Garden, where towards the end of World War II, after D-Day and all that, they wanted to cut off the German supply line, so they wanted to take all these bridges in Europe, and they basically bit off more than they could chew, which is why it's called the Bridge Too Far, and it was like mostly successful for Operation Market Garden, but not quite. I think Monty, Field Marshal Montgomery, took a lot of stick for it because it was his plan, and it didn't work 100%, but it more or less did the job. It helped create the beach heading to Europe and all that. Blah blah blah. So anyway, that's a great film. Stars, all-star cast: Dirk Bogarde, James Caan, Michael Caine, Sean Connery, Edward Fox, Elliot Gould, Anthony Hopkins, Gene Hackman, Hardy Kruger, Laurence Olivier, Ryan O'Neill, Robert Redford, Maximilian Schell, Liv Ullmann, and many more. It's a great film. The scene of, I think it's with Sean Connery's squad in a Dutch town just shows urban warfare when you didn't really think of it during World War II. You always thought of it like in the fighting in the fields and countryside and stuff like that, or in some destroyed French village like we've seen, usually with a piano in the street for some reason. But this one, it showed them just running through the normal streets, like suburban streets of this Dutch town, and red brick houses and stuff. And it brings war close to home because they were hiding in houses and stuff from the Germans because they've been surrounded. It's a great war film. It is a great war film. So there we go. So we'll leave that one there, and we'll move on to the last of my top 5, and then we'll get on to the honourable mentions. Last of my top 5 is Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger, the penultimate Ray Harryhausen film. The last of his Sinbad films. It would have one more after this, Clash of the Titans, which was his swan song. But here we have Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. In my opinion, the least of his Sinbad films, perhaps the least of his films. It's got great visual effects, obviously, because it's Ray Harryhausen, great stop motion, great monsters and stuff like that. But I think the script lets it down a bit. It seems a bit rushed, as though it's like a first draft script. Sometimes it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, or as though it's like a script I'd have written if I were like, when I went to see this when I was like 10 years old. It's like a kid's written it. I'm sorry to the screenwriter, Beverly Cross. But anyway, directed by Sam Wanamaker, or is it Wanamaker? Whatever. It stars Patrick Wayne, the son of John Wayne, Taryn Power, Jane Seymour, Patrick Troughton, Margaret Whiting, and a brief appearance from Peter Mayhew. He plays the Minotaur in wide shots. The Minotaur not in stop motion form when they needed him to actually be on set. It was Peter Mayhew in the gold Minotaur costume. It's a fun film with some great visual effects, as would be expected. It doesn't connect at all to the other Sinbad films. They're all totally separate from one another. I don't even know if it's connected to the legend of Sinbad, but Sinbad returns to the kingdom of Charrock, wherever that is, because he wants to marry the princess. He's always wanted to marry a princess into somewhere. How many has he got? I don't know. But anyway, the princess's brother whom he loves as his own, as his own kin, has been turned into a baboon. And for some reason, they keep saying as he stays as a baboon, he'll start turning carnivorous. And I thought, what they're talking about? Baboons aren't carnivorous. But anyway, they've got to get him to this special place up in the North Pole or whatever, to this Hyperborea, this lost kingdom. It's a bit like Atlantis, where the science of the Hyperboreans will transform him back into a man again. And on their tail is the evil Queen Zenobia and her son Raffi, played by, oh god, I forgot his name. Hang on, I have to check. Kurt Christian, who we saw in the previous Sinbad film, The Golden Voyage of Sinbad. In that he played a goodie. In this one he's playing a baddie. They're chasing him up to the Hyperborea, and they meet monsters and stuff along the way. Giant prehistoric, I don't know how I'd know it was prehistoric, but there's a prehistoric walrus. Were prehistoric walruses massive? I have no idea. They just wanted a giant walrus in it, didn't they? And a saber-toothed cat, hence the eye of the tiger. And another thing, Trog, a caveman with a horn on his head for some reason. But anyway, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. So there we go. So that's Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. That's the last of my top 5. They were my 5 favourite films of 1977. So now we've got 4 honourable mentions, and I'll not go into great detail about these. We've got Saturday Night Fever, the disco drama, directed by John Badham, starring obviously John Travolta, and he got an Academy Award nomination for this. Great music from the Bee Gees. I'm a rocker now, but back then in 1977, I was a bit of a disco fan. I was 10 years old, I didn't know any better. Although I did like Queen. So there we go. And so I did enjoy Saturday Night Fever. There were 2 versions of it. There were the R-rated original version, and then it was re-released for the kids in the PG version, where they took out like the big boy swearing and cheekiness and stuff like that. So there we go. Then next up in my honourable mentions, we've got The People That Time Forgot. Patrick Wayne again in the sequel to The Land That Time Forgot. We're going back to Caprona, in an aeroplane this time, not in a submarine. We're in an aeroplane this time, to find Doug McClure's character. Doug McClure does appear in this, but not as much as in the first one. And it's a lot of fun. Dinosaurs in it again that look rubbish, and cavemen and all that stuff. And it's a lot of fun. It's a good adventure. We've got Sarah Douglas in it as well, Thorley Walters. I think we see Thorley Walters in The Mummy, don't we? The 1999 Mummy, sure we do. Shane Rimmer, the ever reliable Shane Rimmer, and Dana Gillespie. Ooh, by gum. The Cave Girl, Ajar, by Dana Gillespie. She's got to be seen to be believed. Honestly, I'm not kidding. But there we go. It is a lot of fun. Directed by Kevin Connor, obviously, and based on a work by Edgar Rice Burroughs. It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. Right, next up in honourable mentions, we've got The Car. Horror film. Oh, excuse me. Directed by Elliot Silverstein, starring James Brolin, Kathleen Lloyd, and Ronnie Cox. Before he became a baddie. He was playing baddies and stuff when he was Ronnie Cox. Seems to be now, anyway. But in this, he was a good guy. About a demon-possessed car that just comes out of nowhere and just starts terrorising this town for no reason. Maybe it just wanted to. But probably inspired by Duel, which had come out, several years earlier. And it's a lot of fun. This car's just going around killing people willy-nilly, but obviously it can't go onto hallowed ground because it's got the devil in it, and it's got a great ending where, spoilers, you don't care, do you? Spoilers, they blow it up, and as they're blowing it up and all these flames, a demonic form comes out of the flames and then retreats back in. And then it ends on kind of on a cliffhanger. You can never really defeat the devil, you can just slow him down, can't you? It's a lot of fun, it's a good film, I like The Car. And finally, speaking of disco and Saturday Night Fever, the last of my honourable mentions. I was wondering whether to include this, but it's a film, I like it, and I went to see it at the cinema. ABBA, the movie. What can I say? I've always been an ABBA fan. I like me rock. I've got my Iron Maiden t-shirt on. I've always been an ABBA fan. I've got a soft spot for ABBA. I have no idea why. I just like their music. What can I say? And I went to see this at the cinema. It's kind of not found footage, like mockumentary, a bit Spinal Tap in that way, but it's not a comedy. About an Australian radio host who's got to get an interview with pop group ABBA, who are on their Australian leg of their world tour, and he's got to get an interview with them, or he'll be fired. So he's running around Australia trying to catch up with them, and he can never catch up with them. And we see them in concert, singing the songs and all that stuff. And it culminates, spoilers again, it culminates in him just running into them in an elevator. He just gets in, he thinks, oh, that's it, I've failed, I'm not going to lose my job, and he wait for an elevator in his hotel, and it opens up, and they're there, at ABBA. So he gets his interview in a lift, in an elevator, and that culminates. They do the interview, but we're not listening to them do the interview. They're playing essentially a music video for the song Eagle. It's a great film. I love it because it's got ABBA in it, and I like ABBA. And you learn about ABBA and how their relationships and stuff, and you see news clips of ABBA and seeing them in concert and all that stuff. It's fun. I really like it. I really like ABBA. ABBA the movie. As I said, I went to see it at the cinema. So anyway, so don't at me for liking this film. So there we go. So that's my top 5 favourite films of 1977, not necessarily the best, and 4 honourable mentions. We'll go through them one more time, just for posterity. First up, we had Star Wars, then The Spy Who Loved Me. That was followed by Close Encounters of the Third Kind, bit of a mouthful. Then A Bridge Too Far, then Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger, and then we had as 4 honourable mentions: Saturday Night Fever, The People That Time Forgot, The Car, and, don't get me, ABBA the movie. So there we go. So we'll leave it there. What's coming up in 1978? I think I've got a lot of... yes, I have. I've got me 5 films, and I've got a lot of honourable mentions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 9 honourable mentions. So 1978 could be a longer video. Anyway, but we've got a musical, we've got a superhero movie, a horror film, a Doug McClure. I'll leave it at that. A conspiracy thriller. And in the honourable mentions, we've got a sequel, a horror, a sci-fi, another horror, an action / war, an animated film. Some great stuff. There's just some great stuff in 1978. It was a great year for film, but this is about 1977. Hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next part of my series. My top 5 favourite films from each year that I've been alive, or for each year since I was born, or whatever. We're still no closer to getting the title for this series, are we? But anyway, we're up to 1978, as you can see. There's Christopher Reeve as a certain man who is maybe super. So this is going to be my top 5 films, my top 5 favourite films of this year. There were lots of films out this year, lots of really good films out in 1978. So I've got a top 5 films, and then I've got 9 honourable mentions. It were really hard to pick a top 5. So any one of these, any of these, what's 9? Any one of these 14 films could have been in the top 5, but I finally went for my top 5. So then we'll do those, and then we'll do the honourable mentions after, in quick succession. So off we go. Remember, this is my top 5 favourite films of this year, of that year, 1978. Not necessarily the best films. These are my favourite ones, the ones I've watched the most, etc. The ones I rewatch more than the others. Right, so off we go. The first one, up first, remember, and they're not in any order. it's not a countdown or anything like that. It's just a list. They're not in any order. The first one isn't the worst one or the best one, depending whatever. So they're just in a random top 5 order. Right, so the first one is Grease. I love this film. And to be honest, I don't know why. I just like musicals, I think. I'm a rocker, I've got the hair and everything, and I like me heavy metal and stuff like that, and Queen. But I love Grease, and I love the songs in it, and I love Olivia Newton-John, the late Olivia Newton-John, and John Travolta are amazing in this film. Directed by Randall Kleiser. I remember going to see it at the cinema at the time, and there was a queue. It was a literal blockbuster for that town. Well, it was a city I lived in at that time. It literally went all the way round the block, and I thought, I'm not going to get in here. And then I saw some school friends at the front of the queue, and they went, "Hello, Steve, do you want to come in with us?" I went, "Yeah." So I got in with them. So there we go. So it's a great film, great songs in it. You're the one that I want, Hopelessly Devoted to You, Grease Lightning, etc. It's a great film. I love it. I've never seen Grease 2. Never seen it. And I don't want to see it. So there we go. So that's Grease. Great film. Next up on the list is Superman, the movie. Remember we used to have films called whatever, the movie? Don't get them anymore, do we? Or the motion picture. They tend not to do that these days, which is kind of sad. But anyway, Superman, the movie, directed by Richard Donner, Christopher Lee, Gene Hackman, etc. I forgot the name now. Margot Kidder, that's what I'm trying to think of. Margot Kidder, Ned Beatty, Glenn Ford, who is in it a criminally short amount of time. But anyway, this is one of the films that I think is special. It deserves to be up on the pedestal. Like you've got Star Wars and the original Planet of the Apes and other films, but this is another one of those. Maybe Grease as well. Needs to be up on a pedestal above all the others. This is one of the greatest films of all time, in my opinion. It is way up there. It's a great origin story. It's the film that all other superhero films follow this template of this film, don't they? It's a great origin story about Superman, Kal-El, Clark Kent coming to Earth from the doomed planet Krypton, becoming Superman, saving the world, and etc., etc. Famously followed by Superman 2 in a few years, which were filmed. They were filmed back to back, or at the same time, by Richard Donner, and then he was famously fired by Ilya and Alexander Solkind for whatever reason, and they brought in Richard Lester who previously worked with the Beatles and people, and he came in and redid Superman 2. But most of Superman 2 is, Richard Donner's work, but Richard Lester did add his own parts in it, the Paris part with the bomb in the elevator and stuff, which I didn't mind. I like the Richard Lester version. To be honest, I've got to admit, people rave about the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2. I prefer the Richard Lester version. I'm sorry if that's controversial. But anyway, Superman. We're talking about the first Superman film. A great film. As I said, it should be up there on the pedestal. So that's another one. So, right. Next up is a horror film, The Manitou, based on the book from one of my favourite authors, Graham Masterson. The film was directed by William Girdler, who I think would pass away after this film. I think it was after this one. He was like an up-and-coming director of monster movies. He'd done stuff like Grizzly and films like that. And I think he died in a helicopter crash not long before the film was released. But anyway, I love this film. It's I don't know, it could be classed as a guilty pleasure. This into special film by any stretch of the imagination. Stars Tony Curtis hamming it up and disco dancing, and it's painful sometimes to watch. Michael Ansara and Susan Strasberg. Susan Strasberg gets a lump on the neck, and it grows into a Native American witch doctor, shaman, whatever you want to call them, called Misquamacus, who eventually emerges and becomes super powerful, and there's a big fight, and there's lasers and everything at the end, and it's cool. It's a cool film. I really like it. I did it in Appointment with Fear, Friday Night Appointment with Fear 1 week, so look that up. Right, so there we go. So that's the Manitou. It's great. Give it a whirl. Next up is another film I've covered on the channel, Warlords of Atlantis. I did a Magnificent Monday about this. One of the last of the Doug McClure monster movies, directed by Kevin Connor. It's also called Warlords of the Deep in some places, but I think it's most famously known as Warlords of Atlantis. It's a great monster movie, starring Doug McClure, Peter Gilmore, Shane Rimmer, and Leah Brody, and among others, where they go in a diving bell, and then it gets taken by they find evidence of the lost city of Atlantis, and they get taken by a giant octopus. It's got monsters galore in it, to the city of Atlantis, which is under the sea, but also not under the sea at the same time. They don't really explain it. And there's monsters and bad guys and stuff like that, and it is a lot of fun. It is a huge amount of fun. I love that film. So that's Warlords of Atlantis. And finally, of my top 5, we've got Capricorn 1, another film that I've covered in Magnificent Mondays. A great conspiracy thriller. This could be the film, I know it isn't, but a lot of people think this is the film that spawned the Apollo moon landing hoax theories, because this has a similar thing, where it's about the first manned mission to Mars. They're going in the Saturn V rocket. Don't think that would work, but never mind. And something goes awry with the mission before they even take off, before they even launch. Something goes awry with the mission. They take them out of the capsule, the astronauts, whisk them away. Nobody notices this. The world is watching the rocket. Nobody sees them taking the astronauts out. But never mind. They get whisked away to a hangar, and they're told to recreate their mission to Mars on Earth, because something went wrong, and they found out that they'd die on the way to Mars. So instead of them just cancelling the mission, and probably getting NASA, defunded and all that, they decided to just fake it. And also we've got, by the way, it's directed by Peter Hyams, written and directed by Peter Hyams, starring Elliot Gould, James Brolin, the late O.J. Simpson, Sam Waterston, Brenda Vaccaro, Hal Holbrook, Karen Black, Telly Savalas. He's Telly Savalas again. He keeps popping up in films I like, even though I hate the man. And Elliot Gould plays a reporter who uncovers the conspiracy, and it is a great conspiracy thriller, and it is a tremendous amount of fun to watch. So there we go. That's Capricorn 1. Right, now we're going. That's the top 5 done. Now we're going to the honourable mentions. Right, so we'll fire through these as quickly as we can. I will be here all night. First up for the honourable mentions is Jaws 2. A good sequel. I really like Jaws 2. A good sequel to the original. Roy Scheider returns. Most of the cast from the previous film return. The ones that weren't eaten. Apart from Richard Dreyfuss, he doesn't turn up, although his character is mentioned. He's not in it again. Return. Another shark's arrived. Is it related to the other shark? Don't know, but it is a good sequel, and it is fun. And there we go. So, like I say, and it's different enough to the first one to be interesting. So, a lot of people give it stick, and I don't know why, but I think Jaws 2 is good. Right, I said we were going to fire through these, didn't I? But never mind. Next up is Halloween, classic slasher film. Some say it started the slasher trend. It didn't really start it, but it popularised it a lot. John Carpenter's Halloween with Jamie Lee Curtis, Michael Myers, etc. We know Halloween, don't we? That's that one. Next up is Battlestar Galactica, the original. Why is he putting a TV show in his top 5 movies? Because it was released theatrically, at least in the UK anyway. It was the movie. I think it was like basically 3 episodes edited together, with some extra little bits, that weren't on TV. put in, and it's a great film. It is a great film. Yeah, they reuse the effects a lot. It's inspired by Star Wars. In fact, I think 20th Century Fox tried suing Universal for ripping off Star Wars, and I don't think they won. I think they said it's different enough. Anyway, so there we go. That's Battlestar Galactica. Lorne Greene, Richard Hatch, Dirk Benedict, etc. They're all in it. It's amazing. I love it. Another one I've done in Magnificent Mondays. Next up is like a horror thriller. I don't know if you cast it as a horror. I don't know. Some people do. It's a thriller anyway. A supernatural thriller, maybe. Called The Medusa Touch, starring Richard Burton and Lee Remick. And this is another cool film. I tried to get this on Blu-ray, and for some reason it never arrived. So I got my money back. So that's by the by. Richard Burton plays the character who learns, I think in childhood, that he can just will disasters to happen. He can look at a plane and it'll crash out of the sky, or he can think of something, a person, harm upon a person, and they'll do it. That's why it's called the Medusa Touch. So all these things happen around him, and Lee Remick plays his psychiatrist. The film, it revolves around Richard Burton's character's being basically bludgeoned almost to death. He's in a coma, or he's almost in a coma, and trying to work out who did it. And that's it. It's a really interesting supernatural thriller about a man with psychic powers and that can will disasters. And I said there's some great set pieces in it, big plane crash and stuff like that. Give that one a whirl. Next up, The Wild Geese, like a modern war film. It's not technically a war film, but it's like an action with soldiers and stuff. It's about mercenaries, and real life mercenary, the Colonel, I forgot his name, Michael Haw, something like that, were an advisor on this film. Richard Burton again, and Roger Moore and Richard Harris, and their squad of mercenaries go into an African country to rescue a political leader who was like a deposed president, who was a good guy, being deposed by a military coup, and they've got to go in and rescue him and bring him out and all that. Great, the soldiers and people get shot and stuff like that, and stuff blowing up left, right, and centre. And it's great fun, and they all look as though they had a really good time filming it. But I don't know if they did, because it looked like hard work. But anyway, there we go. That's The Wild Geese. Next up, another horror film, this time from Joe Dante. This might be his first film. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. Probably am. Piranha. Some people say it surfed the wave of Jaws rip-offs, but it's not much like Jaws, because it's got a fish in it. It's got lots of fish in it. It's about genetically engineered piranha fish that get out of this lab into a river, and hilarity ensues. You know what I mean? People get eaten, stuff like that. It's like it's not a full-on horror. It does have its comedic moments. I think Bradford Dillman stars in it, among others, and but it's got some nice effects in it, and it's because it's Joe Dante. It's also got little bits of stop motion. He likes putting his stop motion effects in it. But there we go. That's Piranha. Next up, an animated movie, one that scarred many a child in 1978. Of course, I'm talking about Watership Down, based on the Richard Adams book about some bunny rabbits. It's an astonishing animated achievement, in my opinion. It's not for kids. I don't think kids should watch this film. As I said, it's scarring. You see the full brutality of what's the word? I don't know what it'd be. Not lupine, because that's wolves, isn't it? Lepine or whatever it's to do with rabbits. Of the lives they lead, and how brutal it can be. Some rabbits who were talking, obviously, voiced by the like of John Hurt and other Richard Briers and others. These rabbits, one rabbit called Fiver has like a premonition that something's going to happen to the warren that they live in, and he basically, he and his brother Hazel, who's John Hurt, talk some other rabbits into joining them to leave the warren and go find another place to live. So they set off and have adventures on the way. They're heading for a place called Watership Down, which is this nice tree on a hill. And the stuff that happens along the way, and they find that yes, they were right. Fiver, the warren was destroyed by a building, site being constructed or whatever. Basically, the warren was dug up and all the rabbits were killed. But where they're going, they've got to pass through the area controlled by another warren of rabbits who are really brutal, with a General Woundwort in charge. And like I say, it's a great film. It's a great film. I said I was firing through these, and I'm waffling, aren't I? So that's Watership Down. Right, next up, another war film, this time from World War II. Force 10 from Navarone, a sequel to The Guns of Navarone, but it doesn't have Gregory Peck or David Niven in. It's got Robert Shaw and Harrison Ford, and Carl Weathers, and Barbara Bach, and Richard Keel, and I'm sure there's somebody else, but I can't think. What's his name? Can't remember. And somebody else who plays the baddie. It's a lot of fun. It's a good war film. It's nice comedic moments, but good action and shooting and blowing stuff up. They're going to blow up a dam. That's what they're doing in this one. So that's that one. Force 10 from Navarone. A lot of fun. Lastly, a Clint Eastwood film. I don't know. This is classed as, I don't know. Is it a comedy? Is it a drama, a comedy drama? I don't know. Is it a romance? I don't know what it's classed as. Every Which Way But Loose is what I'm talking about. The one with the orangutan in, Right Turn Clyde. That one. Clint Eastwood plays Philo Beddoe. Don't know no Philo Beddoe. He's like a bare knuckle fighter. He does other stuff as well, but I think he earns most of his money from bare knuckle fighting. Who falls in love with a country singer played by Sondra Locke, but is also being chased across country or whatever by a biker gang. But it's a fun film, and it's got some great country music in it. I'm not a big country music fan, but it works in this film. And it will follow by a sequel, Any Which Way But Loose, a couple of years later. So there we go. That's it. That's my list. That's my top 5 and my top 9 honourable mentions. So we'll go through them one last time, shall we? Right. So first up, we had Grease. That was followed by Superman the movie. Then The Manitou. Then Warlords of Atlantis. Capricorn 1. That was the last of the top 5. Then for the honourable mentions, we had Jaws 2, Halloween, Battlestar Galactica, The Medusa Touch, The Wild Geese, Piranha, Watership Down, Force 10 from Navarone, and finally Every Which Way But Loose. So there we go. That was 1978 in a pretty big nutshell. What's 1979 got to offer? We've got a few honourable mentions with this one. We've got quite a bit of science fiction, a James Bond film, a sci-fi film, three sci-fi films. There's a few horrors, a Sherlock Holmes film. It would be interesting to know. A monster movie, some more classic horror, a film about an aeroplane, and some comedy. So that's what we've got to look forward to in 1979. Right, so we'll leave it there. Hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next part of my series. My top 5 films from each year since I was... I still can't get it right, can I? Since the year I was born. Top 5 films from each year that I have been alive. Whatever. We're still not going to get it right. I don't know. Anyway, top 5 films. From 1979. There we go. 1979. You may recognise one of the films in there. It's a clue. So yes, this is my top 5 films, and I've got what have I got? I've got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 honourable mentions, which we'll get to at the end. So we'll begin. These are my top 5 favourite films of the year 1979. Not necessarily the top 5 best films, they're just my favourite ones. The ones that I've probably watched more from that year than the other films. So there we go. It's they're not in any order. It's not like the first one is the best or the first one is the worst, and the last one is the best. They're not in any order. They're just it's just a list. It's not a countdown. So, but before we carry on, I usually forget to say this, don't I, in my videos, but don't forget, like and subscribe and share the videos and drop a comment and hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already. I'm also on Rumble. This will be going up on Rumble and all that jazz. I've also got a Patreon page, links in the description for all this stuff. And I've also got a store, a Spreadshirt store. You can get t-shirts and stuff, which I'm not wearing. I keep forgetting. You get t-shirts and caps and stuff like that. And mugs and bags and all sorts of things with that old Yorkshire Geek logo splattered all over it. So anyway, so that's that. Right, so off we go. We will begin with the first of my top 5 favourite films of 1979. The first one is a James Bond film. It's Moonraker. By the way, it's very sci-fi heavy, this top 5. There's 4 science fiction films and 1 horror, and one of them is a sci-fi horror. But anyway, first off, a James Bond film, Moonraker. My second favourite James Bond film. I love this. I think it's because The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker were the first 2 James Bond films I went to see at the pictures at the cinema when I was a kid. So that they've got a very special place in my heart. I know they're not the best James Bond films, particularly Moonraker, but I do love it. Because it's mental. James Bond goes into space. So there we go. Anyway, this is what is it? It's the 11th of the James Bond films, directed by Lewis Gilbert, starring Roger Moore as James Bond 007. It also features, I think, the first time a Bond villain, apart from Blofeld, a henchman, would return in another Bond film in the shape of Jaws, played by the late, great Richard Keel. But it wouldn't be in any more after this. It became a goodie in this film, eventually. But anyway, it's a fun film where James Bond ends up in space. There's a bad guy called Hugo Drax, who's like a billionaire. He makes space shuttles. He builds space shuttles for NASA, and he's building some for himself. And he's built a space station up in orbit that somehow they can't see from Earth. They've got like anti-radar stuff on it, so it can't be picked up on radar. But it's that big, you'd be able to see it. You'd be able to see it. But anyway, never mind. And he wants to kill all the humans on Earth, leave all the animals and plants, safe. And he wants to kill all the humans with this deadly poison he's developed. And James Bond has to stop him. And it's huge fun. There's a huge space battle at the end. It's mental. It doesn't make any sense. So there we go. That's James Bond, Moonraker. Next up, Star Trek, the motion picture. Some people call this Star Trek the motionless picture because they find it boring. And I've got to admit, when I first went to see this at the pictures, cinema, whatever you want to call it, movies, why did I say it like that? Movies. When I was 12, I did find it a bit boring because, I was a Star Wars kid. I'd seen the Black Hole and Moonraker and all these things with pew-pew-pews going on. That's not happening in this, apart from a couple of times. There's no phasers at all in this film. They are mentioned, but there's none at all. But I've grown to love it. I love this film, and the recent 4K release of the director's cut is astonishingly good. I love this film. So anyway, it's obviously Star Trek, carrying on from the original series from the 60s. It was originally going to be a TV series, called Star Trek Phase 2. Again, starring William Shatner. But with the success of Star Wars, they decided, well, make it into a film instead. So they reconstituted the sets and stuff like that. And the budget went up. And for a while, this was the most expensive film ever made. It's one of those special films. I've mentioned them before, Planet of the Apes, the original King Kong, stuff like Spartacus and Ben-Hur, films like that. Ten Commandments, etc. Superman, the movie. Films like the special films that have a super special, they should be up on pedestals in museums. This is one of those films now. For me, is anyway. And what it is, a giant cloud is heading towards Earth at warp speed. It destroys loads of, a few Klingon ships. It destroys a Federation outpost that's in space, a space station. And it's heading for Earth, and the Enterprise is the only ship that can make it in time. And Admiral Kirk, has to, well, don't have to, but he assumes command of the Enterprise and heads out to stop it. And we learn that there's a spaceship in the middle of the cloud called Vija, and all that stuff. And I won't spoil it for you. It's fun. I'm always saying that, aren't I? I'm always saying it's a fun film. And obviously they're fun, because I wouldn't watch them if they weren't fun. But and it's a good Star Trek story. It's probably the most Star Trek of the Star Trek films. So give it a whirl and watch the director's cut with the. It's got what they call it, an overture. And all that jazz. I miss stuff like overtures and intermissions in long films. Bring back intermissions. This doesn't have an intermission, but I love overtures where they play music. I assume an overture originally in cinema times is they play music from the film as people were getting to the seats and stuff like that. That's what an overture, I imagine, was originally for. Just before the film comes on, those people are getting ready. Anyway, so there we go. So that's Star Trek the Motion Picture. Right, next up, sci-fi horror in the shape of Alien from Ridley Scott. Written by Dan O'Bannon and Ronald Shusett. It's a classic sci-fi horror which spawned 1 million copiers. It's a great film, one which we covered recently in Friday Night Appointment with Fear. It's a super classic film. This may be another one of those special films, to be completely honest. I don't know. I might. Yeah, I don't know. It's bordering on being one of those special films. It's a great film, starring Tom Skerritt, Sigourney Weaver, John Hurt, Veronica Cartwright, Harry Dean Stanton, Ian Holm, and Yaphet Kotto as the doomed crew of the Nostromo, a tug, like an interstellar tug that's towing a huge a huge refinery that's processing mineral ore. I don't know where they got it from, but it's heading back to Earth, and the ship stops along the way because it detects a signal of possibly alien origin, hence the title of the film. So they've got to investigate, and hijinks ensue with an alien with the egg and facehugger and chest burster. You know the film. Everybody knows this. A brilliant film, which spawned many sequels, which I like all of them. I like all of the sequels, some more than others, but they're all fun. That word again, in their own way. So that's Alien. There we go. Next up, sticking with horror, is Dracula from 1979, the John Badham version, starring Frank Langella. Or is it Langella? I've always said Langella, but I've heard people say Langella. Whatever. Laurence Olivier, Donald Pleasence, and Kate Nelligan. Directed by John Badham, with a great score from John Williams. It's probably my favourite version of Dracula outside the Hammer films. I think I like this even more than the Francis Ford Coppola version. It's essentially based on the stage play, like the original 1931 Dracula, based on the stage play. So it's it's a lot of people in rooms, but it's a cool film and it looks gorgeous. It's super atmospheric. Frank Langella, however it's pronounced, excels as Dracula, but his eyes are off-putting. He's got some condition that his eyes move from side to side really fast, and it freaks me out. But he's amazing as Dracula, and all the rest of the cast shine as well, particularly I forgot his name, Tony Agarth as Renfield is brilliant, with the best Renfield death that I've seen in a film. Super violent, not necessarily gory, just super violent, and better than the one that we saw in Coppola's version. So there we go. It's cool. It's cool. They've switched some of the characters around and changed some of the names. It's not super accurate to the book or anything, or the stage play. But it's a great watch. It's a great watch. So there we go. And finally, the last one of my top 5 for 1979 is The Black Hole, a Disney film, Disney's first foray into live-action science fiction, I do believe. Directed by Gary Nelson, starring Maximilian Schell, Robert Forster, Joseph Bottoms, Yvette Mimieux, Anthony Perkins, and Ernest Borgnine, with voices for 2 of the robots provided by Roddy McDowall and Slim Pickens. And I absolutely adore this film. This is one of my favourite films of all time. It'd probably be my top 5 of all time. I love this film. It is fantastic. I've even got it. I've got the comic version. They brought out like not a graphic novel, but because it's not thick, but a comic version of it, and I've still got it over there somewhere from when they were young. I love this film. Great score from John Barry, and great effects. It was the first in the UK. It was the first Disney film to get an A certificate. All Disney films before this have been U, for Universal, and in America that's a G. But in the UK, it was the first Disney film to get an A certificate, which means there could be scenes that scare young children. Probably PG in America. That's what it'd be. Mostly for the end part, I think, and the death of spoilers, the death of Anthony Perkins' character, which was super violent but not bloody. But anyway, it's about a ship with the crew of Robert Forster and Joseph Bottoms, Yvette Mimieux, Anthony Perkins, and Ernest Borgnine and Roddy McDowall as the robot Vincent. They're heading home after looking for life in outer space, and they haven't found any. So they're heading back home, but they stumble across a ship that disappeared 20 years earlier, a ship which just happened to have Yvette Mimieux's dad on, called the USS Cygnus, it's next to a black hole, hence the name of the film. But it's not being pulled into the black hole, and we learn that the commander of the USS Cygnus, Maximilian Schell, Commander Hans Reinhardt, or Professor Reinhardt, has developed anti-gravity forces so the ship doesn't get pulled into the black hole. And we learn that the crew of the Cygnus came to a sticky end, sort of. I'll not spoil it if you haven't seen it, but I will spoil one thing: they go into the black hole at the end. And it's weird and kind of scary in places, especially if you pay attention, particularly to what happens to Reinhardt and his main robot, the baddie robot Maximilian, called Maximilian, oddly enough. But that's kind of creepy and scary. So I imagine that's why it got an A certificate in the UK. But anyway, I love this film. It's brilliant. And I will be doing it one day on Magnificent Mondays. That rhymes, I know. So there we go. So that's my top 5. Top 5 of 1979. Right, so let's bomb through the honourable mentions. As I said, we've got 7 of them. One of them, technically, for me, wasn't in 1979, but never mind. Right, so first up, Murder by Decree, a Sherlock Holmes mystery based on the story of Jack the Ripper. After Hound of the Baskervilles, this is my the Basil Rathbone and the Hammer version with Peter Cushing. After those versions of Hound of the Baskervilles, this is my favourite Sherlock Holmes mystery. Directed by Bob Clark, who did, I think he did Porky's, didn't he? Bob Clark Porky's, and The Christmas Story. Did he do Black Christmas as well? I think he did, didn't he? Yes, he did Black Christmas. I just checked. Anyway, so there we go. So directed by him, it's very atmospheric, and it's really well made. Stars Christopher Plummer as Sherlock Holmes, James Mason, with his amazing voice as Dr. Watson. Also stars David Hemmings, Susan Clark, Anthony Quayle, John Gielgud, all-star cast, Frank Finlay, Donald Sutherland, and Genevieve. I've always pronounced it Genevieve, but I've heard people pronounce it Genevieve, whatever. Bujold. Anyway, basically Sherlock Holmes on the trail of Jack the Ripper, and of course he finds out who Jack the Ripper is. So there we go. It's a cool film. I'm supposed to be bombing through these, wasn't I? Right, we'll carry on. Next up, Phantasm. The Don Coscarelli classic. Everybody knows this one. It's the boy with the tall man, Angus Scrimm, and his like his mortuary or whatever that's got the silver balls flying about in it and ding, stick in your head and drill in and suck all your blood out. That's basically it, innit? Oh, and the dwarves, like little Jawas that kidnap you and take you to another dimension. It's a cool sci-fi horror film. So there we go. So that's Phantasm. Next up, Prophecy. One we've covered in Friday Night Appointment with Fear. Not the Christopher Walken Prophecy. This is the directed by John Frankenheimer, starring Robert Foxworth, Talia Shire, and Armand Asante. It's the one where I think it's a paper mill is poisoning the water in this area, in these mountainous areas. I think it's in the northwest United States. And it's poisoning the water, and it's causing the animals to mutate, and it ends up being a monster movie with a huge, giant, mutant bear, and it's brilliant. I love it. So there we go. So that's Prophecy. Next up, Rocky 2, the sequel to Rocky. This one's written and directed and starring Sylvester Stallone. A great sequel to the first film. Obviously stars Sylvester Stallone, Talia Shire again, Burt Young, Carl Weathers, Burgess Meredith, all the gang from the first film, and obviously Rocky Balboa fights Apollo Creed again, and I won't spoil it for you, but it ends with Rocky probably going, or pulling a face in a bloody. I hate when they do that. Why end the film in like a still frame that goes, oh, and they're pulling a stupid face? But anyway, does stuff like that. So there we go. That's Rocky 2. Great film. Great film. I don't think it won any Oscars like the first film did. But I could be wrong. Next up, back to horror. The Amityville Horror from 1979, obviously. Why did I say that? I don't know. Because there was a remake which wasn't very good. Directed by Stuart Rosenberg, starring James Brolin, Margot Kidder and Rod Steiger. It's based on the true story of the Lutz family and their house in Amityville on Long Island. Not Amity from Jaws, this is Amityville. As I said, based on the true story. That they bought the house, and 28 days later they fled, leaving all their stuff behind. Whether you believe the story or not, that's up to you. I'm open-minded about it. I think some of the things that they've said happened and some of the things didn't. But I think they've embellished it slightly. But I think something weird did happen in that house. You wouldn't leave all your things behind, would you? And apparently they didn't make a huge amount of money from it, apparently, despite a best-selling novel and films and stuff like that. But I could be wrong. But anyway, it's a good film. It's a good film. With great performances, and this one spawned many sequels, much like Rocky and the other stuff, and Phantasm, of varying quality. Right, next up, this is the one that it's called The Concorde, Airport 79, but when it came out in the UK, I think I saw this at the cinema as well. It was called Airport 80, The Concorde, because it came out in 1980 in the UK, but I'm classing it as 79 because the rest of the world it was a 1979 film. I really like this one. It's I suppose it's not as good as the other airport films. We had Airport, then Airport 75, then Airport 77, wasn't there? Basically where, it's like an Irwin Allen type disaster film where we get to know everybody on the plane. Everybody's got a weird, the wacky backstory. And this is no different. We've got George Kennedy, Alan Delon, Robert Wagner, Sylvia Crystal, if you know who she is, you're as old as me, Eddie Albert, and many, many more. They always have an all-star casts in these films, don't they? and you've got to go through all their backstories and all their dramas before you get to the action. And the action is somebody basically wants to blow up this plane. They keep firing missiles at it and sending fighter planes after it. But George Kennedy and Alan Delon are super ace pilots, and we see the Falcon, the Concorde, doing probably manoeuvres it can't really do. But it's got decent effects by John Dykstra, who did Star Wars and Life Force and Battlestar Galactica. So there we go. So that's Airport 79, the Concorde. And finally, the last of my honourable mentions, Monty Python's Life of Brian. A hilarious film, my favourite of the Monty Python films. It's basically the story of Jesus. Caused quite a controversy when it came out. It was banned, I think, in a few towns in the UK. The church distanced themselves from it. The General Synod said it was taking the mickey out of Christianity, and yeah, it pretty much was, and taking the mickey out of Judaism as well, and basically all religions. They were taking the mickey out of everybody, even the Romans. It's a great film. It's hilarious. Directed by Terry Jones, starring the usual Monty Python team: Graham Chapman, John Cleese, Terry Gilliam, Eric Idle, Terry Jones, Michael Palin. And it's hilarious. It even has a science fiction part in it where Brian falls from a parapet, and as he's falling, he gets picked up by an alien spaceship and heads out into space. There's a space battle, and then he comes back. The spaceship crashes in the middle of Jerusalem or wherever they are in Roman times, and he just crawls out, and this fella comes up and says, "You lucky bastard." It's mental. It's Monty Python. So what more can you say? Anyway, oddly, we saw this quite a lot at school. When I was at school, when I was about 15 or whatever, we had a video club, and this got played, I think, more than any other film. Don't know why. Probably because it's got brief nudity in it. But anyway, so there we go. That's my list. That's my top 5 and my top 7 honourable mentions of 1979. We'll go through them one more time. First up, we had Moonraker. That was followed by Star Trek The Motion Picture. Then Alien. Then Dracula. That was followed by The Black Hole. And then the 7 honourable mentions were Murder by Decree, Phantasm, Prophecy, Rocky 2, The Amityville Horror, Airport 79, The Concorde, or The Concorde, Airport 79, whatever. And finally, Monty Python's Life of Brian. So there we go. That's my list for 1979. Now then, we've got one more list that I've done, and then I've got to start making new lists because I've only got up to 1980. So in 1980, what we got? I've got 5 films and then 5 honourable mentions. The usual selection of sci-fi and horror, and an action adventure as well, and a bit of time travel thrown in as well. Oh, and a comedy as well. A comedy road movie, I think, if I remember rightly. Hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next episode of my feature. Again, I can't remember what I call it. The top 5 favourite movies from each year since I was born. That sounds fine, doesn't it? Have we cracked it, finally? Whatever. Anyway, we're up to 1980. Guess what film is in this list? Obviously. So we're doing 1980. This is my top 5. My personal favourite 5 films from this year, 1980. And I've got several honourable mentions. How many honourable mentions have I got? Not as many as previous years. I've got 5. So I've 5 faves and 5 honourable mentions. And to be honest, a few of these honourable mentions could be interchangeable with the top 5, but it doesn't really matter. Before we start, don't forget, like and subscribe, share the videos, drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already, and all that jazz. What else? As usual, I will iterate that this is my favourite films, not particularly the best films. I'll be missing lots of films out. These are just my my favourite ones and the honourable mentions. It doesn't mean, that it's a definitive list of the best films of 1980 or any other year. They're just my favourite ones, the ones that I revisit more often than not than other films. So it's just a favourites list, and they're not in any order. The first one isn't the best, the last one isn't the best. It isn't a countdown or a count up or whatever. It's just a list. Right, so with that out of the way, let us begin with the first film, which is Flash Gordon. The Sam Jones Flash Gordon, directed by Mike Hodges, starring Sam Jones, Melody Anderson, Ornella Muti, Max von Sydow, Timothy Dalton, Brian Blessed, Peter Wingard, and many, many more. It's an amazing film. I love Flash Gordon. I really, really do. It's campy. The effects are rubbish. But I love it because it's just so much fun. I remember when this first came out, I went to see it at the cinema. And at the time, there was a bit of a big thing on the BBC about it because a BBC presenter appears in the film, Peter Duncan, who at the time was a presenter on children's TV show Blue Peter. They even showed like a bit behind the scenes of him on Blue Peter. They didn't show his fate because he gets killed in it. He gets run through with a sword in a reasonably gruesome manner. But anyway, so there we go. So that's Flash Gordon, an amazing film. Go and watch it. It's brilliant. A bit like Barbarella, in that sort of campy, over the top, very colourful sci-fi thing, but from 1980. Right, let's move on. Next up is Battle Beyond the Stars, which I covered recently in Magnificent Mondays. Again, another film from that year that I went to see at the cinema and was blown away by, even though it's not the best science fiction film ever made. We all know about this one. It's another version of the Magnificent Seven / the Seven Samurai. Produced by Roger Corman, the late Roger Corman, who passed away recently, at the grand old age of 98. God, I hope I last that long. I don't think I will. Anyway, directed by Jimmy T. Murakami, who apparently was in a bit over his head. He was more of an animation guy, apparently, and he was in a bit over his head with live action. But, he got through, starring Richard Thomas, Robert Vaughn, George Peppard, John Saxon, Sybil Danning, in a memorable role, Darlan Flugel, and others. I can't remember all the others, but this is a lot of fun. Written by John Sayles, who also wrote stuff like I think Alligator and The Howling, another one of my faves, which is coming up in 1981. But anyway, and a great score from James Horner, which obviously Roger Corman would reuse the James Horner score for this in many of his films, just like he'd reuse the special effects in various films. Had a budget of only $2 million, but at the time it was the most expensive Roger Corman production ever. But its box office was $11 million, so it did okay. It's a lot of fun. It's, as I said, it's like the Magnificent Seven, where John Saxon's bad guy Sador comes to the planet of Akia, named after Akira Kurosawa, comes to the planet of Akia and wants to take over, gives them a week to decide if they're going to submit to him. So in that time, they decide to go out, look for mercenaries to come and protect them from him, and fun ensues. It's great. But all us young lads remember this St. X-Men, Sybil Danning as St. X-Men, and her amazing outfit. Right, so that's Battle Beyond the Stars. Right, next up, another sci-fi. They've all been sci-fi so far. Hangar 18, which I thought, for a lot of years, was a TV movie, but it's not. It was actually a proper theatrical film, apparently. I thought it was a TV movie, a made-for-TV movie. Like a movie of the week sort of thing. A bit like Duel, Steven Spielberg's Duel. I thought it was one of those sort of films, but it isn't. Anyway, Hangar 18, it's the UFO film, directed by James L. Conway, who's done a lot of TV work. That's probably why I thought it was a TV movie. He's done a lot of Star Trek and stuff like And written by Ken Pettis, who I've never heard of. It stars Darren McGavin, Robert Vaughan again, who were in Battle Beyond the Stars, Gary Collins, James Hampton, and Pamela Bellwood. What happens in it? A space shuttle launches a satellite, and the satellite crashes into a UFO. The UFO crashes to Earth, and it is retrieved. It's a bit like Roswell sort of thing. And they take the crashed UFO to a base called Hangar 18 to be studied. Darren McGavin's in charge of that. But the astronauts from the space shuttle, they find themselves being sort of like elbowed out. All data of what happened in the mission is erased. So they go on a mission, their own mission to uncover the truth of what's going on. Kind of got Capricorn 1 vibes, but not on such a grand scale. It didn't have a huge budget. But it is a great film. It is a great film, and it's a lot of it's a good conspiracy thriller, and it's interesting because if you're into like Eric Von Daniken, Ancient Aliens, basically. If you're into Ancient Aliens, you'll like Hangar 18 because these aliens have been here a long time, or they have been in the past, and they're coming back for some reason. And it was never followed up. It was just left on a cliffhanger. The aliens are coming back. Sort of. But anyway, so there we go. So that's Hangar 18, another one that's one of my faves. Next up, the big one from this year, obviously, The Empire Strikes Back, or Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Everybody just calls it Empire. We all know this one, directed by Irving Kershner, screenplay by Lee Brackett and Lawrence Kasdan, obviously from a story by George Lucas. It stars the usual gang. By the way, this was the last Star Wars film produced by Gary Kurtz. I think they'd have a falling out during Return of the Jedi, which some people suggest is why the Star Wars films kind of dropped off in quality after Empire. But anyway, you can make your own mind up about that. Anyway, so it stars the usual gang: Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Billy D. Williams, Anthony Daniels, Dave Prowse as Darth Vader, James Earl Jones as the voice of Darth Vader, Peter Mayhew, and Frank Oz, who would pop up in a memorable role, but one that my mate hates. I've got my best mate hates Yoda. He does. He thinks he's just a green fuzzy bear, which he kind of is. An amazing score by John Williams, and we know the story. The rebels are on Hoth, the ice planet, and the Empire arrives, so they've got to escape. And then Luke goes to Dagobah, the rest go to Bespin and Cloud City, where we meet Lando Calrissian and all that stuff. The amazing scene of the asteroid field and all that stuff. It's an amazing film, but not my favourite Star Wars film. My favourite Star Wars is the original Star Wars. Briefly, it was Rogue One, but I think I've gone back to the original Star Wars now. And I think Empire is it's joint second with Rogue One. I do love Rogue One, even though it does have problems. Well, a problem with, but never mind. Anyway. That's by the by. So there we go. So that's The Empire Strikes Back. Amazing film. Budget $30 million. Box office $1 bazillion. 500 to 600 million. We know it did well. Right, and finally, the final one of my top 5 favourite films of 1980 is Airplane, the amazing comedy from Jim Abrams and the Zucker brothers, David and Jerry. It's a hilarious film. A lot of people say it's one of the best comedies ever made. It's up there with Blazing Saddles and Life of Brian and or whatever, the Monty Python films. It is astonishingly funny and stupid, and deliberately so. Stars Robert Hayes, Julie Haggerty, Leslie Nielsen, Robert Stack, Lloyd Bridges, Peter Graves, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as himself, and Lorna Patterson, with a memorable score from Elmer Bernstein, or Steen, I don't know how you pronounce it. it is hilarious. Passengers on the plane. There's they all get food poisoning on this plane, and the pilots end up dying or whatever, or get super ill. So Robert Hayes' character Ted Stryker has got to step up and fly the plane, but he's got PTSD from his wartime experiences. They keep showing footage of like World War II, but he obviously doesn't look old enough to be in World War II. But never mind. And it is hilarious. And Leslie Nielsen steals the film as the Doctor in the film, and it is hilarious. You've just got to see it to believe it. They did another one. They did Airplane 2, which essentially just repeated the same format, but in space. And we had William Shatner in that one, and that is fun, but not as much fun as the first one. So there we go. That's my top 5. Right, so we'll power through my 5 honourable mentions. So here we go. First up, The Fog from John Carpenter. Super creepy, atmospheric ghost story with leper pirate, not pirates. Well, sort of, I suppose, though. Like lepers from an old ship coming back to haunt a town after 100 years. It's a cool, creepy film. Then, sticking with horror, Friday the 13th, the first one, from, I forgot the director, Sean S. Cunningham. Yes, Sean S. Cunningham, where we see Kevin Bacon get an arrow shoved through his neck. What more could you want? And I won't spoil who the killer is. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Next up, The Final Countdown, not the Europe song. No, it's The Final Countdown, starring Kirk Douglas, James Valentino, Martin Sheen, and somebody else, Catherine Ross, I think. It's been a while since I've seen this one. This one's another one that's a film that's probably better than it has any right to be. It's about the USS Nimitz. It goes back in time to Pearl Harbor, or the days leading up to Pearl Harbor, and they've got to make a decision. This is the largest aircraft carrier in the world with the most amazing jets on it, and the most powerful military thing in the world, even in 1980. But back in 1941, it had wiped the floor with the Japanese fleet, allegedly, probably. So they've got to make a decision. Do they intercept? Do they stop Pearl Harbor? Do they change history? So there we go. That's what that's all about. A great film with some, slightly iffy effects. They're not really effects. They're more, I don't know, filters that are used. They got Maurice Binder in to do the effects, and he's more famous for doing the opening sequences for James Bond films. So there are lots of lasers. Anyway. Next up, sticking with the sea, it's Raise the Titanic, based on the Clive Cussler book, the Dirk Pitt novel, where essentially it does what it says on the tin. They raise the Titanic, and it's silly, and they do actually do it. There's also a subplot about there being some weird super ace element that were being transported on the Titanic, which is why they want to raise it or something. There's something super valuable on, but it's not like gold. It's like some power source or something like that. They do that. Anyway, they bring it up and they sail it back to shore, obviously. But now we know that would have been impossible because it's split in two, didn't it? Anyway. And finally, we've got Any Which Way You Can, the sequel to Every Which Way But Loose, which sees Clint Eastwood as Philo Beddoe having a super long fist fight with, I've forgotten the actor's name, I'm sorry, with the main bad guy in it. And it's silly, but it's also funny, and it's got some cool country music in it as well. So there we go. Give them all a whirl. Right, so that's it for 1980. So we're in the 80s now. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. So what's 1981 going to bring us? Remember I said I'd only gone up to 1980. Well, I've gone up to 1985 now in my list. And 1981 has a lot of films on the list. I've got my top 5. which I won't tell you what they are, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 honourable mentions. And I think, should I leave some of these out? And I thought, I can't really. And there are a lot I haven't left out. 1981 were a good year. And so 1982. In fact, they all were. 1984 is possibly the most amazing year. People going about 1982 because of Star Trek 2 and E.T. and stuff like that, don't they? But looking at 1984, I'm like, bloody hell. But anyway, so we'll leave it there. So that's 1980 out of the way. We'll go through the list one more time. First up, we had Flash Gordon, then Battle Beyond the Stars, then Hangar 18, followed by The Empire Strikes Back and Airplane. Then the honourable mentions were The Fog, Friday the 13th, The Final Countdown, Raise the Titanic, and Any Which Way You Can. So that's it for 1980. That was my top 5 favourite films of the year, along with 5 honourable mentions. So that's it. So we'll leave it there. Hey up, it's Steve from the Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next episode of my series. I've forgotten again. I can never remember it. My top 5 favourite films from each year since I was born. Or whatever. I got it right last time, didn't I? And now I've forgotten what I said, so I should have checked, shouldn't I? Never mind. That title. My top 5 favourite films for 1981, and there's a clue in the background. So we've got my top 5 favourite films, and this week, or this time, should I say, I've got 10 honourable mentions. So that's a 1981. What a tough year to pick 5 films, but I've done it, and with much, debate inside my stupid head about which films should be in the top 5 and which should be in the honourable mentions, and I'm still a bit, torn over some of them, but that's the way it is. As usual, these are just my top 5 favourite films, not necessarily the best films of this year, of 1981. They are my favourite films. So there we go. It's not a list. It is a list, but it's not a countdown. So the number 1 isn't the best, number 5 isn't the worst, or vice versa, or whatever. They're just it's just a list of 5 films. They're not in any order. So there we go. But before we start, don't forget, I keep forgetting to say this, don't I? Don't forget, like and subscribe, share the videos, drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already, and all that stuff. Go and check my channel, and I've got lots of videos and live streams and playlists and all sorts of stuff for you to explore. There's also a shop where you can get that Old Yorkshire Geek merch if you want to see my stupid cartoon face splattered on things. I haven't got anything to hand. I've got some t-shirts, and you can just make out. Hang on, where is it? Which way am I? That way. Oh, I'm rubbish at this. That's my mug there on my shelf. So there. That's the closest I can get to some merch. Actually, you can just make out. Where are we? Over there. There's some t-shirts on the back of that chair. Anyway, so there we go. And also, hit the super thanks button as well. Throw me some money. I'll prostitute myself on YouTube. Can I say that? I just did. Right, so let's get on with this list, shall we? Let's get on with this list. This top 5, my top 5 favourite films of 1981. And first up, as I said, this is not the best. It's not the first. It's not the worst. It's just there. It's just, I decided in this order. I don't know why, I just did it. So first up is Excalibur, the John Boorman directed and produced and co-written Arthurian epic. A lot of people say, it's not exactly historically accurate, but then Arthur is a mythological figure. Nobody really knows if he actually existed. But anyway, it's an amazing film. It's an amazing film starring Nigel Terry as Arthur, Helen Mirren, the gorgeous Helen Mirren. Ooh, the peak Helen Mirren in this film as Morgana, Nicole Williamson as Merlin, Nicholas Clay as Sir Lancelot, Sherry Lungi as Guinevere, And many, many more. Also stars Gabriel Byrne. I think it was filmed in Ireland, so we get a lot of Irish actors in this film. So we have like Gabriel Byrne, Liam Neeson. We also see an early Patrick Stewart playing, I can't remember his name, but never mind. As a knight, and it's an amazing film. A great. It's based on the 15th century. I can't really remember. I have to check. Yes, 15th century. Sort of like romance. I don't know what did they call them back then. They didn't have novels in the 15th century, did they? I don't think, but they had tomes. Le Morte d'Arthur by Thomas Mallory. It's kind of loosely based on that. It's got some great music, from Wagner's Ring and all that. And it tells the story of King Arthur from his birth, his conception, all the way up to his passing at the last battle. I don't know what it was called actually. I don't know what his last battle was called, but where he takes on Mordred, his illegitimate son, with Morgana. Takes on Mordred's army, and it's the classic tale. So there we go. So that's Excalibur. An unmissable film. I'll say it's up there. Super special film. Right, so moving on. Next up, this is the big film of this year, really, to be completely honest. It's that one. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Not Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, as they try and push it as these days. Sorry, George, you're an idiot, but never mind. Raiders of the Lost Ark, based on a story by George Lucas, directed by Steven Spielberg, screenplay by Lawrence Kasdan, obviously starring Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones, Karen Allen as Marion Ravenwood. To think then. All stars Paul Freeman as Belloc, Ronald Lacey as Tut, the bad guy, or one of them, John Rhys Davies as Salah, and Denham Elliott as me and bloody names. I can't remember what his bloody called. Hang on, I'll have to check. Marcus Brody, of course. Denham Elliott as Marcus Brody. And many, many more. And Pat Roach appears twice in this film. Once as a Sherpa, another time as the huge German guy that Indy fights. Everybody's seen Raiders, haven't they? Who meets his demise in an aeroplane propeller. It's astonishingly violent, is this film. I don't know how Steven Spielberg gets away with it. In all of his films, back in the day, they used to get like PG ratings, and there were super violent films like Jaws and this and others. I don't know how he gets away with it, but he did. But it's one of the greatest films ever made. It's up there, top 5 easily, in my opinion. Based on, George Lucas had this idea. Like it was Star Wars, he based Star Wars essentially on Flash Gordon, the Flash Gordon serials. This one is kind of based on the Republic serials, from the 40s and 50s, High Adventure and stuff like that. Obviously, Indiana Jones, the globe-trotting archaeologist, Lara Croft were based on Indiana Jones. Going around, collecting artifacts for the museum. It belongs in a museum, culturally appropriating these artifacts. And usually up against Nazis in these films. But not exclusively. That's it. It's a great film, and this one is looking for the Ark of the Covenant, the Lost Ark. We all know it. It's a great film with an amazing climax. It's brilliant. That's all I can say. With an amazing score from John Williams. That's it. As I said, one of the greatest films ever made. An amazing movie. Right, moving on. Next up, we've got Superman 2. This is not the Donner cut. This is the original, the theatrical cut of Superman 2. directed by, I'm doing a lot of that today, aren't I? Directed by Richard Lester, although most of the film, some say like 80% of the film, was directed by Richard Donner, because Superman, the movie, and Superman 2 were filmed back to back. They were supposed to be, well, they are. Essentially, Superman Part 1 and Superman Part 2, like in Dune Part 1 and Part 2. It was essentially like that. But Richard Donner had a falling out with the producers and essentially got himself fired. So they brought in Richard Lester, who previously to this were most famous for doing like the Beatles movies. And he came in and filmed a few extra scenes. And made, and cobbled together a good film. I like the extra scenes in this film. I think they work really well, to be completely honest. And I've got to admit, this could be a hot take, but I prefer the Richard Lester theatrical cut than I do the Richard Donner cut. But that could be heresy to some people. Anyway, a great film. The score's not by John Williams, although you hear the John Williams theme. The music by Ken Thorne, and let's say it's John Williams-esque because he's essentially using John Williams themes, but it still doesn't have that same punch. But it's still a great score. Again, starring Gene Hackman, Christopher Reeve. Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor, Christopher Reeve as Clark Kent / Superman / Kal-El. Ned Beatty as Otis, Jackie Cooper as Perry White, Sarah Douglas as Ursa, Margot Kidder as Lois Lane, Jack O'Halloran as Non, Valerie Perrine as Miss Tessmacher, Susanna York as I forgot her name now. Kal-El's mother, Superman's mother. I can't remember her name now. Who else? And Terence Stamp. Terence Stamp as General Zod in a movie-stealing role as General Zod. It's a cool film. Not as good as Superman the movie, but it's not far off, and it is a lot of fun. And I do like the scene. And one of the scenes that Richard Lester filmed were like a scene at the Eiffel Tower, close to the beginning of the film. In the original version, in the Richard Donner cut, what happened at the end of the first film, when Superman were getting rid of the nuclear missiles that Lex Luthor had fired off, spoilers, it launched one into space, and off it went, and it exploded, and that was the nuclear explosion that freed Non-Ursa and General Zod from the Phantom Zone. But in this one, they've changed it. Terrorists have got a nuclear bomb in the Eiffel Tower, and Superman has to go and deal with that, which he does with much flair and a really good scene, in my opinion, with a great model of the Eiffel Tower and Superman going up and taking the elevator that's got the bomb in it up into space, and that explodes, and that's what releases the bad guys for this film. And I do like it. I do like that scene. And anyway, essentially what this film is about is Superman losing his powers. He gives up his powers to be with Lois Lane, and she lets him because, she's a woman and women just think of themselves. But I'm kidding. And he gives up his powers, so he's not Superman anymore. He's just a regular guy, then instantly gets himself beaten up by a bully. And but then he learns that these bad guys have come and essentially taken over the world. So he's got to go and get his powers back somehow. So anyway, so there we go. It's a super duper film about Superman. Close to Superman the movie, but I do prefer Superman the movie because that's an origin story. This is then Superman's next adventure sort of thing. But it is really, really good. It is really, really good. So that's Superman 2. Right, moving on. The next two films are both horror films, and they're both werewolf films, and I couldn't decide which ones to include, so I've included them both. First up, American Werewolf in London. Classic werewolf film from John Landis, starring David Norton, Jenny Agutter, Griffin Dunn, John Woodvine, and a cast of great English actors. such as I've got his name now, Brian Glover. We all know this story. Backpackers, American backpackers in Yorkshire, in the north of England, where I'm from. Probably why I've picked this. Get attacked by a werewolf, because werewolves are rife in North Yorkshire. Apparently, I'm not from North Yorkshire. I'm from Wild West Yorkshire. Maybe they were in West Yorkshire. I don't know, but it wasn't actually filmed in Yorkshire. It was filmed in Wales. But anyway, they get attacked by a werewolf. One of them gets killed. Jack gets killed, and David gets bitten before the werewolf is shot and killed. And so why does he change then? Why does he become a werewolf? Because the werewolf's line has been broken, because they've killed the werewolf that bit him. So he should be all right, shouldn't he? Isn't that how it works? I don't know, but anyway, obviously not. So he eventually becomes a werewolf. Let's say it's a great comedy horror, more so than the next film, which we'll get into in a minute. But this one is a comedy horror, because it's from John Landis, who was great at comedy and all that stuff. And it's also a great, it's a great comedy film, some hilarious, funny moments in it. It's also a great horror film with some shocks and some gruesomeness. It is quite gruesome in places. And some scenes were actually cut for being too gruesome, such as the homeless guys getting attacked by the werewolf. They cut that scene out. Just shows them, them before the attack. And it'd be nice if that scene, because apparently I think they shot that scene. It'd be nice if it, were put back in. But anyway, never mind. So there we go. American Werewolf in London, a great film. Everybody knows the shower scene with Jenny Agutter. And lots of great songs in it, all about the moon, Bad Moon Rising, Blue Moon, etc. A great film, and it won Oscars. Rick Baker did the werewolf effects, and it won. I think it won the very first special makeup effects Oscar, I do believe. I think it was the first one. Yes, the inaugural Academy Award for Best Makeup. Yes, it won for that. Because previously, I think the original Planet of the Apes won a special Oscar for its makeup effects, because they didn't have an award for it, so it got like a special Oscar or something like that. Anyway, so there we go. So that's American Werewolf in London. Next up is a film that I actually like more than American Werewolf in London. It's another werewolf film from the same year. You know what it is. It's The Howling, directed by Joe Dante, written by John Sayles. Based on the novel, so it's got the same title and it's got werewolves in it. That's all it's got. That's in common, really, with the novel. A great novel, one of my favourite books I read as a teenager, by Gary Brandner. I actually read, I know there's probably more of them now, I don't know, but I read, there were 3 novels that I read. There were The Howling 2, well, I think it was called Return of the Howling. I can't remember what the second one was called. And Howling 3, and it had the subtitle and I forgot. But they were all interesting. The first Howling, they were destroyed by fire. The second Howling, it was silver. And the third Howling, the werewolves were destroyed by another werewolf. Spoilers, but anyway. Anywho, The Howling, a great film. This one, the makeup effects were originally going to be done by Rick Baker, but he went off to do American Werewolf in London and left his protege in charge of The Howling, Rob Bottin. And I think the werewolf effects in The Howling are better than the ones in American Werewolf in London. But that won the Oscars, this didn't. Go figure. Anyway, right, so it stars Dee Wallace, or Dee Wallace Stone as she would become known, Christopher Stone. They met on this film and became married. Patrick McNee, Dennis Dugan, Belinda Belasky in a memorable role, Kevin McCarthy, John Carradine, Slim Pickens and Elizabeth Brooks. not Belinda Belasky, I'm thinking of Elizabeth Brooks in a memorable role. They're all memorable. And it's about Dee Wallace plays Karen White, who's a TV reporter, an anchor woman who's investigating a serial murderer in Los Angeles. And I can't remember what they call him, but anyway, I know his name, but they don't know his name at the time. It's called the Slasher or something like that. I can't remember. He's investigating that. He's been in contact with her and wants to meet her in this this shady part of town. Anyway, action ensues. The serial killer gets killed. She's in shock by what she's seen. So she's sent to this. A doctor sends her to the colony to recuperate. So she goes there with her husband, Bill, and it turns out they're all werewolves there. So there we go. And much fun is had. It's an amazing film. And this one was touted as a horror comedy, and I have no idea why. Because it's got amusing parts in it. But An American Werewolf in London is more of a horror comedy than The Howling. I think The Howling is just a straight up horror film. But I think The Howling is a better film than American Werewolf in London, but that's another hot take. But I do love The Howling. It is great. It's great with great effects, except for the last werewolf that we see, which is spoilers, which is when Karen turns into a werewolf at the end, and she doesn't look like a werewolf. She looks like a bloody I don't know, a terrier, a Scottish terrier or something like that. But anyway, so there we go. Right, so that's it. That's my top 5 films for 1981. Right, moving on. Moving on to the 10 honourable mentions. Again, these are not in any order, so we'll just fly through these, and there we go. So first up, Scanners by David Cronenberg. A great sci-fi horror supernatural film about basically psychic people being created by this drug. Some might say it's an allegory for like thalidomide and stuff like that, birth control drugs and stuff. So people can essentially make other people's heads explode with the power of their mind, and it's an interesting film. Not the best made film in the world, although it does have some nice gory effects. But the main character, don't ask me his name, I've not got it up in front of me, so never mind. Not Michael Ironside, he's fine in the film. The main character is bloody awful. How the hell did he get a starring role in this film? I have no idea, because he can't act. I can act better than him, and I'm not an actor. Oh, terrible. But the film itself is great. Next up, My Bloody Valentine, the original version. I like both the original version, this one from 1981, and the remake starring Jensen Ackles. But this one is the original one. An early slasher film from Bob Clark. I think it was Bob Clark that did this, or it might be. No, that was Black Christmas, wasn't it? Or Bob Clark. This one might have been as well. I can't remember. Anyway, whatever. About a miner, not a kid, a mine, someone who works in a mine, basically going around on Valentine's Day for some reason, killing people, leaving their hearts in chocolate boxes and stuff like that. It's fun. Next up, Omen 3, The Final Conflict, or The Final Conflict Omen 3, depending on how you want to look at it. The culmination of the original Omen trilogy sees Sam Neill as the grown-up Damien Thorne wanting to become president eventually, and fully realising his evilness, his proper evil in this. And obviously the first film, he was just a kid. In the second, a little kid, toddler. In the second film, he was a teenager, and just coming to understand that he was the Antichrist and he was going to be evil. He didn't start, like he wasn't evil. He seemed a decent kid at first, but then we learn that he finds out he's got these powers, and then in the third one, he's just evil. He's just evil. And it's, it's not as good as the first two, in my opinion. It has a couple of nice set pieces, but I think it's a step down from the others. And recently I saw the film The First Omen, which is supposed to be set. It's a prequel to the original film. And it's a decent film. I enjoyed watching it. I'm not sure I'll watch it again, like I've watched these many times. But interesting. But it leaves a lot of open questions, such as, hang on, wasn't Damien's mother a jackal? Jackals are mentioned in the film, but Damien's mother's not a jackal in the film. So are they setting up, like an alternate, a reboot or whatever? I don't know, because we do see a photo of Gregory Peck. I don't know. But anyway, that's Omen 3. Right, I've spent too much time on that one. Next up, a James Bond film. A James Bond film that's not in my top 5. It's for your eyes only, so that's why. Not one of the best James Bond films. It's still fun, but not one of the best ones. With Roger Moore returning as 007, about essentially what they call it, like an Enigma thing. They don't call it that, but it's some electronic device that the Soviets want to get their hands on. One of those, and it's all right. It's okay. I think it's got Topol in this one, and I think it's this one that's got Topol in it. So anyway, there we go. Next up, another one that should have been in my top, could have been in my top 5. I sometimes think I should have swapped out maybe Excalibur for this one. Yeah, maybe I should. I don't know. But anyway, it's Clash of the Titans, the final film from Ray Harryhausen. What can I say? It's got some of his best work, although he did have help in this film. It's famous as Ray Harryhausen for basically working alone, more or less, when he's doing his stop motion. But he did have some help in this film from the likes of Jim Danforth and some others. Jim Danforth did, I think, most of the Pegasus animations. That's me doing a flying horse. But anyway, Clash of the Titans, a great film about Perseus saving his love Andromeda from the Kraken, although the Kraken's from Norse mythology. They play fast and loose with myth in in Ray Harryhausen films, but it's a cracking film. Don't bother with the remake with Sam Worthington or its sequel. I suppose they're alright, they're fun, but they're not a patch on the Ray Harryhausen one. Next up, Escape from New York, which we covered on Magnificent Mondays quite recently. Great film from John Carpenter. Great action sci-fi adventure with some good effects from essentially the team that worked on Battle Beyond the Stars, because it was Roger Corman's special effects team that did the work on this, and it's better than the film deserves, to be honest. It's not the greatest story ever. The president's plane is hijacked by terrorists and it crashes in New York, in Manhattan, which has become a top security prison, the most lucrative real estate in the world, just walled off and turned into a prison. Go figure. But anyways, that's Escape from New York with Snake Plissken, Kurt Russell. It's a lot of fun. Next up, Wolfen, a film that we did in Friday Night Appointment with Fear quite a while ago. I forgot his bloody name. Based on the book by Whitley Strieber, Jack Finney. That's what I'm trying to think. Stars Jack Finney and Gregory Hines. A lot of people say it's a werewolf film. It's not. It's not a werewolf film. It's about like intelligent, actual wolves who are kind of like Native American First People, whatever you want to call them. Gods or spirits or whatever, something like that. They're like, an earth energy manifestation, something like that. But it's a cool film. It is a cool film, a really well made, classy horror film. So anyway, there we go. Speaking of classy horror films, I'm not sure you could class this one as classy, because it's a grungy, indie horror film which started a phenomenon. It's The Evil Dead. Sam Raimi's The Evil Dead, starring Bruce Campbell. I say it's not glossy and slick like his later films. This one is the film he made, on a shoestring budget out in the woods. It's Stephen King described it as the most, I think it was a gruesomely horrific or whatever film of the century or something like that. What can I say? Teens or young adults go to a cabin in the woods and get possessed by Kandarian demons. And hilarity ensues. There we go. Another horror film next. Halloween 2, the sequel to Halloween. Starring Jamie Lee Curtis again and Lance Guest. And Pamela Susan Shoop as the nurse. Anyway, Michael Myers going round is after Laurie Strode again. That's about it, really. Oh, and Donald Pleasance returns as Loomis, Dr. Loomis, and it's like they wanted to end it with this one because there's a big explosion and fire and everything, but they kind of ended it there. But and then the next film, Halloween 3: Season of the Witch, they were going to go off in another direction and make it like an anthology series, not connected to Michael Myers, but nobody liked it. But I do. I love Halloween 3. And then in Halloween 4, they brought back Michael Myers. Anyway, even though he'd been burned to death. Same with Loomis. They brought him back as well. He had a little bit of a burn on his face. But anyway. And finally, my last honourable mention is Ghost Story. Speaking of classy horrors, this is another classy horror film starring some great actors like John Houseman and the dancing fella, Fred Astaire, although he doesn't do much dancing in this, and many others, and Alice Krieger as the titular ghost, essentially. Spoilers. It's a great, creepy, spooky supernatural thriller about a group of old men who, when they were young men, they all fell in love with the same woman, Alice Krieger, and an accident occurs and she dies. And rather than report it to the authorities, because it was an accident, they basically just shove a body in a car and push it into the lake. So her spirit comes back to wreak vengeance upon them as old men. And it is cool, and it's a beautifully shot film as well. It's very artistic. So there we go. That's the end. That's my top 5 films from 1981 and my 10 honourable mentions. It is 10, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, 10. I did count them right. And my 10 honourable mentions. So we'll go through the list one more time. First up, we had Excalibur, which was followed hot on its heels by Raiders of the Lost Ark. Then we had Superman 2, the theatrical version. And then 2 werewolf films, An American Werewolf in London, and then The Howling, which I like better. And then the honourable mentions are Scanners, My Bloody Valentine, Omen 3, The Final Conflict, For Your Eyes Only, Clash of the Titans, Escape from New York, Wolfen, The Evil Dead, Halloween 2, and finally Ghost Story. So there we go. That's my top 5 favourite films from 1981 and 10 honourable mentions. We'll leave it there. So, what's 1982 got in store for us? We've got a film about a boxing person. You might know what that is. A film about someone's wrath, or wrath, I would pronounce it. I can't really say. A sword and sorcery film. And then a couple of horrors. And then in the honourable mentions, how many have I got for 1982? Should be quite a few for those as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 again. Another 10 honourable mentions. We've got a comic book movie. We've got a Steven Spielberg film. We've got a film that we've covered on Magnificent Mondays. We've got a Disney sci-fi. We've got a horror. We've got another sword and sorcery film. Then we've got another, not a boxing film, but another film from the same actor that's in the boxing film. Then we've got the sequel, but not really, to one of the films that we've just seen. We've got, I'll not get it, but never mind. And a couple of others as well, and a couple of horror-y type ones. So there we go. Hey up, it's Steve from Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next part of my series top 5 favourite films from each year since I was born, or whatever. I look at my top 5 films, my 5 favourite films from a particular year since I was born. We're up to 1982. Bit of a guess there, bit of a clue. If you can hear me, bit of a clue there as to what is in this list. It's a list. It's not a countdown. It's my top 5 favourite films, and I've also got, let me count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 honourable mentions that I just felt I had to, put in there. I don't know why I've put one of them in. Whatever. Whatever. I honestly don't know why I've put one in. There's one in there that I don't know why I've put it in. I'm going to take it out. I don't even know why it's in. For some reason I put Swamp Thing in there. I don't even particularly like that film. Why did I put it in? I don't know. The Wes Craven version of Swamp Thing. Maybe I put it in for Adrian Barbeau's boobs. I don't know. But what the heck? I'll include it. Whatever. I don't know. Weird. Right. So anyway, enough of that. Let's get on with the list, shall we? As I said, this is a list of my top 5 favourite films. They're not in any order. Number 1 isn't the best, number 5 isn't the worst, etc. And it's not what I think are the top 5 best films of the year, although they are my favourite films of the year. They may not be the best films of the year, although, as I always say, I could argue that fact. Right, so let's get on with it, shall we? So first up in the list is Rocky 3. As I said, they're not in any order. Rocky 3, written and directed by Sylvester Stallone. This is my favourite of the Rocky films, even more so than the first one, which won all the accolades. I love Rocky 3. Spoilers ahead, by the way. In this film, Rocky Balboa is the world champion. I presume it's like the undisputed world. I don't think they have any other world champions. It's just Rocky, isn't it? It's not like nowadays where you've got a million different belts. He is just the champ. And he's been the champion for a few years. Then along comes Clubber Lang, played by Mr. T, who's hungry, who's got the eye of the tiger, which is the thing to do with the film. And basically he beats Rocky quite easily. He just walks all over him. Albeit Rocky did have other things on his mind at the time. I won't spoil that. But and then it's coming back from the brink of, well, not the brink of, coming back from defeat, spoilers, to win the championship back again at the end. So anyway, it's a great film with a great theme song, Eye of the Tiger by Survivor. So there we go. Also stars Talia Shire, the usual gang from the Rocky films, Burt Young, Carl Weathers and Burgess Meredith. And cool music from Bill Conti, and all that stuff. Right. So that's Rocky 3, a cool film. I love Rocky 3. Next up, Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan. A lot of people think this is the best of the Star Trek films, and I won't argue. I think it probably is the best of the Star Trek films. Although I do say now that I think Star Trek the Motion Picture is the most Star Trek of the Star Trek films, but I do think Star Trek 2 is the best. As a movie, it's not particularly Star Trek-y in places, particularly the phasers. Don't get me started on the phasers. I know they do have a extended universe explanation for why the phasers are like they are. They're not like that. They're not beam phasers, not that we normally see in Star Trek. They're like we see what the USS Defiant has. They're like pulse phasers, and they do try and explain it with an expanded universe. But anyway, whatever. Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, essentially written and directed by Nicholas Meyer, although the screenplay by Jack B. Sowards is credited, but it was essentially rewritten entirely by Nicholas Meyer. Starring the usual gang, William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, DeForest Kelly, Ricardo Montalban is the special guest villain for this one as Khan, also James Doohan, Walter Koenig, George Takei, Nichelle Nichols. Then we've got Bibi Besh as Carol Marcus, Merritt Butrick as David, and Paul Winfield as Captain Terrell of the USS Reliant. And introducing the lovely, gorgeous Kirstie Alley as Lieutenant Savick, a cadet. I still don't understand how cadets get ranks, but anyway, whatever. People more into the law will know. I think we've seen it before as well, in that cadets get ranks. I presume that rank follows over when they graduate. But whatever. It's a cool film. It follows on from the original series episode Space Seed. 15 years have passed. Khan, who are left on a planet Ceti Alpha 5 by Kirk in Space Seed, where they had a good chance of survival because it was a habitable world, but a disaster happened. And I think it doesn't say it in the film, but I think what happened is a disaster happened. Ceti Alpha 6 exploded and switched the orbits of the planets. So I think what happened was Starfleet thought that Ceti Alpha 5 had exploded. But what had happened? The Ceti Alpha 6 had exploded, and the orbit of Ceti Alpha 5 had essentially gone into where Ceti Alpha 6 should have been. You'd think they'd know better, wouldn't you? Because it's supposed to be the best of the best out of the Starfleet. You'd think they'd realise what had happened, but I think they thought Ceti Alpha 5 had exploded. So they thought Khan were dead, which is why they didn't bother checking to see how they were doing. Anyway, it's about Khan going for revenge on Captain Kirk. He steals the Reliant, goes after the Enterprise. Space battles ensue. It's cool. It's amazing. Watch the extended version. It's miles better than the theatrical version, which is still pretty good in itself. Not pretty good, very good. So there we go. So that's Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. The best Star Trek movie, in my opinion. Right, next up. The Sword and the Sorcerers next. I really love this film. I saw it back in the day, not at the cinema, but when it came out on VHS, it got rented. And I was like, wow, why aren't all sword and sorcery films like this? Came out before Conan the Barbarian, which you'll note is not in my list. I'm not a huge fan of Conan the Barbarian. I don't hate it as much as you might think, but it's not one of my favourite films at all. I think this is infinitely better, infinitely more enjoyable. But anyway, written and directed by Albert Pyun, along with Tom Karnowski and John V. Stuckmeyer. Stars Lee Horsley, Kathleen Bella, Simon McCorkindale, George Maharis and Richard Lynch, with some cool music from David Whittaker. It's also got who plays the Richard Moll. Richard Moll, who plays the Sorcerer of the title. And Anthony DeLongis as Rodrigo. You may know Anthony DeLongis from Star Trek. He's been in Voyager and other Star Treks as well, but I think he's most famously known as a Kazon in Voyager. I think that's Anthony DeLongis. Anywho, it's just a really good fantasy adventure that's violent, lots of blood in it. It's not as gory as you might think, but it's pretty gruesome in places. And the evil King Cromwell wants to take over a peaceful kingdom ruled by the good King Richard. Wants to take over this kingdom, so he uses a sorcerer called Zusha, who's proper evil. He looks evil, he's got glowing eyes and glowing finger ends and stuff like that. No, he ain't got glowing eyes, what am I talking about? He's got glowing finger ends when he uses his sorcery, and uses his magic to take over this peaceful kingdom, killing the royal family, Richard and his wife and the kids, but one of the children escapes. Prince Talon escapes and comes back 20 years later or whatever. I'm like 11 years later. I've just noticed it in the plot thing on Wikipedia. Whatever. He comes back as an adult. Escapes as a child, teenager. Comes back as an adult. As General Talon, I think they call him. But he's not coming back, as you might think, to take his kingdom back. He just wants revenge on Cromwell. Which, spoilers, he gets his revenge and also deals with the sorcerer as well, amongst other things. And it is a really enjoyable action adventure fantasy, and I think it's miles better than Conan the Barbarian, which came out after this. So if everybody, you hear people saying Conan the Barbarian was the first great fantasy, adventure. No, this was, in my opinion. Right, so that's it. That's the Sword of the Sorcerer, or the Sword and the Sorcerer. Oh, it's really hot here today, and I'm struggling. I'm gonna have to have a drink. It is really hot. I've got the windows open, got the ceiling fan going. I've got my little air conditioning thing there going. So if you hear any background noise, that's that. But it is really, really warm today, by Yorkshire standards. Right, next up, horror, Poltergeist. I think one of the great American horror films. One of the great American PG horror films. I don't think it's particularly scary, but I just think it's a great film, with some great set pieces in it and action and stuff like that, but not particularly scary. Some people say the scariest thing in it, spoilers again, is where the man pulls his face off. But I just think that looks ridiculous. I don't think it looks scary at all. It looks like a dummy face, but whatever. But it's got some great effects in it. Directed by Tobe Hooper, written by Steven Spielberg, Michael Grace and Mark Victor. Some people have suggested it was essentially directed by Steven Spielberg as well. I'm sure he had his fingers in the pie as a producer, but it is a Tobe Hooper film. Stars JoBeth Williams, Craig T. Nelson, Beatrice Straight, the late Dominique Dunne, Oliver Robbins, the late Heather O'Rourke, and who else? Of course, the late Zelda Rubinstein, as Tangina Barrons, the mini psychic. It's about a family that have lived in this house for a while. I don't know how long. I think they've been there a while. But just suddenly, spooky things start happening. Don't know why. They just do. And it's around the little girl, the Heather O'Rourke. Weird things start happening. But they're here. They come out of the TV for some reason. It doesn't explain why they start happening at this particular time. And it turns out it's the house being built on an old cemetery, and they removed the graves, the headstones, but they didn't move the bodies, so it's all these spirits of the people that the house, well, not just the house, the whole housing estate were built on. But the sequels kind of take it in a different direction. In this one, it's just kind of, there's these spirits there, and there's also the devil is down there as well, stopping these spirits from passing over. And they've got to deal with that as well to get the little girl back, because I forgot her name now. Oh God, I've forgotten. Carol Ann, that's it. Carol Ann gets taken by the spirits somehow. There's a portal. There's various portals in the house where things can go into the netherworld, and they take Carol Ann, and they've got to work out a way to get her back. And so they learn that the beast is in there, got many arms around Carol Ann and stopping the other spirits from passing over. In the sequel, in Poltergeist 2, by the way, I do like the sequels. Well, I like Poltergeist 2. I'm not a big fan of the third one, but I think Poltergeist 2 is pretty good. The beast is just a man that has kind of warped into the devil or a demon or something like that, who's like a priest or a minister, who's really scary. I think the second one is probably scarier than the first one, to be completely honest, mostly because of the priest that's in it. I forgot his name. But anyway, this first one, great film, some great effects in it, apart from the pulling the face off, that just looks silly. But a really good film, some cool moments. The ghosts coming down the stairs always gives me a chill. Really good stuff. So there we go. We're nominated for 3 Academy Awards, by the way. I don't know if it won any, but it was nominated. Right, and finally, another horror film. Some people suggest this it's close to The Exorcist on the best horror films ever made. But yeah, it's up there. It's up there. I don't think it's quite as horrific as The Exorcist. But what we're talking about is The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing. Obviously a remake of the 1951 version of The Thing from Another World, based on the book, the novella Who Goes There by John W. Campbell Jr. Directed by John Carpenter, written by Bill Lancaster, the son of Burt Lancaster, and of course stars Kurt Russell, Wilford Brimley, T.K. Carter, David Clennon, Keith David, Richard Dysart, Charles Hallahan, Pete Maloney, Richard Mazer, Joel Polis, Donald Moffat, and Thomas Waits, and the dog, whose name I've forgotten. Get the Blu-ray or the DVD or whatever. There's one of the best documentaries making of ever on there. Watch that. Interviews from all the cast and everything. Jed, the wolf dog who plays the dog in the film. It's a great film, and I think it's the closest we'll get to an adaptation of Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness. I think this is the closest we'll get to it. Anyway, so the story is. By the way, music by Ennio Morricone, although I suspect John Carpenter probably did most of it. Ennio Morricone might have just, done some themes. That's what I think, because it does sound very John Carpenter. There's a lot of the music in it. Very, electronic. Anyway, not a hit at the time, by the way, when it came out. Kind of found its audience later. It was overshadowed by E.T., which is in the honourable mentions list. Anyway, set in Antarctica, the crew, I suppose you call them, of an American Antarctic base are settling in for winter. An all-male film, by the way. No women in this to get in the way. The crew are settling in for winter, but then suddenly a helicopter appears from a neighbouring Norwegian base. When it's a neighbouring, it's like, I think it's about an hour away by helicopter, so it's a fair old hike. This helicopter appears and it's chasing a dog, and they're shooting at this dog for some reason, and then they land and stuff goes doolally, the helicopter blows up and the fella's shoots one of the people and he gets shot and blah blah blah. So they think these people have gone crazy at the Norwegian base. But it turns out the dog is a monster, an alien monster that can change its shape and become anything it's absorbed before. So it starts taking over the personnel of the base. So you don't know who is human and who is an alien. It's all that stuff, and it ends on an ambiguous note. And it's a great film, tons of tension, amazing effects by Rob Bottin, who ended up in hospital with exhaustion after doing this film. But as I said, get the Blu-ray or DVD and watch the documentary that's on it. One of the great making of documentaries. So there we go. That's The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. They did a prequel to it in, I don't know, 2011, something like that. The 20-something, and it was supposed to be a prequel starring Mary Elizabeth Winstead, and I didn't, it wasn't. I don't think it was rubbish, but it wasn't great, and it was essentially just a remake of The Thing, but kind of showing what happened, at the Norwegian base. But it did kind of set it up. And it was, it was nice. Towards the end, it was thinking, all right, they're sorting that out and they're getting ready for that in The Thing. But it could have been better. It was a missed opportunity, and the CG effects. They shouldn't have done the CG effects, but they did. They did actually do practical effects. But studio exec says no, we're doing CG. Unbelievable. But anyway, that was the prequel / remake. So that was The Thing. Right, so next up, honourable mentions. Right, first up, as I said, I don't know why I put this one in here, Swamp Thing, directed by Wes Craven, starring Adrian Barbeau, Louis Jordan, and whoever played Swamp Thing, I can't remember. But obviously an adaptation of the DC comics. I don't know why it's in it. I didn't particularly like it, but Adrian Barbeau gets a kit off in it, so fair enough. Right, next up, E.T. the Extraterrestrial. I said came out the same time as The Thing, kind of overshadowed it. Whereas The Thing's kind of nihilistic, E.T. were all hopeful and stuff like that and lovely. And I went to see it. I think I saw it a couple of times, I think, at the cinema. I do actually remember going with my mate. Our old cinema in town, back in the day, 1982, it had 2 screens. And on one screen they were showing Poltergeist, and on the other screen they were showing E.T. And I wanted to go see Poltergeist. But I think it was an 18 certificate. And me and my mate, I think we were only like 15 or something like that. Yeah, we were 15 in 1982. So I don't think he wanted to risk it. I was willing to sneak in. I was willing to say I'm 18 to go and see Poltergeist. But he didn't want to. I think it was an 18 certificate. Or was it? I don't know if we had 15s then. Did we have double A? I don't know. It must have been. Or it might have been an X certificate, not 18. I can't remember when they changed over. Back when I was younger, we had U, PG. No, it was U, A, double A, and X. That's what we had. And obviously U were for everybody. A were for, like, you know, it were alright, you know, for films like Convoy and stuff like that got an A certificate. I think Jaws got an A certificate somehow. And double A's were for films like, I think Firefox were a double A for some reason. I think because people got shot and you could see blood and stuff, they got like double A certificates. And then X were for like horror films or sexy films, stuff like that. And I think it was an X with Poltergeist. God knows why. Probably because of the face thing. Anyway, my mate wanted to go see E.T., so we went to see E.T. instead, and I was sat crying because I'm a big girl's blouse, and my mate would just start laughing at it. Oh dear. So there we go, so that's E.T. Anyway, we all know E.T. Steven Spielberg directed it, etc. Speaking of Firefox, that's in the list as well. That's next, Firefox, directed and starring Clint Eastwood. We did it in Magnificent Mondays a few weeks ago. A cool film. I really like Firefox. About a pilot that's sent into Russia, the Soviet Union, back in the day to steal the most advanced fighter jet in the world, the Firefox of the title, the MiG-31. As it was at the time, they've gone past that now. And it's a cool film. It's a cool espionage thriller. Clint Eastwood's Russian speaking thing, and he's got to think in Russian. Don't exactly work, but apart from that, great effects from John Dykstra and Apogee. There we go. It's a cool film. Next up, speaking of effects, is Tron from Disney, the original Tron, utilising CGI graphics in parts, but I think most of the effects in Tron are actually hand animated, but yeah, we won't tell you that. Hand animated stuff and essentially photographic effects. It was essentially filmed. The bits where they're in the computer, by the way, it's about a man, Jeff Bridges, that gets pulled into a computer somehow by lasers, and he's got to basically fight his way back out. And when he's in the computer, I said there's some CG in it, but there's quite a lot of hand animation as well. You can tell the difference. But I think most of the time it was essentially filmed in black and white, and they were wearing costumes that were like reflective things, so they did effects with that as well. So that's how they did. Anyway, it's a cool film, and it got a sequel, which was okay. Right, next up, horror, Friday the 13th, Part 3 in 3D, coming at you at screens and stuff, and holding eyeballs out and props and what was it, doing all stuff like that, and oh look, it's 3D. But I love it, and it's where Jason gets his iconic ski mask. So there we go, Friday the 13th Part 3, great film. But I like all of them, but Part 3's particularly good. Next up, The Beastmaster, another sword, what do you call it, sword and sandals film, not really, it's a fantasy film, innit? Whatever. Another fantasy film from 1982, I don't know if this came out before or after Conan, but I Like It More Than Conan, starring Mark Singer, the late Tanya Roberts, Rip Torn, who else? John Amos as well. It's another cool fantasy adventure film about a man called Da, who has an affinity with animals. Why they call it the Beastmaster. It's like Dr. Dolittle. He can talk to the animals, or some animals. So he's got a golden eagle called Sharak, a pair of thieving ferrets called Kodo and Podo, and a black panther called I don't know. RUH. Anyway, he's got to take on Rip Torn, who is like an evil priest in a city. It's kind of like Bronze Agey sort of thing. Maybe late Stone Age, I don't know, but they're sacrificing people. So he's got to sort that bad guy out. But he also comes across these weird creatures. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they've even got a name. But they end up helping him. They've got like bat wings, and they surround people, and they basically they dissolve you somehow, and they're kind of creepy. Anyway, it's a cool film. And it got several sequels. I don't think I've seen any of them. But anyway, give it a whirl. That's Beastmaster. Right, next up in the honourable mentions, First Blood, the first Rambo film. This nearly made it into the top 5. It was either this or Rocky 3 for me. But I put Rocky 3 in instead. First Blood, the first of the Rambo films, the best of the Rambo films in my opinion. Where we first meet John Rambo, Sylvester Stallone as John Rambo. He's a Vietnam veteran who just passing through town, and he comes across not bad, but a sheriff who doesn't want him there because he thinks he's a vagrant. And really, it's all Rambo's doing. It's his stubbornness that gets him into the trouble that he gets in this film. Really, if he just turned his back and carried on, but no, he had to push it essentially. he was asking why are they pushing him, but he was the one that pushed back and kind of overdid it a bit. So a cool film is First Blood, with a great musical score from Jerry Goldsmith, but give that one a whirl. Right, next up, back to horror, Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. A lot of people don't like Halloween 3 because it hasn't got Michael Myers in. After the second one, they were wanting to move away from Michael Myers and do like an annual Halloween film that were a different story each time, turn it into an anthology series. And so the first one was going to be Season of the Witch, starring Tom Atkins, Jamie Lee Curtis, somebody else. I'm thinking of The Fog for some reason. Tom Atkins, Dan O'Hurley, and somebody else. I've forgotten the name. Sorry. About an evil toy maker, essentially, who is also a witch, who wants to basically kill all the children on Halloween using these masks, Halloween masks that have been infused with evil from Stonehenge. They've stolen one of the sarsen stones or something from Stonehenge, and they're taking bits off it and putting it in microchips in the masks that will make kids' heads turn into snakes and bugs and stuff. Kind of creepy, but a lot of fun with some cool sequences in it. Right, next up, Q, the Winged Serpent, which we did on Friday Night at Porn with Fear recently. David Carradine, Richard Roundtree, and Michael Moriarty and Candy Clark star in Larry Franco. Is it Larry Franco? I think it's Larry Franco, isn't it? Film about essentially an Aztec god creature that terrorizes New York. It builds a nest up in the top of the Chrysler building where a lot of the film was shot. And it's up to David Carradine and the police to deal with it. It's not the best film ever made, but it's one of my favourites, and I really enjoy it. And it's got some cool stop motion effects for the budget that it had. It didn't have a huge budget. and it was shot really quickly. But that's cue the winged serpent. And finally, Creepshow from Stephen King and George Romero, an anthology movie based on the horror comics of the 50s and stuff like that. And it's a lot of fun. Some stars in it, it's Ted Danson and Leslie Nielsen and various others. In a few separate stories, followed by a sequel, which I think were just as good. I think Creepshow 2 were just as good as the first one, in my opinion. But the third one, forget about that. The less said about Creepshow 3, the better. But the first one is a lot of fun, and so give it a whirl. And Stephen King does some acting in it, and he's actually pretty good in it. Was it The Lonesome Death of whatever his character's called? I've forgotten. So there we go. That's me list. That's my list for 1982. Right. So let's go through them one more time, shall we? So, first up we had Rocky 3, that was followed by Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, then we had The Sword and the Sorcerer, then Poltergeist, and finally The Thing. And then, in the honourable mentions, we had Swamp Thing, for some reason, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Firefox, Tron, Friday the 13th Part 3, The Beastmaster, First Blood, Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, Q the Winged Serpent, and Creepshow. So there we go, that was my list for 1982. What's 1983 got in store for us? Let's have a look. We've got a James Bond film, and we've got a sci-fi fantasy, we've got a huge space what they call it, space epic, a comedy, and a DC movie, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 6, yes, 9 honourable mentions. Let me check, make sure there's no weird ones in, like, Swamp Thing. No, I think they all deserve to be in there. Right, so anyway, so that's for 1983, but we've just done 1982. A good year. Some say one of the best years, and I must admit, yeah, it was a pretty good year with 1982. I've probably missed some films out from this list, but these were just my favourites. So if there's any more from 1982 that you like, stick them in the comments, and I'll probably agree with you and say, oh yes, that were a good one as well. Hey, it's Steve from that old Yorkshire Geek, and it's time to do my top 5 films from each year since I've been born, or whatever the title is. I still haven't figured it out. I've had time, haven't I, to think of one, because it's been a while since 1982. The episode covering 1982, but we're up to 1983, as you can see. The only reason I haven't done an episode for quite a while, I think it was about June time, so it's been a few months since I did one, is because I forgot. I forgot all about it. And I thought, I came across I think I came across one of my thumbnails, and I thought, I haven't done one of those for a while, have I? So I thought I'd better do it now. So here we go. So it was top 5 films. My personal top 5 films from 1983. It's not a list that's not in any order. It's just my personal favourites. Not saying they're the best films of 1983. Just my personal 5 favourite films. I've also got 9 honourable mentions, which we're going to get to. But first up, let's just get on with the list, shall we? First up is the obvious one, I suppose, from 1983, is Return of the Jedi, aka Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. Let's just Return of the Jedi in it, everybody. The third of the original trilogy of Star Wars movies, the film that basically, it rounded it off, didn't it? We had a happy ending for everybody. The Empire, spoilers by the way, the Empire was defeated at the end, or the Emperor was at least, and good prevailed, and that's where they should have just left it, shouldn't they, really? But they didn't. They came back in 2015 and carried on and made a hash of it, although I did like The Force Awakens. Anywho, Return of the Jedi, directed by Richard Marquand, written by Lawrence Kasdan, who had a co-writing credit as well on Empire Strikes Back, along with Lee Brackett. who passed away, unfortunately. And George Lucas, story by George Lucas, produced by Howard Kazanjian. No sign of Gary Kurtz, which is why some people think maybe this is why this film really isn't as good as the first two, Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, because that had Gary Kurtz essentially reining in George Lucas, and they had a falling out. I think he did start work on Return of the Jedi, did Gary Kurtz, but they had a falling out and he left, or whatever. And so George was, he had too much power by this time, and that might explain why some of the decisions he made in this film were a bit iffy. Anyway, obviously it stars the usual gang: Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Billy D. Williams, Anthony Daniels, Carrie Fisher. Did I say Carrie Fisher? I'll say it twice. Dave Prowse as Vader. Although there was another scene where they had another actor. I can't remember his name. I keep forgetting. I've seen a photo of him. Well, basically, it was used in like a pickup shot of I think it was Vader holding Luke's lightsaber. When Luke is captured on Endor. They got another fella in to do that. Kenny Baker, Peter Mayhew, Frank Oz, the usual stuff. Tim Rose doing Admiral Akbar and others. The great music from John Williams. It's a great film. It is a great film. It grossed $374 million worldwide in its initial theatrical run. It's probably done more than that since. It got a special edition, which was not very well received. Much like the special edition for Star Wars wasn't very well received, really. The only one of those three special editions was that original trilogy that were pretty well done. Were Empire Strikes Back, although they did kind of flatten the Millennium Falcon, and it was flying through Cloud City. Cool that they showed it flying through Cloud City, and it looked flat. And then when it got to the landing thing, it was a big chunky Millennium Falcon landing. But never mind. Anyway, whatever. Anywho, so there we go. So that's Return of the Jedi. It's a cool film, and everybody should have seen it. And Richard Marquand did a good job, and he made some decisions in that film that George, I think, wouldn't have made. So, some people say, he was just a director for hire, and it was essentially George Lucas that directed the film. I think they're wrong. I think Richard Marquand did put his stamp on it, and he's now unfortunately passed away. But I'm trying to think what he said, what it was that was his idea, and I can't remember what it was. It might be something to do with Yoda. I've forgotten. But he said, no, we need. I think it was the Yoda scene. I don't think George Lucas wanted the Yoda scene in it. Something like that. I could be wrong. But Richard Marquand fought for it because George Lucas wasn't going to put it in. But I might be misremembering. I might be having another Mandela effect. I'm having a lot of those lately. Anywho, let's move on to number 2. Again, it's not a countdown. It's not in any order. It's just a list. Number 2, James Bond, Octopussy. It's not one of the best James Bond films, but I love me Bond films. Even the bad ones. Even Never Say Never Again and For Your Eyes Only. Which I class as, lower tier Bond films. And Octopus is kind of up there, but it is really good. I think it came out at the same time as Never Say Never Again, and I think it essentially beat it at the box office, I think. But anyway, this one sees Roger Moore come back as 007, directed by John Glenn. I think he did quite a few in the 80s, didn't he, John Glenn? He became the Bond director de jour, didn't he? Of the 80s. He did a few of them. Anyway, screenplay by George MacDonald Fraser, Richard Maybaum, and Michael G. Wilson, based on the book by Fleming, allegedly, probably. I don't know. It was a short story when it was Octopussy. I've not read any of the Fleming Bond books, although I think I've said before, I think I do have them on a Kindle somewhere, but I can't find my Kindle. I can't say, I can't go to one of my other Kindle devices, like my Amazon Fire, and get it because, never mind. Anyway, but, anyway, so it stars Roger Moore, Maud Adams, in her second appearance in a Bond film as a different character. She was also in The Man with the Golden Gun. I think she died in that. I think she was killed by the Man with the Golden Gun. I think. Louis Jordan as the bad guy, Christina Wayborn as a Bond girl, and other people. Who else? What's face were in it as well, wasn't she? As Goodnight. I've forgotten the name now. What they call her? Hang on, I've got to check now. Where is she? She's got way down on this list. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Man with the Golden Gun. I'm thinking of Britt Eklund. She was in The Man with the Golden Gun. Because we're talking about it with Maud Adams. Never mind. Edit that bit out, maybe. Or might not. So I've got Stephen Burkoff as another baddie, and VJ Amritraj as a friend of Bond. He was what they call it, a badminton player for India, and went into acting. He also appeared in Star Trek 4: The Voyage Home as the captain of the Yorktown. Anyway, the usual ones got Robert Brown as M, Desmond Llewellyn as Q, Walter Gottel appears as Gogol, General Gogol, and Lois Maxwell as Moneypenny. No, it didn't. I wouldn't have said this might be Lois Maxwell's last appearance, but it didn't. It isn't. And it's a good romp. It's all about baddie Russian general wanting to nuke an American base, basically start World War III, and Bond has to sort it out essentially, and it's all good fun. It's all good fun. Who does the music for this one? I can't remember. John Barry. John Barry did the music for this. So there we go. And it's a lot of fun. Some people don't like it because it ends up at the end. It's got Roger Moore dressed up as a clown, trying to save the world, dressed as a clown. Some people think it demeans James Bond, but probably Roger Moore, he's got these sense of humour that he'd probably like that. He'd probably think, yeah, I'm dressed up as a clown saving the world. But some people probably thought it demeaned James Bond. Anyway, so there we go. That's Octopussy. It's a lot of fun. Give it a whirl. Although it's not one of the best Bond films. Next up, a bit of sci-fi fantasy now from Krull, from the planet Krull. Also the name of the film. A cool sci-fi fantasy, and one that, I don't know, I think it inspired me quite a lot when I was younger. Because I started writing a sci-fi fantasy film. I suppose you could say I was inspired by Krull. I started writing a story called The Staff of Karnath, which I never finished. And that was about like a fantasy world, with horses and stuff like that. It didn't have dragons and stuff, but people in like a medieval society or a dark age society or whatever. But their world gets invaded by aliens. I'm going off on a tangent now. So about their fight against these aliens that have invaded their world, and that's essentially what Krull is about. This like medieval society that gets invaded by the Beast in his big mountainous spaceship that lands, and it's cool, and the effects are amazing in it. I think they are anyway. Directed by Peter Yates, stars Ken Marshall, who would go on to be in Star Trek Deep Space Nine as a bad guy. Lysette Anthony, who had a voice dubbed, God knows why, I have no idea. Freddie Jones, Francesca Annis, Alan Armstrong, David Batley, Bernard Breslaw as the Cyclops, and early appearances from the likes of Liam Neeson, Todd Carty, and Robbie Coltrane. So there we go. It is a cool film, and I think it's stood the test of time. Some people say, the effects are a bit rubbish, but they're all practical effects, because it's 1983, done by Derek Meddings and his genius team, and I think it's really, really good, and I think Krull is an underrated film. I think it was one of the most expensive British films ever made at the time, by the way, and it didn't do well, which is why we never got a sequel to it. But anyway, like I say, it's got a cult following. How much did it cost? About £30 million. As I said, I think it was one of the most expensive British films made at the time. And cool music from James Horner with a great theme. And anyway, so there we go. So that's Krull. As I said, it's about the Beast and his army of slayers invade this world, kill the royal families of, so that they can control the world and all that stuff. But they take away the king's daughter, Lissa, played by Lysette Anthony. The Beast wants to marry her for whatever reason, but there's a prophecy that somebody will come and defeat the Beast and save the girl, and their child shall rule Krull, and then one day and their offspring shall rule the galaxy and all that. But anyway, whatever. But anyway, so that's Krull. Give it a whirl. Cool effects. They've got like laser guns that they can only fire once, and then they've got to use it as a sword, and there's sparks and stuff, and it's cool. Right, let's move on. Let's move on to the next one. Number 4 is Trading Places, a comedy. The comedy from John Landis, starring Dan Aykroyd, Eddie Murphy, Ralph Bellamy, Don Amici, Denham Elliott, and Jamie Lee Curtis. I watched this quite recently, actually. My mate came up to visit, and we just were looking for something to watch, and I think we were scrolling through Amazon or some I think it was Amazon, yeah. And Trading Places just happened to be, just popped up, and mate says, I haven't seen that for ages, shall we watch it? I'm like, yeah, why not? And it's an amazing film. It won't get made today, or if it did, if they did a remake of it today, it would be changed a lot. It's very of its time. But it is really funny in places, and it's a good film about, Ralph Bellamy and Don Amici play two rich businessmen who place a bet that they can ruin the life of one of their top employees, played by Dan Aykroyd, and put a lowly person of colour in his place, with no education, and he'll do just as well. That's what their bet is, which is Eddie Murphy. And there we go. And so hijinks ensue. And the only thing I don't like about it, or I don't really understand it, is the end bit. When they go to like the stock exchange or wherever it is, and they start doing all this. I've got this, sell. I don't really understand how all that works, because it is beyond my ken. But it did well anyway at the box office. Had a budget of $15 million and did $120 million at the box office, so it did well. And it's got a cool musical score from Elmer Bernstein, and it's really, really good. So I'll give it a whirl. I don't know how a fella in a gorilla suit can get mistaken for a real gorilla, but I think they were supposed to be the keepers were supposed to be like high on drugs, so they couldn't tell the difference. Anyway, so there we go. And finally, the last one of my top 5 of 1983 is Superman 3, a film that I think gets wrongly relegated as a bad film, but I really like Superman 3. Directed by Richard Lester, who I suppose you could say co-directed Superman 2, although he got the credit, but Superman 2 were mostly directed by Richard Donner, wasn't it? But I think his scenes that he did in Superman 2 were pretty well done. The Paris scene and all that, I thought they were fine. In a lot of ways, I prefer the theatrical version of Superman 2 to the Richard Donner cut, in a lot of ways. But anyway, he did Superman 3 all by himself, and it had more of a comedic edge to it. They even got Richard Pryor in to play the bad guy turned good guy. Spoilers. Some of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it is a lot of fun. It stars Christopher Reeve, obviously, as Superman, Richard Pryor, excuse me, Robert Vaughn, Margot Kidder, the usual gang, Jackie Cooper, Mark McClure, Annette O'Toole appears as Lana Lang, Annie Ross, and Pamela Stevenson in a memorable role, shall we say. It's the film where Superman turns bad. The bad guy, Robert Vaughn, basically wants to kill Superman because he's interfering with his plans for world domination. And he sets Richard Pryor, who turns out to be this lowly man, a bit like in Trading Places. He was like a man with nothing, who ended up, doing something for himself. And it turned out he was amazing at computers. And they show that by him basically typing in BASIC, because that's what they had back in 1983, wasn't it? 10 print Gus Gorman is amazing, semicolon. 20 go to 10. Just a lot of that on screens. Wants Gus Gorman to find kryptonite or whatever to destroy Superman, but it doesn't quite do that because there's some element in this meteorite or something that is unknown. So he just makes something up and puts it in. I think he puts tar in. He looks in his cigarette packet and sees tar, and the thing that they get It doesn't kill Superman. It turns him bad, so he starts doing bad things, and then we end up with the Superman fight in the junkyard, where Superman splits into two, the good side and the bad side, and the good side wins, and all that stuff. It's cool. I really like Superman 3. I think you should give it a whirl. Sometimes it gets a bit too invested in the jokes and the funny stuff and things that don't make sense. Like when Gus Gorman's drunk and programming a computer and making all things go haywire in the world. That gets a bit daft, but anyway, give it a whirl. I really like Superman 3, so I will not hear it being disdained. Is that a word? Don't know. So there we go. That was my top 5. So right, let's move on to the honourable mentions. Got quite a few of these. I said 9 of them. So first up is Extra, a British horror film, which I don't know if it was classed as a video nasty back in the day, but it disappeared for a while and then reappeared again, going from memory. But it is a good film. There's a few sequels and they're not even connected. Extra is weird. It's a weird British sci-fi horror film about a man that gets abducted by aliens and then he comes back at some point later, but he's been turned into an alien, and there's like a body horror scene where he essentially is birthed again out of a woman as an adult man, and that's quite gruesome and stuff. But there's some cool effects in it, and for the time, and there's a bit where an action man comes to life and murders somebody, and it's all a good bit of fun, but it has a weird ending. It's weird all the way through, but it's worth a watch, and I like Extra. Next up, another horror film, The Entity, which we did on Friday Night at Point with Fear a while back. Stars Barbara Hershey and Ron Silver, allegedly based on a true story about a woman that is sexually assaulted by a supernatural force. And it's a really well-made film. It's a really good film with some cool special effects in it. Practical effects, of the assault going on, which I had to edit out. I had to go through the film and put black bars and stuff for Friday Night at Point with Fear, because YouTube would have gone mental. But anyway, it's a really good film. I really like it. There's one scene in the film that's essentially exactly like what happened in real life. If you watch the shows like Sightings and stuff like that, they covered the Entity case and showed like photos and stuff that were taken at the time of the happenings, and they tried to match what happened in the film with those photos and stuff. But I think the ending, I don't think that happened in real life. The kind of fantastical ending where they try and trap the spirit, whatever it is, with like liquid nitrogen or something like that. It doesn't. It works, but it doesn't work, if you know what I mean. Anywho, so there we go. Moving on. So that's The Entity. Give it a whirl. Sidney J. Fury, by the way, directed that one. Next up, a bit of fun, bit of comedy. Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, which I think was the last of the Monty Python films. I think. I don't think they've done one since. I could be wrong, but that's more of a sketch film than the previous two, because Life of Brian and Monty Python and the Holy Grail, they had like continuous stories, didn't they? There was like one story, but Meaning of Life more like different sketches about the meaning of life and stuff like that. Probably the most famous scene is the Mr. Creosote scene. There's this big man in a restaurant who wants to eat everything. He eventually explodes and it's all gruesome. But it's funny and rude and a bit gruesome in places as well. But it's Monty Python, so that's what you expect. Next up is Psycho 2, obviously the sequel to Psycho, 23 years later. Directed by Richard Franklin and written by Tom Holland of Fright Night, Child's Play fame. Got Anthony Perkins back to play Norman Bates. Got Vera Miles back to play Lila Crane. Tom Holland appears as a deputy. And Meg Tilly as well. And it's a sequel that is a lot better than it deserves to be completely honest. Or a lot better than you expect it to be. And it's a true sequel. It's it doesn't mess about with the lore, I suppose. It's Norman Bates. He spent 23 years or whatever in essentially a lunatic asylum, and now he's been let out. Goes back to the motel, tries doing stuff, and then things start happening, and people start dying again. So there we go. There's a twist at the end, and it's I won't spoil it because it's a film worth watching, and it's one of those films that I think probably not everybody's seen it. Probably everybody knows it's there, but probably not everybody's seen it, and or if they've seen it, they might have forgotten about it. So give it a whirl. Give Psycho 2 a whirl. Right, so next up, Twilight Zone, the movie. A notorious film in many ways, obviously based on the TV series by Rod Serling. It had different sections, directed by the one by John Landis, which is the notorious section, in which people died and John Landis ended up in court and somehow got away with it, I think. Vic Morrow passed away in that scene. Well, not passed away, he got killed when the helicopter crashed on him, essentially. Killed him and 2 children. There were lots of illegalities going on, but he got away with it somehow. I think he did anyway. There's that one directed by John Landis, a segment directed by Steven Spielberg, which wasn't very good. You'd think he'd get the good section, wouldn't you? The good bit to do, but his one is a bit boring, to be completely honest. Kick the can, I think that's what it was called. And then a section directed by Joe Dante, which is a fun one. Got a lot of effects in it and stuff like that. It's the one about the boy that can make things, real, make his fantasies real, which is a bit scary in places. Actually, it's very scary in places. Probably the scariest one of the segments. And then the final one is the one directed by George Miller of Mad Max fame, doing the terror. Is it Terror at 30,000 feet or Horror at 30,000 feet? I can't remember. There's something on the wing. That one. With what's his face? Lithgow, John Lithgow, playing the William Shatner role, and that's really good as well. And it also had bits in between with Dan Aykroyd in it. But it's a good film. It's a Twilight Zone movie. It's just marred by the controversy. But anyway. Moving on, next up, we've got Blue Thunder, the film that inspired the TV series, and probably inspired the TV series. There was a Blue Thunder TV series starring, I forgot his name, starring somebody, not Roy Scheider. I can't remember his name now. No, it's gone, never mind. Anyway, the movie starring Roy Scheider, directed by John Badham. And it's a good conspiracy thriller. It's got Malcolm McDowell in it as the bad guy. It's about super high tech helicopter, that stealth mode. Just makes the blades go quieter. How that happens, I don't know. Maybe it's a real thing. I don't know. But they put stealth mode in there. It just goes instead of like helicopter blades do. Anyway, and it's got all these super ace weapons and all that on it. It's about that. And the police are using it for some reason. Why don't give it to the army? No, the police are using it. But there we go. And as I said, I think it also inspired Airwolf as well, which came out a few years later. But the TV series wasn't bad. It had Roy Scheider, Daniel Stern, Candy Clark, and I forgot his name, and somebody else. I won't type it in. Give it a whirl. It's a good film as Blue Thunder. Next up, another James Bond film, the one from the same year, which I mentioned earlier, came out at the same time-ish as Octopussy. Never Say Never Again, where Sean Connery returned as James Bond 007, directed by Irving Kershner of Empire Strikes Back fame. And it's a fun film. It's a remake of Thunderball, produced by Kevin McClory. I had to think about his name. Jack Whittingham and Ian Fleming. Story was by them, sorry. Produced by Kevin McClory and Jack Schwartzman. Let's say there was a long legal battle between Kevin McClory and Eon Productions, the Broccolis and Harry Saltzman, because Kevin McClory, claimed that he, along with Ian Fleming, he essentially they had a party or something at is it GoldenEye, Ian Fleming's house, where Kevin McClory and Jack Whittingham and Ian Fleming came up with the story of Thunderball, and Ian Fleming basically took all the glory, and Kevin McClory sued. So that's why you didn't see Spectre in a lot of the Broccoli Bond films, because they weren't allowed to use Spectre for a while. But then they got them back. Anyway, it's a fun film, as I said, essentially a remake of Thunderball. Whereas in Thunderball, Spectre hijacked a Vulcan bomber with atomic bombs on. In this one, they hijack nuclear missiles. It stars Sean Connery, Klaus Maria Brandauer as the bad guy, Max von Sydow as Ernst Stavro Blofeld, Barbara Carrera in fine form as I forgot the name now. Blush, Fatima Blush. She's mental in it, but she plays a good role. It's probably better than the Thunderball version, but not as gorgeous in my opinion. She wasn't called Fatima Blush in that either. I forgot what she was called. But anyway, Kim Basinger in an early role. Take her or leave her. I've never seen what people see in Kim Basinger, but me. Although she was good in LA Confidential. Bernie Casey. I think Bernie Casey plays Felix Leiter in this. Let me check. I think he does. Yes, he does. So there we go. So I've got Rowan Atkinson in. Edward Fox. Edward Fox is M. That's how Edward Fox talks. Bond. But there's no Q in it. There's a quartermaster. Alec McGowan plays Algie or Algernon as the quartermaster, but they don't call him Q. But and it's the theme that says expect lots of gratuitous sex and mayhem. Dear. And there we go. Anyway, so it is a fun film, but essentially it's a remake of Thunderball with many of the same beats, some updated special effects and stunts and stuff like that. But anyway, give that one a whirl. As next up is The Dead Zone, based on a Stephen King book, directed by David Cronenberg. I think personally probably David Cronenberg's second best film after The Fly, but it's pretty close because this is a pretty amazing film, I think. Produced by Deborah Hill, famous for working with John Carpenter on Halloween and stuff like that. Stars Christopher Walken, Brooke Adams, Tom Skerritt, Herbert Lom, Anthony Zerbe, Colleen Dewhurst and Martin Sheen in a memorable role. As I said, it's based on the Stephen King book about a man called, I forgot his name now, Johnny Smith, who has some sort of accident or something happens to him and is in a coma for many years. When he comes to, he finds out that when he touches somebody, he can see their future. So it goes through all these, I won't call them adventures, but all these incidents happen with him where he touches somebody, sees their future, and then in the end, spoilers, in the end, he shakes hand inadvertently. So, his hand is grabbed by a presidential candidate, and he sees the future that this presidential candidate, Martin Sheen, is essentially going to end the world. He's going to launch missiles and start World War III. The missiles are flying, hallelujah, he says in it. So he's to go and basically assassinate this presidential candidate. So there we go. And he saves the world. Spoilers. It's a cool film. It's a really good film. I think it's one of the better Stephen King adaptations, and I think it's David Cronenberg's, if not second best film. It's joint first with The Fly. It's up there, I think it is. It almost made the actual top 5. And finally, another Stephen King adaptation is Christine, directed by John Carpenter, based on Stephen King's book, obviously. And this is a film I wasn't keen on initially when I saw it. I think I saw it when I was young. 1983, I was 16. So I wasn't I wasn't a fully formed adult, and I found it a bit boring. You know, it was a horror film, but it didn't have many horrific scenes in, to be completely honest. And I found it a bit boring, but I've grown to love it over the years, and it's a really good film. Anyway, as I said, directed by John Carpenter, screenplay by Bill Phillips, based on Stephen King book. Stars Keith Gordon in a memorable role, John Stockwell, Alexandra Paul, Robert Prosky, Harry Dean Stanton, and the car in question, which is Christine. Who did the music? Obviously, music by John Carpenter and Alan Howarth. Had a budget of 10 million, box office of 21 million, so I suppose it did okay. Didn't blow the world alight, did it? Anyway, apparently a remake is in development. I didn't know that. I've just read that there. Anyway, so it's about this. I think it starts showing Christine, the car, being built in the 50s. A red Plymouth, a red 1988 Plymouth Fury, and from the very beginning, she's claiming lives or whatever. Where she the hood shuts on a worker's hand, and another worker's found dead inside. So. Anyway, like 20 years later-ish, I think 21 years, it's 1978 it's set in. Arnie Cunningham, who sounds like she should be in Happy Days, shouldn't he? Who's Keith Gordon, finds, is a bit of a nerd, gets bullied at school. He finds the car, he finds Christine in a scrapyard or whatever, or this fella's got it under a tarp and he wants to buy it. So it basically buys the car, but it needs a lot of work, and essentially the car starts to possess him, and he begins to change, and instead of being the nerdy kid, he becomes a cool kid, and he starts doing the bullying sometimes. He gets the girl who originally were out of his league, Alexandra Paul, and he starts dating her, but she starts seeing the change in him. He starts becoming, violent, not violent, but violent and nasty and all that stuff. And it's a good film, and the car rebuilds itself. It goes out, can drive itself, goes out killing people, being set on fire, being smashed up, and it goes back into its garage and basically rebuilds itself. There's a good scene, I think, where he says, "Show me," and he goes into it and he says, he sees the car all smashed up or whatever, and he says, "Show me," and he shows the car rebuilding itself in really cool ways, really imaginative, in camera ways of showing a car building itself back up. Sometimes reverse shots, like a glass going back into lights and windscreens and stuff, but also some interesting stuff where I thought, how did they do that? I'm going to have to look that up, how they did that, but it was all done, with pulleys and levers and all that stuff, and it's cool, and it's a good film. But it's not exactly action-packed. It has its moments, and it's but it's not super gory or anything like that. But anyway, it's worth a watch. Right, so there we go. So that's my list for 1983. So we'll leave it there. We'll go through, though, one last time. We'll go through the list. First up, we had my top 5, which was Return of the Jedi, a.k.a. Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. That was followed by Octopussy. Then we had Krull. And then we had laughs with Trading Places. And then finally, more laughs with Superman 3. And then we had me 9 honourable mentions, which were Extra, The Entity, Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, Psycho 2, Twilight Zone the Movie, Blue Thunder, Never Say Never Again, Never Say Never Again, sorry, I couldn't help myself, The Dead Zone, and Christine. So there we go. So that's it. That's my list for 1983. So we will leave it there, and hopefully it won't be months and months before I do 1984. But anyway, so thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share the videos, and drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already, and all that stuff, and go to the store and buy t-shirts and whatever, and go to my Patreon and subscribe to my Patreon. Hey up, it's Steve from the old Yorkshire Geek. You can't see for that, can you? Hang on, what do I do? Never mind. Welcome to the next part of my series, my top 5 favourite films for each year since I was born. Still haven't worked it out, have we? Anyway, we're up to 1984. Not that you can see. There you go. We're up to 1984. Bit of a clue what film is in this one. So it's in my top 5 films from 1984. Which is what a stellar year. It was, up there with 1982 for some great films out that year. So I've got a top 5, and I've got a voluminous honourable mentions list. There's 13 in the honourable mentions for 1984. But my top 5. But anyway, as I usually say, this is my top 5 favourite films, not necessarily the top 5 best films. These are my top 5 favourite films, the ones that I watch more than the others. So there we go. And they're not in any particular order. It's not like a countdown. It's not like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and number 1 is the best. It's not that. It's just a list of 5 films, my top 5 favourite films. Right, before we start, don't forget, like and subscribe, share the videos, drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you've subscribed already. I'm also on Facebook, X and Instagram, links in the description for all that, if you want to follow me on the social medias. What else? I've got a Patreon page, and there's memberships on the YouTube channel, and what else? Don't know. Merch, there's merch. If you follow the link, if you go to the YouTube page, there's a store section. There's also a link in the description for merch where you can get t-shirts and stuff like that of my own designs. So they might not be the best, but they'll be good quality t-shirts, but just the designs. I'm not doing a good job. I'm a terrible salesman. Anyway, so you can check that stuff out. And I'm not wearing one of my own t-shirts today. I forgot to put one on, but anyway, check out other videos where I am wearing them. Right, so let's get on with it, shall we? We'll just get on with this top 5. I will reiterate, top 5 favourite films, not necessarily the best films, not in any order. Right, so we'll begin. First up, this will probably be my number 1, to be completely honest, but it's going to be the first on the list. It's Ghostbusters. There we go. Who are you going to call? One of those films that is almost perfect. Nay, maybe it is perfect. I don't know. But it is a fantastic film. One of the best films ever made. It is funny. It has some scary moments. It has great effects. It has great acting from all the cast. It's just a fantastic film, directed by Ivan Reitman, starring Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, Harold Ramis, Ernie Hudson, Rick Moranis, and Sigourney Weaver. Have I missed anybody out? No, I haven't. And it's a top-notch film about a group of scientists from a university who get kicked out of the university because of their loony ideas about ghosts and the supernatural, go into business for themselves, and luckily for them, lots of ghosts start appearing because of Zool, who's a Sumerian, or is he Babylonian? No, Sumerian. It is Sumerian. A god is coming back from the netherworld via Sigourney Weaver's fridge. And it's great fun. Everybody's seen Ghostbusters, haven't they? They have. Everybody's seen Ghostbusters, and everybody knows what a great film it is. So there we go. That's Ghostbusters. Next up, Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock. One of the lesser Star Trek films, but it's still a great film in my opinion. Directed by Leonard Nimoy, stars the usual cast of original series actors. William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy is in it, but not much. And the usual ones: George Takei, Walter Koenig, James Doohan, Nichelle Nichols. We get to new Savick. In Star Trek 2, it was Kirstie Alley as Savick, but in this one it's somebody else. I forgot her name. Robin. Oh, I can't remember. I'll put it there. I'm blanking. And this is a video. I could just pause the video, edit it. I won't. I'll just put a name there. Robin something or other. Anyway, and Merritt Buttrick comes back as David, Kirk's son, and it's a bit of a somber movie compared to some of the other Star Trek films, and it has kind of a TV movie feel for me. I don't know. It seems a bit flat and a bit TV, like a soap opera, an 80s soap opera. I know it's an 80s movie, but it does have that. So maybe we can blame it because it's Leonard Nimoy's first. I don't know if it's his first film he directed, but it's his first Star Trek film. But anyway, but it's still worth a watching. It's still good, and it still, delivers on all fronts. And it's, an underrated one, even though it is an odd-numbered Star Trek film. So there we go. That's Star Trek 3: The Search for Spock. Next up, Gremlins from Joe Dante. A great Christmas, what do you call it? A gateway horror film, I suppose you could call it. Billy, played by Zach Galligan, gets a present off his dad of a pet, I think called a mogwai, like a cross between a cat and a little tiny koala bear and other things. Just a little cute thing with big ears. And he gets that for Christmas, for a Christmas present, and he's warned not to feed it after midnight, not to get it wet, and not to put it in bright light or sunlight. Sunlight will kill him. And obviously, all those things happen, and hilarity and danger ensues as the offspring of Gizmo, is what he calls the creature, become gremlins, lizard-like creatures, go on the rampage in the town of Kingston Falls, USA. Don't tell us exactly where in the USA it is, but it's snowing, so maybe it's in Colorado or somewhere, I don't know. And stuff happens, so there we go. And it's a cool film. It's a great film. It is a great film. And the sequel is good as well. Maybe even better, to be completely honest. But Gremlins has a special place in the hearts of many. So there we go. That's Gremlins. Next up, The Terminator. I've got to do it. Everybody does that. Do they? I do. The Terminator from James Cameron. His breakthrough movie after Piranha 2: The Spawning didn't do well because it was rubbish. But The Terminator, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, Michael Biehn, Linda Hamilton, and others. A cyborg machine is sent back in time from 2029 to kill the mother of the leader of the resistance, because there's been a war where the machines have taken over and wiped out most of humanity, and so the Terminators decide to go back and kill because the humans win, so the machines decide to send back a Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger to kill the mother of the leader of the resistance, John Connor. But the humans, the resistance, find out about this and send back a lone protector to save her, and action ensues, and it's a great film with great effects, great practical effects. Not always, the best, not always super realistic looking, but Stan Winston doing his stuff. Sometimes they linger a bit too long on, particularly the fake Arnold Schwarzenegger head. It's good, but you can tell it's not prosthetic, a fake head, a puppet essentially. But it's still a super duper film, and it's got a great climax, and it just zips along at a frantic pace. So there we go. So that's The Terminator. Great film. And finally, of my top 5 for 1984 is The Last Starfighter. I'm going to do it again. We've done this in Magnificent Mondays. A great family sci-fi action adventure comedy, whatever you want to call it. It's a great science fiction film with very early use of photorealistic computer generated graphics done on a Cray XMP supercomputer. It's a great film. I forgot his bloody name now. I know I should have had notes. Alex Rogan, played by the name that I'm going to put there, beats the record on an arcade machine called the Starfighter machine. Beats the record on it, then gets a visit from somebody called Centauri, and jumps in his car, says, I've got a deal for you. It's, super exciting. So he gets in the car, because he's got nothing to lose, by the way. So off he finds out the car's a spaceship and takes him to another planet, and he becomes, a starfighter to defend the frontier against Zua and the Kodan Armada and all that stuff. Space battles, all that jazz. It's great stuff. It's all exciting. And also comedic stuff on Earth. While Alex is gone fighting in space, they leave a robotic stand-in for him. And hilarity ensues in that. It's a great film. Directed by Michael Myers, not Mike Myers of Austin Powers fame, and Michael Myers from Halloween. Directed by Nick Castle, who played The Shape in the first Halloween film. So there we go. A great film. Give it a look if you haven't seen it. Right. So that's my top 5. So we'll move on to the honourable mentions. Are you ready? We'll just zip through these. First up, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. A lot of people's least of the Indiana Jones trilogy, because I'm not mentioning the Crystal Skull and Dial of Destiny. They don't count. But it's still a good film, a good whiz-bang action adventure. One of the films, I think, that brought about like the 12A certificate or PG-13 in America. I don't know if it was the first one, but it was among, I think, the first ones to cause, because of the violence that's in it. But it is a great film. Indigo's after the Shankara Stones. It's a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark by a year. And it's a good fun film, so there we go. Next up, this is Spinal Tap from Rob Reiner. Mockumentary, or rockumentary as he calls it. It's about a fictional English rock band called Spinal Tap. All played by Americans. But you wouldn't know, they put on great English accents. And it's just hilarious. And they ended up going on tour. They could play the instruments and sing and do all the stuff, could the actors. And they ended up doing albums and going on tour and actually becoming rock stars as well as actors. And it's a huge amount of fun. It's really funny. And also a bit poignant in places, but it is a great film. Right, next up, Police Academy. I've got to admit, I'd actually forgotten about this film. And then I was going through my list of films that came out in 1984. And I thought, blimey, Police Academy. I used to love that film. And I haven't seen it for years. But I remember at the time, I really, really enjoyed Police Academy. It's the best of the Police Academy films because it's the most... They ended up becoming like a family franchise, didn't it? That your kids could watch. But Police Academy were a proper adult-oriented comedy action film. Maybe a bit tamer than like Beverly Hills Cop, but along those lines. It didn't have as much swearing and stuff in it, but it had a bit of nudity. But it was great about young recruits joining the police academy and all their training and stuff, and all the the guffaws and jokes and stuff that happen. It's a film with Steve Guttenberg. It's probably the film that put Steve Guttenberg on the map. And but what happened to him? But it's a huge amount of fun, and it's got a great ending. It's got a good actiony ending, where the recruits, the what they call them, cadets, I suppose they are, prove their worth against bad guys. Anyway, so that's Police Academy. Next up, Greystoke, The Legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes. That's a hell of a title, innit? People just call it Greystoke. Christopher Lambert, or Christophe Lambert, however you want to pronounce it, as Tarzan. And it's a great version of. Some say it's the most, because I've not read the book. Right, Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote Tarzan, didn't he? I think. I've not read it, so I don't know. Some people say this is the most true to the book. I don't know, but it's a great film. And it plays a great performance. It gets obviously is raised by gorillas with some great gorilla, primate makeup effects. For the time, so he's raised, as amongst the gorillas, and then somebody finds him in the jungle and bring him back to civilization. He can't fit in, stuff happens, and he ends up going back. So anyway, but it's got Andy McDowell in it as well. Was famously dubbed. Her voice was famously dubbed for some reason, but Anyway, so that's a cool film, Greystoke, Legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes. Next up, the Philadelphia Experiment, based on a true story, but not really. But it's a great sci-fi action adventure about some sailors who are in an experiment on a ship docked in Philadelphia. They do an experiment to make it invisible to radar, but it actually makes it sort of like phase into another dimension, and these two crew members actually end up going back in time, or forward in time to 1984, 83 or whatever. And it's a cool film. It is a cool film. It kind of reminiscent slightly of the Final Countdown from 1980s. You know, it has a similar sort of feel to it as that, but different. It's worth a look, and as I said, based on a true story, some say. Anyway, next up, Dreamscape, top-notch film, really, really good. But again, another film I haven't seen for a while, but is really, really good. About exploring people's dreams, starring Dennis Quaid. It is and Max von Sydow as well. Is it Max von Sydow? I think it is. I've forgotten. Anyway, and Christopher Plummer's in it as well as a bad guy. They find a way to. Dennis Quaid can essentially go into people's dreams and work out what's troubling them. But we've got a bad guy that's going into people's dreams, like basically killing people from within their dreams. Because everybody knows if you die in your dreams, you die in real life. So there's some great visuals and stuff like that in this film. So it's well worth a look. Nightmarish visuals and stuff, monsters and nightmarish dreamscapes, because that's what they call it. So there we go, that's Dreamscape. Next up, a bit of horror, Nightmare on Elm Street. The first one, the best one, some might say. About Freddy Krueger, starring Robert Englund and others. From Wes Craven. A really, really, really good horror film. Just straight up horror film. Speaking of dreams, from Dreamscape, this is another one. It's about nightmares. Basically, is a demon, somebody who was not a nice person in life, was killed, then comes back in some sort of supernatural way to haunt people's dreams and all that stuff. And I say some great effects in it and sequences, and it's well worth a look if you haven't seen it. But I think it's one of those films that I think most people have seen. So that's Nightmare on Elm Street. Next up, Supergirl. A lot of people don't like this, and it's not as good as Superman. It's from the same people that brought us Superman, Superman 2, Superman, those lot. Christopher Reeve's kind of in it. He's on a poster because it's set in the same universe. Obviously, Superman's cousin from Argo City. I forgot her name. I forgot what she calls herself. Anyway. She comes to Earth and becomes like Superman, but she's a girl instead. But she's got to deal with Faye Dunaway, who's like a witch, and so she's got to deal with her. She's the main bad person, is Faye Dunaway, and it's a bit goofy in places, but it's still a lot of fun. So anyway, so that's Supergirl. Next up, 2010. Subtitled The Year We Make Contact Sometimes, sequel to 2001, and in a lot of ways it's better than 2001 because it gets on with it and it don't faff about, and it tells you what it's doing. It's not being overly enigmatic like 2001 was. It's telling you what's going on. So it's a sequel, like I say, it's like 9 years after the first film, and they're going to go and get the Discovery back from around Jupiter, find out what happened, and but they've got to hitch a ride with the Russians, the Soviets, because at this time, obviously, the Soviet Union was still a thing, but they didn't know that it was going to fall in, 1984? In only 5 years' time, the Soviet Union would fall, but they didn't know that, did they, at the time? So in 2010, the Soviet Union's still around. So the Americans have got to hitch a ride on a Soviet spacecraft and go back to the Discovery and find out what happened. So that's what they do. Then all sorts of stuff happens. They find out things are happening on the Jovian moon Europa. the see what's happened with David Bowman, the commander of the Discovery, and all that stuff. And like I say, it's a really good film, written and directed by Peter Hyams. Top-notch cerebral sci-fi. Really, really good. I like it. Next up, Beverly Hills Cop, which I mentioned earlier, from what's his face? Eddie Murphy. There, why did I blank on his name then? Eddie Murphy as Axel Foley, who was recently on Netflix in his own film on the Axel F. It wasn't great, was it? Wasn't great. They didn't do the his Axel Foley laugh, but never mind. But Beverly Hills Cop is a great comedy, police drama film, whatever you want to call it, where in Detroit, Axel Foley's friend is murdered by these gangsters sort of thing. I think that they're like drug runners, but he's murdered, and the trail leads him to Beverly Hills. So that's where he goes to Beverly Hills, and hilarity ensues as he's trying to fit in and do all this stuff. And it's a great film. It's a great film with some good action sequences and some good shootouts and some great comedy. So there we go. That's Beverly Hills Cop. Next up, David Lynch's Dune. One of my favourite sci-fi films of all time. I really, really like the 84 Dune. I think it's just magnificent, even though sometimes the effects are a bit ropey. But it's just it's an example of a director and the art directors and art designers and all this stuff, costume designers just going crazy and throwing it all at the screen. I'm just thinking, I've got a mad idea. I don't care how mad it is. We're doing it. Like milking a cat to get antidote for a poison, stuff like that. Stuff that I don't think were in the book. I've read the book a long time ago, but I don't think that were in the book. But anyway, it's a great film. It's a great film. I prefer it to these new ones from what's his face, Denis Villeneuve. They're fine. I've not seen the second one, to be completely honest, but the first one were okay. But I love the 84 Dune. I think it's sadly underestimated, and a lot of people don't like it. But I do. I love it. Next up, Runaway, starring Magnum P.I. I forgot his name. What am I like with names? I usually have a list of notes, and I haven't done today. Who played Magnum? I'll put his name there. You know what I'm like. Set in the near future. It's like the X-Men. It's set 15 minutes in the future or whatever, where robots. These are like 1980s robots, by the way. Robots are around doing menial tasks and stuff like that. They can do all sorts of things. Can robots? Magnum P.I. is what I'm just going to call him. Tom Selleck. There we go. Got it. Tom Selleck plays. He's like the head of the police department that deals with runaways when robots go crazy, malfunction. He's got to deal with them. But little does he know, he's got Gene Simmons. Yes, not the actress Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons, the bassist demon from Kiss, the rock band Kiss. He plays the bad guy, and he's got programmable bullets that'll seek out their target and stuff like that. So he's got to deal with him as well as the malfunctioning robots. And it's better than it sounds. Written by Michael Crichton. It might have been directed by him as well. If it is, I'll say so there. It might have been, but it's a good film. It's better than it should be. That's it. The robots are not exactly great, but it's the 80s that they had to deal with what they had at the time. But it is better than it should be. I think it's due to the chemistry between Tom Selleck and his I'll put her name there. His co-star. But anyway, so there we go. That's Runaway. And finally, John Carpenter's Starman, starring Jeff Bridges. A lovely film. that's what you all can say. Yeah, a great film. Kind of reminds me, the beginning bit reminds me of the horror film Extra. It's kind of like that, which I think came out before this, I think. But it's not as horrific. But aliens find one of our probes. I think it's the Voyager probe, or is it the Pioneer? One of our probes, and send a probe back. and this probe arrives at Karen Allen's house. So I'm pointing, I've got a picture of it up there, a signed autograph. Arrive at Karen Allen's house, and who's mourning the death of her husband, and it finds a lock of his hair in a photo album. And using the DNA from that, even though they don't get DNA in hair, maybe they're a follicle, I don't know, but it doesn't show that. The probe becomes her dead husband, and obviously she freaks out, but then it becomes a road journey. He's only just arrived, but he's got to get to meteor crater in Arizona, Flagstaff, Arizona, the meteor crater there. They've got to get there where these people will pick him up, so they end on a road trip and stuff happens, but there's government people after him, obviously, like E.T., but he's a good guy. He makes deer come back to life that have been shot by hunters and stuff like that. It is a lovely film. So there we go. That was it. That were my top 5 films and top 13 honourable mentions of 1984. I don't think any other years are going to have quite this many films in the list, but we'll go through them one last time. So first up we had Ghostbusters, that was followed by Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, then we had Gremlins, and then The Terminator, and then The Last Starfighter. So that's my top 5. Then in the honourable mentions, are you ready? We had Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, This is Spinal Tap, Police Academy, Greystoke, The Legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes, The Philadelphia Experiment, Dreamscape, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Supergirl, 2010, Beverly Hills Cop, Dune, Runaway, and Starman. Apologies if you can hear me cat in the back. She's there. Can you see her there? Look, she's being naughty as the cat. There, look. She's pulling things down and being naughty. So I'm going to have to go deal with her. Right, we'll leave it there. What we got for 1985? We've still got quite a few honourable mentions, but a decent list, a varied list. 2 Sylvester Stallones, but you can't guess what they are. Anyway, we'll leave it there. So I've got to deal with my cat now. There you go, she's there, look, you see her? She's there, look, being naughty. Anyway. Hey up, it's Steve from Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to the next episode of my series. I still don't know what to call it. My top 5 favourite movies for each year since I was born, or whatever. So we're up to 1985. Not that you can see, but the microphone's in the way. Whatever. There you go, microphone. 1985. Can you hear me? Anyway. And as from the image, you may guess what is in there. But anyway, I've got my top 5 and there's several honourable mentions. I had to think about that then. How many? 3, 6, 9, 10 honourable mentions. So I tell you, it's unbelievable. And I was looking at future episodes, and I think some of them have even more. I was surprised. I was very surprised when I'm going through the films of those various years, particularly 1987. There's a lot of honourable mentions on that, and I left a lot out. I left a lot. I think, shall I include that? I mean, I probably could have taken some of these out as well, but that's 1987. That's in the future of this show. Sorry, I just noticed a spelling mistake in my list. Anyway, right, so where were we? So 1985, my top 5 favourite films from this year, or that year. As I always say, not the 5 best films of that year. It's my top 5 favourite films of that year. The films I think are my particularly favourites, but they're not particularly the best films. But I think they are because they're my favourites. But you know what I mean. These are the films I enjoyed the most out of that year. And then we've got what did I say? 10 honourable mentions, which are the next, which are all good films in my opinion. Some may surprise you, because I have a certain tastes. So anyway, right, so we'll get on with it, shall we? But before we start, don't forget to like and subscribe, share the videos, drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already. But the emphasis on subscribe, it's free, just do it, Anyway, right, so, and if you have subscribed, and then you've noticed that I'm not popping up in your feeds and all that, just make sure you are still subscribed, because occasionally YouTube just randomly unsubscribe people. It's happened to me. I've been like I thought, oh, hang on, I've not heard from that channel for a while. That's not popped up in me recommendeds and stuff, or in my subscribers list. And so you check, and then you notice that you're unsubscribed. So you think, how did that happen? YouTube does it for some weird reason. I think YouTube is sentient. I don't think there's anybody who actually works at YouTube. I think they're all AIs and robots. But anyway, so it does weird things from time to time. Anyway, right, so let's get on with it, shall we? Let's get on with it. It's top 5. My top 5 films of 1985. The first film is, as you may guess, by the way, they're not in any order. It's not like the first one's the worst, if you know what I mean. Number 5, then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's not like that. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're just the top 5 films. They're not in alphabetical order either. Right. So first up, we will begin. I'm waffling. I know I'm rambling. We will begin. Right. First up, Back to the Future. One of the greatest films of all time. It's up there. One of those special films that I sometimes talk about. It is an astonishingly good film. Directed by Robert Zemeckis, written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale, starring Michael J. Fox, Christopher Lloyd, Leah Thompson, Crispin Glover, and a host of other people. Great cinematography from Dean Cundy, an amazing score from Alan Silvestri. I will say it again. I've said it before. Alan Silvestri's like one of these composers, one of these movie soundtrack composers that doesn't get enough credit. Everybody talks about John Williams and James Horner and Jerry Goldsmith. The latter two there, sadly no longer with us. But Alan Silvestri often gets forgotten about. But anyway, at a budget of $19 million, and its box office was $388.8 million. So let's call it 300. Let's call it 390. Let's round it up, shall we? It was the highest-grossing film of 1985, and it's a top-notch comedy, sci-fi, action, adventure, whatever you want to call it. With Marty McFly, Michael J. Fox. Is friends with a scientist called Dr. Emmett Brown, played by Christopher Lloyd, and he's invented the time machine out of a DeLorean. Everybody knows the story of Back to the Future, and he goes back in time to 1955, changes events. So his family start disappearing out of a photograph he's got. So he's got to put things right before he can go back to 1985. And it's an amazing film. It's an amazing, much better than the sequels. The sequels were good, but it were much better. And I think there's Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale have got this clause, or that's some legal document where that it's never going to get remade. I don't know if that'll stand the test of time, but. Thankfully it's not being remade yet, because I don't think they could do any better. But anyway, so there we go. So that's Back to the Future, and everybody, another story. It wasn't originally going to be Michael J. Fox. It was going to be, I've forgotten his bloody name now, Eric Stoltz. It was supposed to be Eric Stoltz as Marty McFly, and actually started filming with him, and it wasn't happening. I don't think he understood the mechanics of this comedy adventure thing, and they didn't seem to get it. And because they wanted Michael J. Fox originally, but he couldn't do it because they were doing his Family Ties series. But then he ended up being able to do both at once. So he was like working 24 hours a day, it seemed, while they were doing Back to the Future. But it paid off, and he became a superstar. So there we go. So that's Back to the Future. So next up, let's move on. Rambo, First Blood Part 2. It's nothing like the first Rambo film, First Blood, which is an amazing film in itself. It's one of those films that people kind of forget about, and then they watch it and think, oh yeah, that were really good. And this is a all-out action. This is Rambo that everybody knows. It's going into battle. Let's say, chest out, muscles rippling, bazookas, whatever, bandana on. suiting up, shots, putting knives in things, and being all veiny and muscly. Anyway, that's it. Directed by George P. Cosmatos, from a story by Kevin Jarre and a screenplay by James Cameron and Sylvester Stallone. James Cameron wrote this in between Terminator and Aliens. And it stars, obviously, Sylvester Stallone and Richard Crenna, Charles Napier and Stephen Burkoff, and that fella, I can never remember his name, that fella from Karate Kid. Martin Cove, that's the fella, Martin Cove. And Julia Nixon as well, who I don't think she appreciates this film, because she had to do a Vietnamese accent. You take me back, America, Rambo. It's all like that, and I don't think she doesn't look back fondly on this film. I think I should have read that in an interview somewhere or saw it. Anyway, it's a top-notch action adventure film where Rambo is sent back into Vietnam to take photographs of a prison camp from during the Vietnam War, and it's supposed to be empty, but he finds there's still American prisoners of war there after 10 years or whatever after the war ended. So he gets double crossed by those in charge, and so he goes out and breaks them out himself, and it's a great film. It is a great film. A super duper action, explosions and guns and everything. So there we go. So that's Rambo: First Blood Part 2. Right, next up, we're sticking with Sylvester Stallone. He's back again for Rocky IV. And he wrote and directed this one. Wrote, directed, starred in it. Some might say that's a step too far, but he can handle it. Can Sylvester Stallone. Starring Sylvester Stallone, as I just said, Talia Shire, Burt Young, Carl Weathers, Bridget Nielsen, and Dolph Lundgren. Rocky is, had been champion of the world for many years by the time this film comes around. But there's, much like in Rocky 3, where we had Mr. T coming up as, I've got his name now. I think it's B.A. Baracus. Clubber Lang. As Clubber Lang, coming up as Clubber Lang in Rocky 3 to take his title away from him. Well, in this one, it's Dolph Lundgren as Ivan Drago. From the Soviet Union, because it were in the Cold War and all that. So, and Drago kills Carl Weathers, Apollo Creed, in a exhibition match, and so Rocky basically does a boxing match of revenge in Russia, in Moscow. And it's a cool film. I like all the Rocky films. And there is a director's cut out there which I've never seen, called Rocky IV, Rocky vs. Drago. I've never seen it. Some people say it's really good, but I've not seen it. And I think they took the robot out of it. Happy Birthday, Polly. With music by Vince DiCola. He were everywhere in the 80s with Vince DiCola. Anyway, so there we go. So that's Rocky IV. A lot of fun. I really like Rocky. I like all the Rocky films. And it did well at the box office. I don't know, where it was. It was the third highest grossing film of 1985. So there you go. Oh, anyway, moving on to Cocoon. I've got to admit, I've not seen this in quite a while, but it is one of my favourite films of that year. There's films in the honourable mentions that I've probably seen more than Cocoon. But I'm going to remedy that. I'm going to rewatch Cocoon soon. But I remember at the time, I absolutely adored this film. Well, not at the time, but when it came out on VHS and all that. I've got the VHS and stuff. But anyway, Cocoon, directed by Ron Howard, with a screenplay by Tom Benedek from a story by David Saperstein. Produced by David Brown and Richard D. Zanuck and Lily Finney Zanuck, and stars Don Amici, who won an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor for his role in this. Wilford Brimley, who were only 50. I think he were only 50, or maybe 49, when he made this. It's supposed to be like this old man, but like I say, we're younger than I am now. Hume Cronin, Brian Dennehy, again. Oh no, I'm thinking of somebody else. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of First Blood. He were in First Blood, wasn't he? But that were a few years ago. Jack Guilford, Steve Guttenberg, whatever happened to him, Maureen Stapleton, Jessica Tandy, Gwen Verdon, Herta Ware, and Tanny Welsh. Whatever happened to Tanny Welsh? I only know her from this and the sequel. I'm sure she was in other stuff. Raquel Welch's daughter. Anyway, what else? Music by James Horner, we've just mentioned. And it had a budget of $17.5 million, box office of 85.3, and it's a lovely film. It's one of these heartwarming family adventures, although there is some, not nudity, I'm not on about. There's some adult themes expressed in it. But it's a nice film about these people from an old people's home, and they find a pool in the next door's building, the building next door to their old people's home. They find a swimming pool, and when they go and swim in it, this pool has got these rocks in the bottom of it, and when they go and swim in it, they feel rejuvenated. They feel young again. They don't look physically young, but they feel young inside, and they get their energy back, and they go dancing, and you see Donna Maci doing some break dancing and body popping and all that stuff. And it turns out that these rocks in the bottom of this pool are actually cocoons that have got aliens in. They've been there for 10,000 years. They're from Atlantis. And Brian Dennehy plays the head alien. And they're in disguise as humans. And they're all these the brightly glowing aliens. When we see them in their real form, they can float about and stuff. They look like a British person on holiday somewhere sunny. Glowing white. As I said, and it's a lovely film, and obviously things go a bit awry, but one of the aliens dies, but it all ends nicely. I won't spoil how it ends, but it is a lovely, lovely film, and I can't recommend it highly enough. And I'm going to watch it soon. I know I said that a lot, and I never do. I never get round to watching stuff, but I am going to watch Cocoon again. Oh, I just noticed it's got Clint Howard in it. Who does he play? I'm going to have to watch it now. Man, me, who is Ron Howard's brother, and in Star Trek and other stuff. Right, so there we go. So that's Cocoon. Give that one a whirl. And finally, in my top 5, we've got A View to a Kill, a Bond film. Obviously, I always put the Bond films in my top 5 because I'm a huge James Bond movie fan. So here we go. View to a Kill. This is the last appearance of Roger Moore as 007. Directed by John Glenn, who directed most of the Bond films in the 80s. Maybe even not. No, I don't think he directed all of them, but not far off. Screenplay by Richard Maybaum and Michael G. Wilson, who had done loads of Bond films, haven't they? Obviously produced by Cubby Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson, who is Cubby Broccoli's stepson. Starring Roger Moore, of course, the lovely Tanya Roberts, who, she's not the best actress in the world, but she looks the part. The late Tanya Roberts, and Grace Jones, Patrick McNee, the saddest. I really liked his character, and you can tell by my voice, it doesn't go well for Patrick McNee in this film, and it's really sad. And Christopher Walken, who plays a great Bond villain. It's all about Silicon Valley and microchips and all that stuff. So they're trying to bring Bond up to date. And it's a lot of fun. And Grace Jones is surprisingly good in this film. I'm not a huge Grace Jones fan. She kind of annoys me usually when I see her, but she's good in this as Mayday. It's got some great stunts in it, as you would expect from a Bond film. There's a parachute jump off the Eiffel Tower, and you can see that they've set up like a springboard or whatever for them to run off, so they could jump. The stuntmen can jump off the Eiffel Tower and not smash into all the girders below, because obviously it curves outwards, doesn't it? Anyway, so it's all about Zorin, who is Christopher Walken. He wants to basically sink Silicon Valley and become super rich and powerful. Because he will provide then all of the microchips for the world or something like that. Something along those lines. And it's, as I said, it's The last of Roger Moore's. After this, we would get Timothy Dalton after this, and kind of a reboot, sort of. But anyway, this was a good film for him to go out on, and a lot of fun in places. You can see his age is getting the better of him. I think this might be the film where he did mention, did Roger Moore, that he were old enough to be his Bond girl's, Tanya Roberts' father. I think he were, I don't know, maybe he were pushing 60. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look. This was 1985 when this came out. When were he born? 1927. So 27, 37, 47, 57. Oh, God. It's going to be edited out in 27, 37, 47, 57, 67, 77, 87. So yes, he was 58. Yes, 58 when this came out. So there we go. And how old was Tanya Roberts? I want to know now. I want to know what the age difference is. Where are we? Tell you, if this were live, you'd be umming and ahhing at me. 1949 she was born, so 49, 59, 69, 79. So she was 36. She was 36 when this came out. So there was 22 year difference. So yeah, he was technically old enough to be a father. Anywho, so there we go. So that's A View to a Kill. I'll probably edit all that out. But I'm just curious. Anyway, so that's it for my top 5. So let's move on to the honourable mentions. Right, we'll begin. Horror. So first up is Friday the 13th, A New Beginning. I think part 5. A New Beginning, which is not the best of the Friday the 13th films, but it's still a lot of fun. It does, carry over some characters from the previous Friday the 13th films. Well, one of them, but played by a different actor, and it does have a twist in it, but they won't spoil. But it's still a fun film and worth a viewing, and it does have a shocking scene. I find it shocking anyway. Even though there's people getting killed left, right, and centre because it's Friday the 13th, and there's gore and all that stuff. But there's one scene in particular that I don't know, it always takes me by surprise. I know it's coming, but it always takes me by surprise and makes me go. But anyway. Next up, Cat's Eye, based on a Stephen King. I think Stephen King short stories or something. It's an anthology film, which I've got a really soft spot for. It's not the best anthology film by a long shot, and it's not even the best horror film ever made by a long shot. But I really like it. It's several stories with a loose connection in that there's a cat that sees all this stuff happening. And everybody knows the last story is it's got like a troll. I think they call it a troll in it. That's a lot of fun, and the cat saves a little girl from this troll that wants to take her away to Troll World or whatever. And there's other stories as well, but that's fun anyway. It's Cat's Eye. Next up is The Company of Wolves from Neil Jordan. The first film released by Palace Pictures. We did it on Friday Night at Point with Fear not that long ago. A great horror fairy tale with a great cast and great transformation effects, all practical obviously because it's 1985. Not quite on the par of like The Howling and American Werewolf in London, but still really well done and imaginative effects. But it's a cool film. And very atmospheric, and doesn't make a lick of sense. It's like I said, it's like a fairy tale or a dream or a nightmare. There's a lot of weird imagery in it, and doesn't make a whole amount of sense. But anyway, right. Next up, Day of the Dead from George A. Romero, the third of his zombie films, which obviously started with the Night of the Living Dead, then Dawn of the Dead, and now Day of the Dead. Everybody thought we were going to go to like Evening of the Dead or Tea Time of the Dead or Midnight of the Dead, but it didn't. The next one spoiled it all and it went for Land of the Dead, but never mind. But this one is Day of the Dead, and I think this is the best one of all of them, including Dawn of the Dead. I've never been a huge fan of Dawn of the Dead. Shock horror. But Day of the Dead is really, really good with a great cast and a proper sense of dread and angst, and it does feel like the end of the world and there's no hope, even though there are hopeful characters in it. Tom Savini's on top form with his gory effects. They are super duper gory in this, and it is just, I think it is easily the best, in my opinion, the best of the George Romero of the Dead films. So that's Day of the Dead. Right, next up, another horror, Fright Night. Again, another one that we covered in Point with Fear recently. Starring Chris Sarandon and others, Roddy McDowall, and all that jazz. About a vampire that moves next door to Charlie Brewster, and he sees stuff, and then obviously gets embroiled in what's going on with this vampire, and stuff happens, and it's a lot of fun. Some people say it's a comedy horror. I don't think it's a comedy horror. I think it's a horror film with funny bits in. But I won't call it a comedy. Much like people call like The Howling a comedy horror, and I've never understood that. It's a horror film with humorous parts. Same with An American Werewolf in London. Some people call that a comedy horror, but I think American Werewolf is more comedic than The Howling. But anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. But anyway, Fright Night. Well worth a watch. Great film. One of the best vampire films out there. Welcome to Fright Night. So there we go. Right, next up, bit of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Commando. We did this in Magnificent Mondays a while ago. What can we say? Suiting up, much like in Rambo, First Blood Part 2. They kind of went head to head, these two films, didn't they? I imagine First Blood did better. Suiting up, going in, killing bad guys, all the explosions. I think it had the highest body count, I think, of any mainstream film, I think, up to that point. Don't ask me how many people died in it, on screen. But it's a lot of fun. It is a cool film, it's Commando. And anyway, right, next up, another horror, going back to horror again. Reanimator from Stuart Gordon. Loosely based on H.P. Lovecraft's Herbert West Reanimator, starring Jeffrey Combs. Again, super gory, and but not as gory as you think. But it is super gory, with a lot of fun segments in, and a lot of segments that make you go ooh. But it is a cool, fun film, and got several sequels, which were similar. But anyway. Anyway, next up, let's move on quickly. Next up, sci-fi, animated sci-fi. I love this film. We did this on Magnificent Mondays ages ago. Star Chaser, The Legend of Orrin. You could say it's a Star Wars rip-off. Kind of is. A young man lives on some mines, lived all his life in these mines, digging up like these crystals. It's called trinium, or something like that. Which is kind of a fuel source, and they think they've got to do that for their god, but he finds out that it's all a lie, and they're just being used as slave labour, and he escapes the mine, and then ends up going out into outer space and having adventures and all that stuff, and going back home to free his people and all that stuff. I just spoiled the film, but never mind. It is a lot of fun. And well worth a watch. Next up, Young Sherlock Holmes, also known as Young Sherlock Holmes and the Pyramid of Fear. I think that's what it was called in the UK. I'm sure it said that on the posters. Everybody just calls it Young Sherlock Holmes, don't they? I think that's all it said on the title card as well, title screen, and the film itself. But anyway, directed by Barry Levinson and written by Chris Columbus of Gremlins and Harry Potter fame, the first two Harry Potter films. About Sherlock Holmes and James Watson. I think it's James Watson, isn't it? Who would become Dr. Watson? Meeting at school. And I think they do say in the film, either at the beginning or the end, I can't remember, there's like a card comes up and says, even though Arthur Conan Doyle did, point out, say in his works that they met as adults, it's fun to think, what could have been if they'd met at school or whatever. But anyway, it's a good period adventure film with some good effects, because it's a Spielberg production from Amblin Entertainment, so the effects are really good in it for the time. It's got the first photorealistic special CGI effects in it of the. It's like a knight in stained glass comes jumping out of the window, because it's a film about hallucinations. People get stung with like a blow dart, and it makes them have hallucinations. So that's where all the cool effects come in mostly. But it's a fun film, and Holmes, although he doesn't know it, he meets up with his arch nemesis Moriarty, but I won't say who Moriarty is. But so there we go. Stars Nicholas Rowe, Alan Cox, John Watson, not James Watson, and others. Freddie Jones as Chester Cragwitch. That's a great name, isn't it? Bloody Rammy-Tap. Everybody loves Freddie Jones. So there we go. So that's young Sherlock Holmes and the Pyramid of Fear, we will call it. So there we go. And I think we've got one more, haven't we? Yes, we have one more to go of my honourable mentions as Enemy Mine, directed by Wolfgang Petersen, and stars Dennis Quaid and Louis Gossett, the late Louis Gossett Jr. It's kind of a Robinson Crusoe style tale, or Robinson Crusoe Mars style, whatever. It's a story that's been told. It's a trope. Enemies find themselves flung together on an alien planet, but they've got to come together to survive this hazardous world where there's meteor showers all the time and all that stuff, and mutual enemies come into play, and it's a good film about friendship and all that, and read the book. The book's better. The book's better than the film. I know a lot of people say that, but the book is really good, by Barry Longyear. So anyway, man, and it is a cool film, and it bombed at the box office, if I recall correctly. They expected it to do well. They even got ILM in, Industrial Light and Magic, to do the visual effects, because there's some space battles and stuff in it, and they look really good for the time, and they expected to do really well. It costed a lot of money for the time. I think like over $20 million easy, but it bombed. It didn't click at the box office, so. But it kind of became a cult film afterwards, and it is really, really good. I really like Enemy Mine. I think did we do it in Magnificent Mondays? I don't know. We might not have done. Maybe we will one day. I can't remember. Anyway, so there we go. So that's my list for 1985. My top 5 favourite films and 10 honourable mentions. Let's go through them one more time. First up, we had Back to the Future. That was followed by Rambo: First Blood Part 2. Then we're sticking with Sly. Rocky 4 was next. And then we had Cocoon and A View to a Kill, bringing up the rear of the top 5. Then in the honourable mentions, we had Friday the 13th, A New Beginning, Cat's Eye, The Company of Wolves, Day of the Dead, Fright Night, Commando, then Reanimator, then Star Chaser, The Legend of Orin, followed by Young Sherlock Holmes, and finally Enemy Mine. So there we go, that's my list for 1985 of my top 5 favourite films of that year, and 10 honourable mentions. To be honest, some of them, or quite a few of those, you could pop into the top 5 and take some out, whatever you want. I would happily do that. With most of these, such as like Commando, would easily go in my top 5. Could take Cocoon out maybe, but I'm not going to. Right, so next up we've got 1986. We've got a lot of sci-fi in 1986 from my list. And a bit of horror and some fantasy, and another animated film, by the way, curiously enough. So there we go, and some comedy as well. Right, so look forward to doing that whenever I get round to it. I know these come like sporadically, don't they, these videos of mine, because generally I forget to do them, and I don't have time, and I'm busy doing other things. But I found a gap in my schedule to do this. So anyway, we'll leave it there. We will leave it there. But before we go, don't forget again to like and subscribe and share the videos and drop a comment. Hit the notification bell. If you're subscribed already, then you should be told if I do new videos or go live. Go into the description, you'll see links for stuff like my Patreon page and merch, where you can buy t-shirts like this and other stuff, and caps and all that jazz. Such as me, I'm Nearly Dead gaming t-shirt. What else? Become a member. Then you see some exclusive videos or early, what they call it, early look. I don't know the phrase. Members first look videos. I don't know. I can't remember what they're called. If you're a member, you'll see the videos first before they go public. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so and all that stuff. So right, so we'll leave it there. Is there anything else? Can't remember. Whatever. Right. So, thanks for watching, and wherever you are, look after each other, and until next time, I'll say there.